The group of ancient gods continued their secret discussions, speculating about the situation. It wasn't surprising they were so cautious. They were trying to predict Qi Yuan's actions using normal reasoning. Qi Yuan had pointed out potential dangers among them, which was difficult for them to understand. But regardless of his reasons, running away seemed like the safest choice. After all, anyone willing to defect to the evil gods was naturally quite concerned with self-preservation. Don't tell Yanxi ancient god about this, he might have already betrayed us. The information might have leaked because of him. The group communicated via divine transmission, pretending nothing was wrong on the surface. Old Snake, let's team up when we enter the ancestral land. We can watch each other's backs, the burly man suggested to the distracted Old Snake. Old Snake, lost in thought, nodded absent-mindedly. Sure. I have an artifact that allows us to combine our powers for both offense and defense. Do you want to use it together? The burly man asked. Old Snake's face suddenly darkened. No need. Such an artifact would indeed enhance their combat abilities, but it would also bind him to the burly man, limiting his movements. It was a trap. Old Snake's hesitation vanished, leaving only one thought: escape as soon as they entered the ancestral land. The other defectors also reached the same conclusion after witnessing this exchange. Meanwhile, the burly man was left confused, unaware of why Old Snake reacted so strongly. The elder twin sister, however, looked thoughtful as she observed the situation. Let's head into the ancestral land and see what's inside, Qi Yuan said eagerly. The sky turned from gray to white, and a transparent barrier appeared before them. This looks like an energy shield, interesting, Qi Yuan mused as he examined the barrier rising over the ancestral land. The barrier gave off a sci-fi vibe, unlike the more traditional formations he was used to in cultivation worlds. The group quickly moved through the barrier and into the ancestral land. As they entered, several powerful auras erupted. Old Snake immediately unleashed his divine power and bolted. Yanxi ancient gods' 3 purple mansion-level followers suddenly revealed themselves as true gods, their divine apertures burning as they fled with incredible speed. The other defectors Qi Yuan had pointed out also fled at breakneck speed, their movements hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. What just happened? The burly man wondered, then quickly followed the fleeing gods without hesitation. The remaining ancient gods were left standing there, bewildered. Qi Yuan, watching the fleeing gods, couldn't help but remark, is there a reward for getting first place in the running race here? The younger twin sister snapped out of her confusion. I've never heard of such a thing. Why is that burly guy running with them? Qi Yuan could guess why the others were fleeing, but not why the burly man had joined them. The other ancient gods were equally puzzled. Finally, Yanxi ancient god turned to Qi Yuan, his expression respectful. Senior, were you sent here by a great venerable? This question only deepened the confusion among the others. Qi Yuan, puzzled, replied, what great venerable? Yanxi, still uncertain, explained, I thought a great venerable might have discovered that the proud world great venerable was plotting against the ancestral land, and thus sent you to thwart the plan. Besides the fortune venerable, all the other gods, including Old Snake, had already defected to the evil gods. Yanxi's words shocked the other ancient gods. What? They defected to the proud world great venerable. The proud world great venerable is even planning to seize the last entrance, could it be? Indeed, when this senior pointed them out, I knew something was off. The group began to murmur among themselves as Yanxi continued revealing more details. He explained that the proud world great venerable had captured his family, forcing him to bring 3 true gods disguised as followers into the ancestral land. The other defectors had been secretly working for the proud world great venerable, and their mission was twofold: to assassinate the remaining ancient gods and seize control of the last entrance to the ancestral land. The ancient gods were alarmed by this revelation. Thank goodness this senior pointed them out, one of the gods said, realizing how close they had come to disaster. Another ancient god bowed deeply to Qi Yuan. Senior, you have saved our lives. We are deeply grateful. If you have any requests, please let us know. The other gods quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude and offering to repay Qi Yuan's kindness. Can I really ask for anything? Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Please, feel free to ask. The gods urged him. Usually, such a favor would be repaid with a precious treasure or kept as a favor for the future. Your powers are impressive. How about becoming citizens of Qingshui village? Qi Yuan suggested earnestly. These gods were all true gods, and their addition would significantly boost the village's power. The gods were taken aback by the suggestion. Senior, surely you're joking. As ancient gods, they could have superiors but not fathers. The relationship between a protector deity and their citizens was akin to that of a parent and child. Thus, when the Venerable Chonghua had agreed to become Qi Yuan's citizen, it had shocked everyone. Qi Yuan's current proposal was equally surprising, to say the least. I never joke. A joke requires both parties to accept it as such, otherwise, it's just an insult. I am sincerely inviting you, Qi Yuan replied seriously. The usually talkative younger twin sister was left speechless. Inviting true gods to become citizens, if this wasn't a joke, it was an insult. Is this guy mentally unwell? He's acting strangely. Bringing so many people and telling fortunes. It does seem odd. The gods exchanged mental transmissions, expressing their doubts. The elder twin sister finally spoke up. I'm afraid we can't fulfill this request, senior. However, since you brought 10 followers with you, the ancestral land is extremely dangerous. Perhaps we can protect them for you, as a token of our gratitude. She hoped to repay the favor by offering to protect Qi Yuan's followers. Qi Yuan waved off the offer. My followers are safer with me. If you don't want to join Qingshui village, then let's not waste each other's time. He didn't seem to mind at all. The other gods, seeing his reaction, didn't press the matter. However, they couldn't help but be intrigued by Qi Yuan. Some suspected he might be unhinged. With the matter settled, Qi Yuan turned his attention to the ancestral land. The ground beneath his feet wasn't soil but various types of metal, likely alloys. Qi Yuan recognized some of the materials, which would be valuable to lower-level cultivators but not to true gods. The landscape was littered with metal debris and broken constructs. A massive metal foot rose into the sky, its 18 toes adorned with brightly colored toenail polish, featuring strange animal patterns that Qi Yuan had never seen before. The younger twin sister pointed to the massive foot. According to legend, our ancestors of the Jiyu clan came from beyond the stars. The entire ancestral land is actually a fragmented artifact. The Jiyu clan used this artifact to reach the mortal heart realm. When the artifact landed, it shattered, creating the ancestral land. Many treasures were scattered across it. Hearing about the treasures, the true gods became interested. The ancestral land was known for its strange and powerful relics, making it worth the risks. Old Snake had once found a rare elixir in the ancestral land, which allowed him to open 2 more divine apertures after consuming it. Some treasures could increase the amount of divine energy one could store, enhancing a cultivator's foundation and strength. Despite the dangers, these rewards drew many gods to the ancestral land. There are indeed many treasures here, but the risks are great as well. One careless step, and you could lose your life, the elder twin sister warned. The ancestral land is home to various types of puppet gods. They have no fixed form and can appear as a drop of liquid, a stone, or even a cloud of mist. They are extremely powerful, with the weakest being first-step true gods and the strongest reaching the level of great venerables. If you accidentally enter their territory, you could easily perish. These puppet gods are constantly moving and sleeping throughout the ancestral land, so past experiences are useless. Any place could harbor a sleeping puppet god. For example, the giant metal foot ahead likely houses a puppet god. Disturbing it could awaken the god. The mention of puppet gods made the other true gods tense. Where can I find these treasures? Qi Yuan asked. The younger twin sister explained, the deeper you go, the more and better treasures you'll find, but the dangers also increase. The ancestral land is divided into 7 layers. First-step true gods usually stay on the first layer, while second-step true gods venture into the first 2 layers, and so on. In the first layer, a first-step true god has a 50-50 chance of survival. In the second layer, that chance decreases significantly. Don't you have a map? I don't have a map, Qi Yuan admitted. Here, take this, the younger twin sister said, tossing him a parchment map. Qi Yuan glanced at the map and memorized it. The division is rather basic. So, I just keep moving forward until I reach the deepest part, which is the 7th layer. The map didn't seem particularly useful to him. His ultimate goal was the 7th layer, where the proud world great Venerable had obtained his godhood opportunity. Of course, he wouldn't pass up any treasures he encountered along the way to strengthen his followers. Yes, she confirmed. In that case, I'll take my leave. Good luck to you all, Qi Yuan said, then started moving forward. He glanced at a distant tower. There's something good in that tower. Let's go. The elder twin sister quickly called out, be careful. That tower is known to house a powerful puppet god. Several ancient gods have perished there. The other gods also tried to dissuade him. The ancestral land was filled with many such towering structures, which were notorious for their treasures but also for the dangers they held. Some towers were guarded by great venerable level puppet gods, so no ancient gods dared to enter them. It's fine, my left eyebrow keeps twitching, which means the treasures inside are calling to me. Qi Yuan declared confidently as he led his followers into the tower. The remaining gods exchanged worried glances. The elder twin sister spoke up. We can't just leave him. He saved us, let's go after him. The gods followed but arrived too late. Qi Yuan and his group had already entered the tower. The gods outside looked grim. He's already inside. What should we do? They're doomed. If the puppet god inside wakes up, they'll be in serious trouble. The gods hesitated to enter the tower themselves. Even the slightest disturbance could awaken a puppet god, so they could only wait outside, hoping Qi Yuan's group had somehow avoided disturbing the ancient guardian. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Qi Yuan was filled with curiosity as he examined the strange items around him. He stood on a surface resembling marble but made of some unknown alloy, staring at the oddities within the tower. Heart titanium bowl, a strange drinking vessel that turns water into wine. Puppet god. Second step true god, currently dormant. If the tower's alarm is triggered, it will awaken. Universal pill furnace. A unique pill furnace. Golden silk. A discarded piece of lingerie. Qi Yuan's eyes scanned the surroundings, reading the hidden information that revealed the tower's secrets. Qi Yuan also noticed the dormant puppet gods in the tower. They came in various forms. One looked like a speck of dust, another like a six-legged metallic beetle, and yet another resembled a brick. Just at a glance, I can see 57 puppet gods. No wonder the tower is considered so dangerous. Qi Yuan's ability to see hidden things made everything in the tower clear to him. So, as long as I don't trigger the tower's alarm, these puppet gods won't wake up. Qi Yuan pondered aloud. According to the other ancient gods, any action could potentially awaken a puppet god, even if one transformed into a wisp of wind. Time to put my twitching eyebrows to work. Qi Yuan thought, eager to test his theory. His twitching eyebrows could predict danger and fortune. By mentally charting a path through the tower and using his eyebrows' reactions as a guide, he could figure out the safe route without triggering any alarms. As he experimented, testing possible routes in his mind, his right eyebrow twitched. This path is dangerous. He tried another route, and again, his right eyebrow twitched. He kept testing until, after several attempts, his eyes lit up. He had found the safe first step. Next to him, Zhu Zhuangxi, puzzled, asked, Lord Qi Yuan, is something wrong with your eyebrow? It's twitching like crazy. Village Chief Yuli, Priest Shintu, and the other villagers looked at Qi Yuan with surprise. His eyebrow was twitching so rapidly that it seemed unnatural. I told you, my eyebrow can tell fortunes, Qi Yuan said with a grin. He had just figured out the first safe step. The villagers, hearing this, steeled themselves. Lord Qi Yuan was known for his peculiar methods, and this was no different. After all, he was the one risking his life first, so they had nothing to fear. Follow me, left hand, right hand, one step at a time, Qi Yuan instructed as he led them forward in an odd dance-like manner. The others imitated his strange movements exactly, even using magic to match his body shape and attire. The group moved in unison, like a coordinated dance troupe, until Qi Yuan halted at a safe spot he had identified. He resumed his mental calculations, figuring out the next safe step. The villagers whispered among themselves. Look, his eyebrow is twitching like crazy again. Is he really telling fortunes? Or maybe he's just really tired. If I said I find this kind of funny, would you hit me? We must treat the Lord with respect. We're professionals, loyal followers, no laughing at the Lord. Unless, he's just too funny. Amidst their mutterings, Qi Yuan opened his eyes again. Follow me, same move as before, Qi Yuan said, leading them deeper into the tower. In just a few dozen breaths, he guided them to the top floor, his path weaving through the tower's dangerous interior like a skilled dancer. There, a musty fragrance filled the air, lingering as if from ancient times. The villagers' eyes widened as they saw the liquid bubbling with immortal energy. Linmu immortal liquid, village chief Yuli exclaimed, his eyes glowing with fervor. This is incredible, just a small sip can increase the speed of divine aperture formation fivefold, and there's so much here. How many thousands of caddies are there? The villagers were on the verge of losing their composure. This was immortal liquid, a treasure even true gods coveted. Is this stuff drinkable? Qi Yuan asked, eyeing the Linmu Immortal liquid with suspicion. Linmu Immortal liquid, a special bathwater mixed with a cleansing agent created by the Water Treasure clan. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. As they stared at the Linmu Immortal liquid, the villagers' breathing became rapid, and they were itching to indulge in it. But since Qi Yuan hadn't said anything, they didn't dare move forward. Seeing the eager villagers behind him, Qi Yuan asked, "You guys don't even play basketball, so why are you so eager to drink bathwater?" This puzzled Qi Yuan, as he remembered a basketball player from his previous life on Blue Star who was rumored to want to drink bathwater. Basketball, bathwater. The villagers were baffled by Qi Yuan's seemingly random thoughts. They were focused on the Linmu Immortal liquid, so the mention of these two unrelated things confused them. "Ah, seems like this bathwater has already been used," Qi Yuan remarked. Then, he commanded, "Happy Arhat, collect all this bathwater." Qi Yuan wouldn't use this bathwater himself, but if his followers wanted to, he wouldn't stop them. Happy Arhat was excited. "Divine Lord, I'm about to condense my second divine aperture. Can I drink a bit of this Linmu Immortal liquid?" Long Brow Arhat quickly followed suit, his eyes filled with longing for the Linmu Immortal liquid. The other villagers were just as eager. Even if they weren't true gods, drinking the Linmu Immortal liquid would still offer numerous benefits, such as improving their cultivation and enhancing their talents. "Go ahead, each of you can have a drink," Qi Yuan permitted. The villagers rushed forward, scooping the bathwater with their hands, cradling it in their palms. Village Chief Yuli, his old face filled with bliss, inhaled the fragrance of the Linmu Immortal liquid. "This scent is truly marvelous. Just smelling it is invigorating. I can't even imagine how wonderful it must taste." Village Chief Yuli savored the Linmu Immortal liquid as if it were a child in a feudal kingdom tasting milk for the first time. The others were no better off. They were all enraptured by the experience. "Too bad I can't livestream this, it would be quite entertaining," Qi Yuan mused. He secretly took out a recording stone to capture the moment. Who knows, in endless ages, these people might become mighty figures. Then, he could show them this recording of their obsession with bathwater, it would be amusing. "I've opened my second divine aperture," Happy Arhat suddenly exclaimed. A powerful surge of divine energy emanated from him as he successfully opened a new divine aperture. His strength soared instantly. The other villagers also experienced varying degrees of improvement, their bodies nourished by the various treasures within the Linmu Immortal liquid. Their faces glowed, and their postures became more upright. "Not bad, we've already gained so much from just the first tower," Qi Yuan said, pleased. With Happy Arhat's power increasing, he was naturally excited. According to what they had been told, the ancestral land had 7 layers with over 100 towers. If the first tower's bathwater was this powerful, who knows what better treasures awaited in the other towers? Their overall strength would surely see significant improvement. "Pack up the few tons of bathwater and let's move on to the next tower," Qi Yuan ordered. The villagers didn't know why Qi Yuan kept calling the Linmu Immortal liquid bathwater, but they didn't care. They just chalked it up to a quirk in his speech. After all, how could such a precious liquid be bathwater? Who would even use so much of this rare liquid for bathing? Yes, Happy Arhat eagerly took out a storage bag and filled it with the Linmu Immortal liquid. Qi Yuan glanced around the tower, which was filled with metal scraps and various strange, broken objects. To him, most of these things were useless. "All right, on to the next tower," Qi Yuan announced with a wave of his hand. The villagers followed him as they left the tower. Outside, a group of ancient gods was still anxiously waiting, their nerves taut as they prepared to rush in and rescue them at any moment. "It's been so long without any movement, what's going on?" Yanxi Venerable asked, puzzled. "It's truly strange," others agreed. The interior of the tower was fraught with danger, with traps that could be triggered at any moment, awakening the puppet gods within. They had been inside for over 100 breaths, yet there was no sign of trouble, such a thing was almost unheard of. Could he really be able to tell fortunes? The younger twin sister wondered aloud. The other ancient gods chuckled at the suggestion but didn't take it seriously. Fortune-telling was one of the most unpredictable arts, and in a place as chaotic as the ancestral land, even a master of divination could meet their end. Just then, a voice called out, "Why are you all still here?" The ancient gods immediately looked up towards the source of the voice. They saw Qi Yuan opening something that looked like a glass window at the top of the tower and jumping out, followed by the villagers. The sight of the villagers easily leaping out of the tower was like watching a man sneaking out of a woman's house after a tryst. The ancient gods were stunned. They, the younger twin sister, always blunt, exclaimed, "You made it to the top floor." If they were coming out of the top floor, it meant they had reached the top. This tower had 3 layers, and even the first layer had claimed the lives of many ancient gods. No one had ever reached the second layer, let alone the top. How had these 2 gods and a bunch of mortals made it to the top and back out alive? Were the puppet gods inside still asleep? The ancient gods were in utter disbelief. Qi Yuan and his group landed beside them. "Of course I can tell fortunes, I naturally found a safe path. Unfortunately, this tower didn't have anything valuable, just a bunch of bathwater," Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. The first tower hadn't impressed him much. Bathwater. There's bathwater in the tower. The ancient gods exchanged confused glances, struggling to make sense of Qi Yuan's words. Just bathwater. Wait, whose bathwater? Seeing how easily Qi Yuan and his group had come out, their minds raced with possibilities. Either Qi Yuan was extremely lucky, or he had some hidden abilities, or perhaps the tower was malfunctioning. Whatever the case, they couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. After all, Yanxi Venerable had once ventured into this very tower. But after just one breath inside, he was chased out by a horde of puppet gods, leaving one of his legs behind. He had struggled mightily for a single piece of thin golden silk, which he now used as a mask to conceal his aura. The contrast between his hard-earned prize and Qi Yuan's effortless success was stark and disheartening. But when they heard it was just bathwater, they felt a bit better. It didn't sound like anything too valuable. Just then, the elder twin sister noticed something. They all seemed to have undergone a transformation, especially. Her gaze fell on Happy Arhat, whose strength had noticeably increased. In such a short time, his cultivation had grown so much. There must have been some extraordinary treasure involved. "I smell Linmu Immortal liquid," exclaimed a man with a large mole on his forehead, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the villagers. "Linmu Immortal liquid, I smell it too. It really is Linmu Immortal liquid," some of the other ancient gods said, their eyes turning red with envy. Linmu Immortal liquid was a rare treasure even for true gods below the level of Great Venerable. Not only did it taste exquisite and emit a divine fragrance, but just one drop could increase the speed of divine aperture formation 5-fold for 10 years. For true gods stuck at a bottleneck, a few drops might even help them break through. Such a precious elixir, and Qi Yuan had let those mortals drink it. This was an outrageous waste. Like casting pearls before swine. The ancient gods were heartbroken. A treasure like that would have had a far greater effect on them than on mortals. "You mean that bathwater? It is quite something. Shintu has always been skinny, but after drinking it, he's gained some weight. If he starts liking bathwater, he might have to drink a bowl every day. Otherwise, people might think I prefer men," Qi Yuan remarked casually. Normally, Qi Yuan didn't care much about what others said about him. He was easygoing, unless someone crossed a line. But he couldn't tolerate rumors about him liking men, especially since he was a married man. Bathwater, Linmu Immortal liquid, drinking a bowl every day. The ancient gods were speechless. A mortal drinking such a precious elixir daily, wasn't that overindulgence to the point of absurdity? Some of the ancient gods secretly wished the mortal would just explode from overindulgence. "How much Linmu Immortal liquid did you manage to collect?" the younger twin sister asked, her voice tinged with envy. "Not much, only about 10,000 caddies," Qi Yuan replied offhandedly. The ancient gods' eyes went wide, and their breathing became ragged. If it weren't for their sense of honor and the fact that Qi Yuan had saved them, they might have considered robbing him on the spot. Such treasures were enough to tempt anyone. "Enough talking, I need to move on to the next tower. My goal is to clear out all the towers before dawn," Qi Yuan said, waving them off as he and his followers headed for the next tower. The ancient gods exchanged complicated glances before following him. After about 100 breaths, they reached another tower. The ancient gods had barely recovered from their shock when they saw Qi Yuan and his group boldly enter the new tower. "Do you think it's just luck? I'm tempted to follow them in, 10,000 caddies of Linmu Immortal liquid. That tower is dangerous. Are you looking to die?" "I'm jealous, envious, and upset," said the man with the large mole. He voiced what everyone else was feeling. If they had been envious before, now they were positively burning with jealousy. They had ventured into the ancestral land many times, risking life and limb, yet their combined spoils paled in comparison to what Qi Yuan had collected in just one outing. How could they not be jealous? If you're that jealous, why don't you do what those mortals did and become Qi Yuan's follower? The younger twin sister teased. During their earlier conversations, they had exchanged names. The man with the large mole huffed, "Linmu Immortal liquid is precious, but I'm not so spineless as to grovel for it." "True, Linmu Immortal liquid is valuable, but it's not worth selling your freedom for. Unless, of course, you could drink a bowl every day. In that case, I might consider relocating," said an old man, chuckling. "The first tower might have been a fluke, but the second one is unlikely to be as lucky. Let's not waste time speculating, keep a close watch. If anything happens inside, we'll be ready to help." The ancient gods debated and speculated. Then the man with the large mole posed a troubling question. "But what if they do come out of the second tower like they did the first? What then?" The question hung in the air, silencing everyone. Once might be luck, but twice. Calling it luck again would just be lying to themselves. If they emerge from the second tower, and the treasure is tempting enough, well, I might have to reconsider my stance, said Wangsong Venerable. "Weren't you always the proud pine tree? Now you're thinking about becoming a follower?" The man with the large mole teased. "I am a pine tree, and pine trees naturally suffer from osteoporosis," Wangsong Venerable quipped, causing a few chuckles among the group. Though they joked about becoming followers, none of them seriously considered it, at least, not yet. While the treasures were valuable, they weren't worth giving up their freedom. After all, with enough time, they could advance on their own. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Qi Yuan and his group reached the top floor once more. "These are Taiyan Thunder Pearls." Priest Shintu, who was well versed in various relics, recognized the terrifying orbs contained in a giant glass jar. His face was filled with shock. Taiyan Thunder Pearls, each capable of obliterating a city. Taiyan Thunder Pearls came in various sizes, with the smallest as large as a pea. These could release an explosion equivalent to a full power strike from a first-step true god. The largest, the size of a fist, had the destructive power of a great Venerable's attack, their might unimaginable. The glass jar was filled with countless pea-sized Taiyan Thunder Pearls and 12 fist-sized ones. The villagers' legs trembled at the sight. If these were to explode, they would all be blown to the heavens. Qi Yuan examined the legendary Taiyan Thunder Pearls with a curious expression. Taiyan Thunder Pearl, also known as Fish Blasting Thunder Cracker, a popular toy among certain children. A toy for blasting fish? Qi Yuan thought, his interest piqued. These Taiyan Thunder Pearls, with their nuclear-level power, were merely children's toys in this world. It was a sobering reminder of just how deep and vast this world's mysteries were. But then Qi Yuan reminded himself, he was just a player in this world. There was no need to overthink it. This kid really had a thing for collecting fireworks. Too bad they're all mine now, Qi Yuan thought with a sense of satisfaction. As an adult, he finally had enough fireworks to fulfill his childhood dreams. "Look at this, I've got so many fireworks," Qi Yuan boasted, holding up the glass jar. The Taiyan Thunder Pearls rattled inside as he shook it, much to the horror of the villagers. They feared that Qi Yuan might accidentally set them off and blow them all to pieces. "This hall is even better than the first tower. Let's move on," Qi Yuan commanded as he led the group back out through the window. Outside, the waiting ancient gods sensed movement and looked up, their eyes widening. "They're coming out. They really made it out. Is he really that good at fortune-telling?" The ancient gods were bewildered, their understanding of the world turned upside down. "You're still here?" Qi Yuan asked, genuinely surprised. "NPCs in this game need better AI, they're just standing around watching." Qi Yuan had played many games, and NPCs generally exhibited the following traits. They often spaced out, their models were lazily designed. They got new skins during holidays. Their side quests were usually optional and didn't affect the main storyline. They didn't have much health. To Qi Yuan, these ancient gods were no different from game NPCs. A single Taiyan Thunder Pearl would wipe them out, without disrupting his main quest. The younger twin sister's eyes narrowed as she spotted something alarming. Taiyan Thunder Pearls, a lot of them. The glass jar Qi Yuan held contained thousands of pea-sized Taiyan Thunder Pearls and a dozen fist-sized ones. As Qi Yuan casually shook the jar, the ancient gods watched in horror. Qi Yuan waved the jar slowly. "Don't worry, these are just for blasting fish." He was proud of his collection of fireworks. The ancient gods fell silent, eyeing the Taiyan Thunder Pearls warily. Just one of those fist-sized pearls could obliterate them all before they had a chance to flee. "Your luck is truly remarkable, to find such treasures," the ancient gods remarked, their voices tinged with envy. Wangsong Venerable's eyes glowed red with jealousy. If the Linmu Immortal liquid had only made him envious, the Taiyan Thunder Pearls made him outright jealous. He looked at Qi Yuan with burning eyes and said, "Taoist, may I accompany you to the next tower? I'm willing to serve as your follower for 10 years, or better yet, your subordinate for 10 years. Qi Yuan was surprised. I suppose I can agree to that. What was one more follower? It was no trouble for him. Seeing this, the other ancient gods who had been silently watching Wangsong Venerable's boldness exchanged glances. The man with the large mole spoke up. Taoist, I too wish to follow Wangsong Venerable's example and accompany you to the next tower. 10 years of service for one tower. Qi Yuan nodded. All right. Seeing that the ice had been broken, the remaining ancient gods quickly spoke up. Taoist, count me in. Origin Heavenly Lord, my sister and I would like to join as well. With the precedent set, the other ancient gods didn't hold back. Within a few short moments, all 8 ancient gods had agreed to follow Qi Yuan into the towers. Qi Yuan grinned. 1 tower, 10 years. With over 100 towers here, you'll be working for me for over 1,000 years. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Well then, let's head to the 3rd tower, Qi Yuan declared, waving his sleeve as the 21 of them headed toward the 3rd tower. The ancient gods were filled with anticipation, eager to see how Qi Yuan managed to bypass the numerous dangers and reach the top of the tower to claim the treasures. Soon, they entered the 3rd tower. Qi Yuan turned to the group and said, "Please wait a moment while I do some calculations." As soon as he spoke, his eyebrows began to twitch rapidly. The villagers were used to this sight, but the ancient gods were left bewildered. Is he really using his eyebrows to tell fortunes? Can this even be possible? How could this be? Their worldview was shattered once more. Initially, they thought Qi Yuan was using some profound Taoist technique or had access to some secret knowledge within the tower. But it turned out to be exactly what it appeared, just like when he had used his eyebrows to divine the situation at the entrance to the ancestral land. Could this be the legendary and long-lost, dancing brows, celestial calculation technique? Wangsong Venerable quickly adjusted to his role as a follower, addressing Qi Yuan as Divine Lord. The younger twin sister looked puzzled. Is there really such a technique? Why haven't I heard of it? The other ancient gods also looked at Wangsong Venerable, curious to learn more about Qi Yuan's abilities. If it's long lost, it's natural that you wouldn't know about it, Wangsong Venerable replied. Wangsong Venerable, since you know about this celestial technique, why not tell us more about its origins and its power? One of them asked. Ahem, I actually don't know anything about it, nor do I understand it. What, then how do you know about it? I don't know, and I don't understand. It's been lost for so long. How could I possibly know? I've never even heard of it before. Wangsong Venerable said earnestly. The other ancient gods were left speechless. So, Wangsong Venerable had just made it up. But it did sound plausible. After all, if it had been lost for so long, it was only natural that they wouldn't know about it. Everyone, follow me. Do exactly as I do, Qi Yuan instructed, then began to move forward. The villagers quickly followed, mimicking his movements as they walked through the empty tower. The ancient gods hurried after them. Before long, they reached a platform. It's safe here for now. You can move freely within a 10-meter radius. I'll continue my calculations, Qi Yuan said. The ancient god's eyes gleamed with excitement. Dragon silk. Divine dragon fist gloves. Condensed flame marrow. All sorts of precious treasures were scattered around the small area. These treasures were extremely rare and often required battles to the death to obtain, yet here they were, lying all over the place. The ancient god's eyes were practically glowing red as they frantically picked up the treasures. If they weren't afraid of waking the puppet gods, they might have tried to take the very ground they stood on. Let's move forward, Qi Yuan ordered. He led the group higher up the tower. The ancient gods were already making a fortune, collecting many rare treasures along the way. Finally, they reached the top floor. The ancient gods gasped. Primordial liquid for divine apertures. On a table before them were 10 vials of primordial liquid for divine apertures. Each vial could open 1 divine aperture. These 10 vials could open 10 apertures. How could the ancient gods not be tempted? This kind of elixir was priceless in the mortal realm. Although some great venerables had claimed that 10 vials were the maximum a cultivator could safely consume, that was still an astonishing amount. Primordial liquid for divine apertures, produced by Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6. Office branch, designed to protect babies' health. Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory, born to care for babies. Qi Yuan looked at the primordial liquid with a thoughtful expression. A short description, but it revealed quite a bit of information. The mention of the industrial zone made Qi Yuan think deeply. Ever since entering the ancestral land, he had noticed its oddities. Combining this with the mention of the industrial zone, Qi Yuan began to see the ancestral land as a small city. The towers they had entered so far contained things like bathwater and fireworks, which seemed like household items. If there was a residential area, it would make sense that there would be an industrial area too. He speculated that one of the upcoming towers might even be the actual Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6 office branch, where they might find far more primordial liquid than the mere 10 vials here. The slogan, "Born to care for babies," amused Qi Yuan. Do babies really need primordial liquid for divine apertures? Does this mean that babies here are born as divine spirits? The origins of this place were becoming increasingly mysterious. Do you ancient gods of the Ancient One clan know when the ancestral land fell into the mortal realm? Qi Yuan asked. Wangsong Venerable quickly replied, Divine Lord, it said that the ancestral land fell into the mortal realm when the world first opened. That long ago? Qi Yuan was surprised. Could this primordial liquid be expired? Qi Yuan's thoughts quickly shifted from the origins of the Ancient One clan to concerns about the liquid's expiration date, leaving the villagers even more confused. Are the babies of the Ancient One clan very strong at birth? Qi Yuan asked, curious about the primordial liquid, which seemed to be a kind of baby formula. Ordinary clansmen are born at the foundation establishment stage, which is considered average in the mortal realm, Wangsong Venerable explained. Born at the foundation establishment stage? Then this baby formula isn't for you, Qi Yuan mused. According to what the Ancient One clan had said, they came from beyond the mortal realm, but the information Qi Yuan had gathered suggested otherwise. The Ancient One clan's babies were born at the foundation establishment stage, and they likely couldn't even handle the primordial liquid. It was possible that the Ancient One clan claimed to be from outside the mortal realm to seem more prestigious. So, does this mean every race starts at a different point? Qi Yuan murmured. In the Kanglin realm, everyone started as a normal person. In the mortal realm, they started as foundation establishment cultivators. But in this so-called ancestral land, the starting point might be as yin gods. This was terrifying. Let's go, onward to Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6, on the road to becoming true gods. Qi Yuan collected the primordial liquid and led the group out of the window to continue their journey. Qi Yuan decided to speed up his progress. After all, there weren't enough good things in the residential area. He needed to head to the industrial zone, where products were made in bulk. If he found a warehouse, it would be a huge jackpot. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the ancestral land, a burly man was covered in wounds, but his face was filled with excitement. Destiny is on my side. How exhilarating. He had just found 2 broken bottles of primordial liquid for divine apertures in a metal box. He quickly downed the liquid, and within 100 breaths, he had condensed 2 new divine apertures. This haul is better than all my previous ones combined. The burly man was overjoyed. Earlier, he had run away with Snake Elder, who was terrified. Watching Snake Elder ignite his divine apertures to flee had left the man puzzled, but he hadn't dared to ignite his own apertures to keep up. At the Yin God level, whether one was at the first step or the 7th, there wasn't much difference in speed and strength, at least not much that would be noticeable. The real difference lay in the number of divine apertures and the amount and use of divine energy. A great Venerable, with their divine domain, could easily slaughter a first-step Yin God. The burly man had stumbled into the ancestral land, still dazed. He had woken a puppet god, and after a fierce battle, he escaped with severe injuries. But finding 2 bottles of primordial liquid made it all worthwhile. That guy's fortune-telling ability is quite something. He lay back in a more comfortable position, feeling at ease. At his level, it would take nearly 1,000 years of hard work to open a single divine aperture. Opening 2 in a row made him feel triumphant. I can't wait to run into Yanxi, Wangsong, and the others. I'm going to boast so much. Right now, all he could think about was running into his acquaintances and showing off. For ancient gods, the joy of bragging to their peers was a source of happiness in their long lives. 2 hours later, Qi Yuan entered another tower. His expression remained calm, but the eyes of the ancient gods behind him were glowing. They were getting rich, really rich. By now, they felt like wealthy landlords, overflowing with profits. Though Qi Yuan kept the bulk of the loot, their own gains were 10 times, no, 100 times, greater than all their previous earnings combined. And most importantly, there was no danger involved. As they entered the tower, Qi Yuan noticed something strange. The air quality here is poor. Everyone should wear a mask, or you might get sick, Qi Yuan advised. His eyes could see tiny particles in the air that could cause illness even in ancient gods. The villagers quickly used their Taoist arts to cover their mouths, noses, and ears. They had come to understand Qi Yuan's peculiar way of speaking. At that moment, Qi Yuan glanced at Yanxi Venerable, his expression odd. Yanxi Venerable looked confused. Divine Lord, what is it? You've got some strange tastes, Qi Yuan said, looking at the golden scarf on Yanxi Venerable's head. Yanxi Venerable was even more puzzled, and the others were curious about what Qi Yuan meant. Wearing underwear on your head, are you a perverted superhero? No, you're even more perverted because this is the sexy version, Qi Yuan said, waving dismissively. If Yanxi Venerable wore that in the modern world, he'd be considered a pervert. Underwear, sexy. Yanxi Venerable touched the delicate golden scarf, bewildered. Could this really be underwear? The other ancient gods hadn't thought much of it at first, but after Qi Yuan's comment, they couldn't help but see it too. The scarf on Yanxi Venerable's head did look a lot like underwear. PFF'd, the younger twin sister was the first to burst out laughing. The other ancient gods followed, laughing heartily. It really is underwear, Yanxi Venerable, this is too funny. If the Divine Lord says it's underwear, then it must be underwear. The ancient gods and villagers couldn't stop laughing. Yanxi Venerable, embarrassed, quickly removed the golden scarf. He considered throwing it away but then couldn't bear to and put it back into his storage bag. His reputation was in tatters. Let's move on. This is Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6, I hope we find some good stuff here, Qi Yuan said, leading the group onward. He had finally reached the office branch of Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6. Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory. The ancient gods were puzzled but no longer surprised. This tower was indeed different from the others. While the previous towers had required them to ascend, this one led them downward. As they descended, Qi Yuan's curiosity grew. No wonder this is a pharmaceutical factory. Even the puppet gods here are at the 6th step of the divine path. Qi Yuan had already detected at least 7 puppet gods of great venerable level hidden within the tower. The deeper they went, the more puppet gods there were. No wonder the ancestral land has lasted so long. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. This place was filled with dangers. Earlier, Qi Yuan had come across a trash can made of alloy, and inside it were 3 great venerables at the 7th step of the divine path. It was unimaginable. Even Qi Yuan didn't dare provoke these puppet gods. He even thought that if the full force of the mortal realm's greatest powers had attacked the ancestral land at its peak, they still wouldn't have been able to conquer it. No wonder so many towers still stood, their treasures intact. This trip to the ancestral land was proving to be worthwhile. If his followers used all these treasures, how strong could they become? It was impossible to imagine. The ancient gods were filled with anticipation. Throughout their journey, Qi Yuan had remained calm, seemingly unimpressed by the treasures they found. But here, his attitude had changed. They were eager to see what lay ahead. This door is a bit heavy. Some of you ancient gods, help me open it, Qi Yuan said as they reached a large door made of special alloy. I'll do it. The man with the mole stepped forward and pulled at the door with all his might. Despite his strength, which could topple mountains, the door didn't budge. 4 of you should do it, Qi Yuan suggested, impressed by how heavy the door was. Even as a thief, he couldn't open it. 3 more ancient gods stepped forward to help, and together, the 4 of them strained against the door. Hup, push, boom, the alloy door finally gave way and swung open. Inside, the ancient gods' breaths quickened. Primordial liquid for divine apertures. Pain relief pills. Pure spirit powder. The room was filled with countless treasures, all stored in transparent glass cases. They seemed endless, impossible to count. The ancient gods' hearts trembled. There was enough primordial liquid for divine apertures here to supply the entire mortal realm and still have plenty left over. In addition, there were numerous other rare and valuable treasures for enhancing cultivation, healing, and more. Qi Yuan smiled. Now, this kind of cheat suits my status. He picked up a bunch of primordial liquid and other treasures. Each of you take 10 vials of primordial liquid and 2 other treasures, Qi Yuan said casually. The ancient god's eyes reddened with gratitude. Wangsong Venerable looked at Qi Yuan with tears in his eyes. Divine Lord, I've decided, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Wangsong Venerable was ready to pledge himself entirely to Qi Yuan, not just for a limited time. Okay, Qi Yuan replied, unfazed. The other ancient gods were grateful and excited, but they weren't ready to give up their freedom for the rest of their lives, unlike Wangsong Venerable. Each of them took their allotted share of the primordial liquid and other treasures. None dared to take more than they were given. After receiving their primordial liquid, the ancient gods eagerly drank it down. Immediately, divine apertures began to open, one after another, in a scene that was truly astonishing. Happy R had also advanced to the second step of the Yin God. I've finally reached the second step. One ancient god exclaimed in delight. I can't believe I've made it to the late second step, I might even reach the third step. The elder twin sister marveled. The group was filled with joy, excitement, and overwhelming happiness, their minds buzzing with elation. It was as if an ordinary worker earning 5,000 a month had suddenly received 100 years' worth of salary all at once. Meanwhile, Zhao Zun and the other villagers who hadn't yet reached the level of a true god were enviously holding their vials of primordial liquid. Unfortunately, they couldn't use these treasures until they became true gods. Zhao Zun was envious, feeling a surge of impatience and frustration. He couldn't wait to break through to the level of a true god. Alright, now that everyone has had their breakthroughs, let's continue exploring the other warehouses, Qi Yuan said, waving his hand. He began collecting the glass cases full of treasures into his storage bag. Over the next few hours, they opened 5 more warehouses. 2 of them appeared damaged, with no valuable items left inside. However, the remaining 3 warehouses were filled with treasures, just as valuable as the primordial liquid for divine apertures. Having already been stunned by the primordial liquid, the ancient gods were better prepared to handle this new wave of treasures, though the shock still lingered. Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory isn't great, everything here is for babies. Is there nothing for adults? Qi Yuan complained, still unsatisfied. By now, they had reached the 4th layer of the ancestral land, having explored more than 70 towers. 3 more layers remained unexplored. Meanwhile, on the 7th layer of the ancestral land, a burly man clad in a sleek, liquid-like combat suit stood tall, the suit shimmering with colorful lights. This suit, excavated from the ancestral land, was worn by Aoshi Great Venerable. This was his second time entering the 7th layer of the ancestral land. The first time, he had entered as a nascent soul cultivator and by sheer luck had become a true god. Later, as a great venerable, he had been too afraid to return. For years, he had studied the ancestral land, finally uncovering some secrets. Of course, much of his progress was built on the research of the ancient gods before the Great War of the Gods. The liquid-like suit he wore greatly increased his chances of survival in the 7th layer. His expression cold, Aoshi Great Venerable stared at Snake Elder, his eyes dark and menacing. Your cover was blown. The ancient gods, including Snake Elder, trembled in fear. They also wore liquid-like suits, but none as advanced as Aoshi Great Venerable's. Yes, that newcomer exposed us immediately. I suspect a Great Venerable has discovered our plan. Snake Elder reported the situation truthfully. Aoshi Great Venerable narrowed his eyes. You didn't kill them, but I don't blame you. Snake Elder sighed in relief. Aoshi Great Venerable was notoriously unpredictable, and they had feared his wrath. You need not fear me. We are all ancient gods and should look out for each other. I'm alone among the new gods, struggling to maintain my position. I need reliable people to help me. You're ancient gods like me, so I trust you. Aoshi Great Venerable's tone softened. Snake Elder's anxiety vanished, replaced by a sense of being valued. We're willing to serve you with all our strength, Great Venerable. The other ancient gods echoed his sentiments. Good, I do have a task for you all, Aoshi Great Venerable said, his voice warm. Please, Great Venerable, tell us. Snake Elder replied eagerly, hoping to redeem himself. To open this tower's side door, we need to burn some true gods. I'm short a few, so I'll need you to enter the tower, Aoshi Great Venerable said gently. Snake Elder's face drained of color as a sense of impending doom washed over him. You, he cursed, trying to flee. But the divine domain was activated, pinning him down. 2 new gods, dressed in similar liquid-like suits, stepped forward, their expressions mocking as they pressed the ancient gods down and tossed them into a terrifying furnace in front of the tower. The furnace could incinerate even true gods. Aoshi Great Venerable didn't give Snake Elder and the others a chance to survive. Perhaps these ancient gods didn't know, but every new god did. No one was crueler to ancient gods than Aoshi Great Venerable, who had once been an ancient god himself. Perhaps to prove his loyalty, Aoshi Great Venerable was notoriously ruthless. Feng Kui, Tan Zui, I need you two to bring the other ancient gods in the ancestral land here. We still need more true god bodies to open this door, Aoshi Great Venerable commanded. Two terrifying new gods, one male and one female, both at the third step of the divine path, appeared. With two third-step gods after them, the first and second step ancient gods had no chance of escape. As you command, the male and female gods bowed their heads and vanished. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Feng Kui and Tan Zui vanished into streams of light as they descended to the 7th layer. The two of them moved cautiously through the ancestral land, occasionally communicating via transmission. Just a bunch of weaklings at the first and second steps of the divine path, and they sent us to catch them. Feng Kui sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. That's what you get when Aoshi recruits a bunch of worthless ancient gods who can't even handle such simple tasks, Tan Zui mocked Aoshi Great Venerable, despite his impressive talent. To these new gods, a dog was still a dog, and a servant was still a servant. They were working under Aoshi Great Venerable, but they held little respect for him. Let's just capture those ancient gods quickly and get this over with. This place gives me the creeps, I don't want to stay here any longer, Feng Kui said. Agreed, the sooner we're done, the better, Tan Zui replied. Meanwhile, in the 7th layer, Aoshi Great Venerable stood before a towering structure, his expression complex. What secret lies within this tower? He had once entered this tower by chance and emerged as a true god. Now, he was just one step away from uncovering the truth. The new gods didn't care much about this secret, as they didn't need to break through in the mortal realm. But to Aoshi, this was crucial for his advancement. Because of this, his actions in the ancestral land had already caused dissatisfaction among the new gods. The investment far outweighed the returns. Suddenly, a voice, old and withered, echoed in Aoshi's mind. Just now, 3 ancient great venerables descended upon South City. What? Aoshi's expression changed. They might be here for you, the ancient voice continued. Thank you for the warning, Feng Bo Great Venerable, Aoshi's face flickered with emotions. There's nothing more to gain from this place. Once we conquer the mortal realm, you can study it at your leisure. This time, we can't help you. You should withdraw, or you risk perishing. Feng Bo Great Venerable's voice was calm, but it was clear he didn't support Aoshi's continued presence in the ancestral land. I understand. Aoshi's expression darkened as he looked at the tower with deep reluctance. Just another year, no, just 3 more months, and he could reach the core of the tower. Perhaps the secret he had been seeking would finally be revealed. But the ancient gods wouldn't give him the time, and the new gods wouldn't give him the chance. He took a long, hard look at the tower, then finally ordered, let's go. If those 3 great venerables were indeed after him, staying here would be too dangerous. So he chose to leave, hoping to return another time. As you command, the other new gods responded, gathering towards Aoshi. One new god hesitated, Great Venerable Aoshi, Feng Kui and Tan Zui haven't returned yet. Aoshi narrowed his eyes. I've already informed them. They said they encountered some enemies and will leave after dealing with them. We go first. Aoshi's tone was final, leaving no room for objection. Even if the others had doubts, they didn't dare voice them. They might speak ill of him behind his back, but doing so in front of him would be suicidal. Follow me. In one of the towers, Qi Yuan opened another warehouse. Recently, he had been frantically looting the ancestral land. While he hadn't found anything as massive as the haul from Hiyao Pharmaceutical Factory, his gains were still substantial. The ancient gods following him were all smiles. The elder twin sister had even broken through to the 3rd step of the divine path, making her the strongest among them. Her younger sister wasn't far behind, having reached the late 2nd step, close to the 3rd. Happy Arhat and Longbrow Arhat had also reached the 2nd step. The ancient gods had grown significantly stronger, but the nascent soul, golden core, and purple mansion cultivators had seen far less improvement. After all, as Qi Yuan saw it, they were too weak, still babies, so to speak. The ancestral land didn't have much suitable for them. I hope this time we find something good, Qi Yuan said, filled with anticipation for this warehouse. When the door opened, Qi Yuan's excitement turned to disappointment. The warehouse seemed to have suffered severe damage, with various strange alloys scattered chaotically. There's an intact box over there. The younger twin sister spotted a pristine glass box. Qi Yuan approached the box, opened it, and found hundreds of vials inside. The ancient god's eyes lit up, their bodies trembling in excitement. Is this divine domain elixir? It's actually divine domain elixir. The ancient gods were no longer calm, staring at the elixir with rapid breaths. The divine domain elixir was known to help form the seed of a divine domain. The domain was what allowed a great venerable to easily crush those below them. A god who had formed the seed of a divine domain could challenge those a step or even 2 steps higher. However, it was incredibly rare for a god to form such a seed without first perfecting their divine apertures. Not even the greatest of the mortal realm had achieved this. Qi Yuan examined the vials. Open black lens bracket divine domain elixir, also known as the robust growth tonic. What to do when a child is underdeveloped? Use the robust growth tonic to help them grow strong and healthy. Note: this tonic has several known flaws. Close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan's eyes could see hidden information, and this time, what he saw was astonishing. The divine domain elixir, a treasure to the ancient gods, was actually a tonic for underdeveloped children. He couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps the unknown race of the ancestral land naturally reached the level of a great venerable upon adulthood. But some children might have been underdeveloped, unable to grow beyond the 3rd step. That's where the divine domain elixir came in, to help them mature. Qi Yuan looked at his villagers and the ancient gods. It seems like all of you are underdeveloped. Indeed, apart from himself, who among them wasn't ancient? Take the twin sisters, for example. Though they looked young and beautiful, they were actually thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years old. The gods exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what Qi Yuan meant. The younger twin sister, not one to back down, puffed out her chest defiantly. Divine Lord, how am I underdeveloped? Her elder sister remained reserved, though she was even more physically impressive. She stayed silent. If you're not a great venerable by now, isn't that underdeveloped? Qi Yuan said offhandedly. What does that have to do with anything? The younger sister was talkative as usual. I'm not a great venerable, but I became a true god at a young age. This divine domain elixir is for those who are underdeveloped, Qi Yuan said, looking at the ancient gods. Which one of you is underdeveloped? The ancient gods were once again confused. Wangsong Venerable, ever the opportunist, stepped forward with an expectant look. Divine Lord, I'm underdeveloped. You certainly are. Here's a vial for you. Qi Yuan casually tossed a vial to Wangsong Venerable. Wangsong Venerable was thrilled, his breath quickening as he gazed at the elixir like it was the most precious thing in the world. You're really giving this to me? Wangsong Venerable clutched the vial tightly, hardly able to believe it. This was the divine domain elixir, a shortcut to becoming a great venerable. Didn't you say you were underdeveloped? So here, drink up. Don't dawdle, Qi Yuan said, indifferent. Wangsong Venerable didn't hesitate. He swallowed the vial whole, glass and all. The other ancient gods, though bewildered, quickly followed suit. Divine Lord, I'm also underdeveloped. I'm underdeveloped too, so am I. They all clamored to admit their underdevelopment, eager to get their hands on the elixir. The elder twin sister, setting aside her pride, placed a hand on her chest and softly said, Divine Lord, I haven't developed fully either. It seems you're all honest enough to acknowledge your shortcomings. I'll give you these robust growth tonics, Qi Yuan said, distributing the elixirs to those who had confessed their underdevelopment. The ancient gods were overjoyed. Getting the divine domain elixir was incredibly easy. All they had to do was admit they were underdeveloped. In their minds, it was a small price to pay. If saying they were brainless would earn them such treasures, they'd gladly do it. They couldn't understand why the Divine Lord had such a strange preference, but they weren't about to complain. The younger twin sister watched, her eyes turning red with envy, especially when her more well-endowed sister received a vial. She gritted her teeth and, blushing, said to Qi Yuan, Divine Lord, I'm actually a bit underdeveloped too. Qi Yuan looked at her. Didn't you just say you were well-developed? He glanced pointedly at her chest. The younger sister felt a wave of shame. Was this really worth it? I was just pretending, she said softly. I couldn't accept that I was underdeveloped, so I lied. But now, I'm done pretending, she said, her voice resolute as her body transformed, taking on the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old with a flat chest. Qi Yuan's eyes widened. You have no shame. How could she do this? Am I underdeveloped now? The younger twin sister asked, her voice soft and sweet. Sigh, Qi Yuan looked at the ancient gods, shaking his head. Why is it that I'm so normal and intelligent, yet I end up with followers who are all mentally unbalanced? He tossed the divine domain elixir to the younger twin sister, exasperated. He felt helpless. The game developers had failed him, giving the NPCs such low intelligence and strange thought processes. The ancient gods, smiling as they drank the elixir, couldn't help but mentally scoff. If it weren't for the allure of the elixir, they'd tell him exactly who was the one with issues. Meanwhile, the gods drank their elixirs, with Happy Arhat and Longbrow Arhat each receiving a vial. The cultivators below the Yin god realm, however, weren't so fortunate. In Qi Yuan's eyes, they were mere embryos, not even developed enough to drink the tonic. Outside the tower, Feng Kui and Tan Zui watched with surprise. These ancient gods actually made it into the tower. Are they just lucky? Their special suits allowed them to navigate the ancestral land more safely, but even so, they wouldn't dare enter the towers recklessly. Even a great venerable could die inside, let alone them. But their luck is about to run out. Feng Kui's eyes gleamed with greed. Tan Zui nodded in agreement. If they've reached the third step, they must have found something valuable inside. He was excited. While a third step god could vary in strength, both he and Feng Kui were late third step gods. Together, they could easily wipe out all the true gods before them. They were confident. Such treasures are wasted on them, Feng Kui said, unable to contain her excitement any longer. Let's go. The two emerged from the shadows, blocking Qi Yuan and his group. Feng Kui's eyes were filled with greed as she licked her lips. It looks like you've had quite a haul inside. Hand it over, and it will all be mine. Evil gods. Third step. The ancient gods felt a surge of fear. Before entering the ancestral land, a single third step god could have easily defeated them all. Now, with two third step evil gods appearing, they were understandably shaken. Feng Kui was pleased with their reaction. Hand over everything you've gained from the tower, and I'll make sure you die painlessly. But then, the ancient gods realized something. Why were they afraid? They had just consumed the divine domain elixir and awakened the seeds of a divine domain. They were pseudo-great venerables now, and their courage returned. Qi Yuan, meanwhile, looked curiously at the two new gods. Your clothes are interesting. Who sent you? A mere mortal dares to speak. Tan Zui snapped, glaring at Qi Yuan. For a mere mortal to interrupt a conversation between gods was the height of insolence in his eyes. How dare you? Show some respect. To speak to the Divine Lord in such a way as to court death. The ancient gods immediately moved to protect Qi Yuan, their divine apertures spinning as they unleashed their terrifying power. Feng Kui raised an eyebrow. You follow a mere mortal as your leader. Is he the reason you could enter the tower? Tan Zui squinted at Qi Yuan. Don't worry, you won't have a complete corpse. Qi Yuan yawned. Just a couple of underdeveloped minions daring to speak out. Kill them. I could use some evil god energy. He spoke lazily. These two evil gods were still not great venerables despite their age. Clearly, they were underdeveloped. At his command, all 10 ancient gods attacked simultaneously. Feng Kui sneered. Trash is trash. Tan Zui glanced at Qi Yuan. You're going to die miserably. A few second and third step gods dared to fight them. How laughable. But in the next moment, Feng Kui's expression froze. She felt the air around her solidify, and her divine apertures became sluggish. This is a divine domain seed. Her eyes widened in shock, her gums trembling. She realized what she was seeing, a divine domain seed. But how could this be? Even among all the new gods, only one had awakened such a seed. And here she was, facing one in this remote place. The shock and fear were overwhelming. No way, all of them. Tan Zui was even more stunned than Feng Kui. He wasn't just seeing one divine domain seed, he was seeing 10. It was like a dream. They had encountered 10 gods, and all 10 had awakened divine domain seeds. The odds of this were astronomically low. Yet it had happened. The two powerful evil gods found themselves utterly suppressed by the 10 nascent divine domains, their previous arrogance completely shattered. Qi Yuan chuckled. The robust growth tonic works wonders. You two, being underdeveloped, stand no chance against those who've fully matured, do you? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 10 true gods attacked in unison. The formidable embryonic divine domains they wielded completely suppressed the two third step evil gods. These evil gods were rendered immobile, their terror and shock palpable. You are powerful. If you were to join us, you would hold positions equivalent to great venerables in the new gods' ranks. Feng Kui, realizing brute force was futile, resorted to persuasion. Tan Zui quickly added, your future is bright, and you are destined to become great venerables. The fall of the mortal realm is inevitable. Why not join us in the new gods' ranks? The two of them desperately tried to convince the ancient gods, listing the advantages of the new gods over the ancient gods. The ancient gods, hearing this, felt a heavy weight on their hearts. The joy of awakening their divine domain seeds faded as they realized the truth in the evil gods' words. Despite their newfound strength, they were but small figures standing against the overwhelming tide of fate. The gap between the ancient gods and the new gods was not something a few great venerables could close. You two would be excellent at scams and pyramid schemes with your silver tongues, Qi Yuan waved dismissively. Unfortunately, I can't stand those kinds of people. Kill them. Without further hesitation, the ancient gods attacked. The divine domains crushed the two evil gods, and divine power overwhelmed them. What they once considered mere second-step gods obliterated them in an instant. Qi Yuan clapped his hands. Not a bad haul, barely worthy of my White Moonlight title. Indeed, it had been fruitful. The divine power of two-third-step evil gods would surely produce powerful deities when visualized. If he could find a way to break through to a true god, he could summon even more formidable deities. Most importantly, this would allow him to level up from being a level 89 divine entity to level 90. With the experience gained from previous evil gods and these two-third-step ones, he was well on his way. Once he broke through to a true god, his levels would soar. You two didn't die in vain, this was an unexpected bonus. Someone, give my White Moonlight a proper burial, Qi Yuan said, clearly in a good mood. The ancient gods exchanged puzzled glances. The younger twin sister, having reverted to her normal form with a deliberately smaller chest, spoke up, Divine Lord, this is the ancestral land. We can't bury them here. Digging anywhere might disturb a puppet god. Sigh, not only can we not bury them, but we can't even hold a feast. My poor White Moonlight, you died so tragically, Qi Yuan lamented. In the past, when his White Moonlight died, he could at least hold a grand feast. But these two died in this godforsaken place, no feast, no burial. Since we can't bury them, Qi Yuan's eyes fell on a metal box. Seeing no immediate danger, he glanced at the two corpses with deep affection. We'll have to put them in the trash bin. With a gentle kick, the two evil gods' bodies were sent into the trash bin. Sigh, when we return to Qingshui village, we'll hold a feast for them, Qi Yuan sighed. As you command, Chen Shifan responded promptly. He was the head chef, well versed in preparing such feasts. The ancient gods remained puzzled by Qi Yuan's actions, but Zhu Zhuangxi quickly began explaining Qi Yuan's heroic deeds at Qingshui village. The ancient gods listened, realizing that such bizarre actions were indeed typical of Qi Yuan. In this context, his behavior in the ancestral land seemed almost normal. Alright, let's move, it'll be morning soon, so let's speed this up. Qi Yuan led the group deeper into the ancestral land. Meanwhile, back in Qingshui village, Shenlei Great Venerable gazed at the starry sky, feeling a deep sense of unease. He handed a storage bag to his petite servant, Xiao Shui. Inside this bag is everything I own. When Qi Yuan returns, give it to him, Shenlei Great Venerable said, his tone heavy. Xiao Shui was confused, but, HMPH, that kid will be so dazzled by what's in this bag that he'll beg me to take him as a disciple. But, alas, I won't be around to see that. Shenlei Great Venerable's voice was melancholic, filled with resignation. Tell Qi Yuan that the Zhongfeng he's always wanted to kill, I'll do it for him. Shenlei Great Venerable declared, his energy surging. I'm leaving now. With that, Shenlei Great Venerable transformed into a stream of light and vanished, his voice echoing through the sky. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. My life was worth it. I am the true reckless hero. He was heading out early to hunt down Zhongfeng. He couldn't travel openly, as that would draw the attention of other great venerables and alert Zhongfeng. He needed to move discreetly, even if it took longer. In the darkened Qingshui village, Xiao Shui held the storage bag, finally realizing what was happening. She was distraught. What do I do? What do I do? An hour passed, and Qi Yuan's group emerged from another tower, their harvests plentiful. The group's spirits were high, some visibly proud, others introspective. Qi Yuan, however, was disappointed. He still hadn't found a way to break through to become a true god. At that moment, the younger twin sister transmitted a message to her elder sister. Sister, someone just asked if we wanted to become citizens of Qingshui village. What do you think? The elder sister was taken aback. The gains they had made by following Qi Yuan into the ancestral land were unimaginable. In the past, she wouldn't have thought it possible to become a great venerable, even if given 10,000 years. But now, she was almost a pseudo-great venerable. With a bit more time, she might even reach the great venerable level. Qi Yuan has granted us so much, this debt is too great to repay even in 1,000 years, the elder sister sighed. So, should we become permanent citizens and offer eternal service? The younger sister asked. No, the elder sister declined. There are other ways to repay kindness besides becoming someone's servant. These gains are great, but losing my freedom to serve one person is something I can't do. The elder sister spoke honestly, reflecting the thoughts of most ancient gods. It was like a wealthy person, worth billions, being helped by someone to reach tens of billions. Would they be willing to lose their freedom and become a servant? Probably not. Got it, the younger sister sighed. Why think about this now? Our greatest enemies are still the new gods. If Qi Yuan can drive them out of the mortal realm, I wouldn't mind serving him, the elder sister confided. Serving someone meant too many restrictions. What if Qi Yuan betrayed them? They would be forced to follow, something she couldn't accept. While she was deeply grateful to Qi Yuan, it wasn't enough for her to give up everything. After hearing this, the younger sister relayed the message to the others, and the idea of becoming citizens faded. Besides Wangsong Venerable, the other ancient gods decided they would serve Qi Yuan for 1,000 years instead. The group fell silent as they followed Qi Yuan through the air. Is this the only tower on the 7th floor? After about 100 breaths, the group halted before the final tower. The 7th floor contained only this one tower. There's an evil god's presence here, an evil god was here. Wangsong Venerable said, his expression stern. It seems a great venerable was here, could it have been Aoshi Great Venerable? The elder sister's face grew serious. The mention of Aoshi Great Venerable darkened the mood. Aoshi was no ordinary great venerable. Even though the ancient gods had awakened their divine domain seeds, their embryonic domains were no match for his fully formed domain. Aoshi's talent surpassed even Wu Shi Shengmu. They left. It seems they left in a hurry. Did something happen? One ancient god wondered. The situation was odd, but Qi Yuan wasn't concerned. His attention was focused on the final tower. As he looked, information flooded into his mind, his expression growing complex. Sigh, my white moonlight, you died so tragically, Qi Yuan lamented. Huh, what's wrong, Divine Lord? The younger sister asked, confused. To open this door, we need to burn some things, Qi Yuan explained. And the only things we can burn are my poor, helpless white moonlights. Without further explanation, Qi Yuan said, let's go back and retrieve my white moonlights from the trash bin. Waste not, want not. The ancient gods were baffled, but knowing Qi Yuan's antics in Qingshui village, this didn't seem out of the ordinary. Soon, they retrieved Feng Kui and Tan Zui's bodies from the trash. Qi Yuan looked at the continuously burning flames, then at the two white moonlights. It's not that I'm heartless, refusing to let you rest in peace. But the law says no burials, only cremations in the new era. Sigh, I can only apologize and hope you rest well. When we get back to Qingshui village, I'll hold a 3-day feast in your honor. With that, Qi Yuan kicked the two bodies into the flames. The ancient gods, watching this, felt a growing fear of Qi Yuan. He was too ruthless, a person not to be crossed. After about 10 breaths, the tower door opened with a loud bang. Qi Yuan peered inside, his expression surprised. Did we stumble into a puppet god's lair? Inside the tower were countless puppet gods, all of them at least as powerful as great venerables. This tower is going to be tricky, Qi Yuan hesitated. The ancient gods felt a chill. Qi Yuan had never hesitated before. If he was now, it meant this was serious trouble. Divine Lord, should we leave? Yes, we've already gained so much. We're practically emptying the ancestral land. Let's leave something behind. They all urged caution, trying to dissuade him. No, Qi Yuan refused firmly. He hadn't reached true godhood yet. Based on his instincts, the key to his breakthrough might lie in this tower. Based on how long it'll take, my brow might have to jump for an entire hour. It might take 1 or 2 hours to reach the top, Qi Yuan estimated. 2 hours, that long? Wangsong Venerable began to speak but fell silent. The others, hearing this, felt relieved. In the past, they would have thought it was a miracle to safely reach the top of a tower in 2 hours. But after so many quick victories, even 2 hours now seemed like a long time. Let's go. Qi Yuan led the way, and everyone followed him into the final tower. This tower was clearly different from the others. The others were well preserved, but this one was in ruins. Debris, shattered helmets, thin steel needles, and various treasures were scattered everywhere. Don't touch anything here, it's too dangerous, Qi Yuan warned. The ancient gods obeyed, not daring to make a move. If Qi Yuan said it was dangerous, it was dangerous. Closing his eyes, Qi Yuan's brow twitched wildly. In the past, 10 breaths would suffice, but this time, it took a full quarter of an hour. The ancient gods found the sight amusing but didn't dare laugh. Follow me, Qi Yuan said, opening his eyes, full of anticipation. Right, though this level was perilous, for Qi Yuan, it was no different from the others. As long as he searched for a safe path, he would find it. But for anyone else, this level would be almost certain death. An hour and a half later, Qi Yuan's brow continued to twitch as he led the group to the top floor. The highest level of the tower was empty, containing only a glowing metal rod. The others felt a twinge of disappointment. After all that effort, there was nothing to show for it. This time, we lost out. Lost. Compared to before, we're rolling in it. True, we've gained so much we've become complacent. The group reflected on their situation. Qi Yuan's eyes, however, were fixed on the glowing rod. His mind was filled with information. Lost glow stick, a special creation. This item may allow you to return to the past and witness the events of bygone days. Note 1. Using this item will not alter history, it is only for observation. Note 2. Only 3 uses remain. Note 3. Once a scene is chosen, it cannot be changed. The desolation here may be linked to its use. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Time travel. This was his first encounter with a time-related treasure. Though he had traversed time in the past, even altering history, that was a game reward. This, however, was a game item, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The lost glow stick wasn't as powerful as the game's rewards, only allowing observation, not interaction, with the past. But even so, it was an incredible artifact. He examined the lost glow stick, scanning every inch of the tower. Countless pieces of information flooded his mind. After a quarter of an hour, Qi Yuan finally understood. Due to some unknown reason, the lost glow stick has already been used twice. It brought the aura of the ancient past to this place, allowing Aoshi Great Venerable to break through to true godhood. In ancient times, when the heavenly pillars stood unbroken, anyone could ascend to godhood without special treasures. The lost glow stick, due to its unique nature, had opened a window to the ancient past, and Aoshi Great Venerable had harnessed this aura to break through. But that aura had been depleted. Now, the only way to break through to true godhood was to activate the lost glow stick and journey back to the ancient times. In those ancient times, they could break through. Of course, they would be mere observers, unable to interact with historical figures, just tourists witnessing history. But they could use the ancient aura to break through. So, this is a bug? Qi Yuan wondered, holding the lost glow stick with curiosity. Perhaps, for some, the lost glow stick was a tool for exploring and studying ancient history. But for Qi Yuan, it was a means to break through to true godhood. Wait, I can't activate it. Qi Yuan was surprised. The lost glow stick remained inert, refusing to activate. Of course, treasures like this aren't for just anyone, Qi Yuan mused, considering how to break the lock. Was it only usable by the original inhabitants of the ancestral land? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Sometimes, luck is key. He retrieved the blood-red jade leaf from his storage bag and wore it. The leaf was a gift from a little girl and was said to increase his fortune in the mortal realm. With the jade leaf on, Qi Yuan looked at the lost glow stick again. This time, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Conditions met. Would you like to begin the journey now? This journey will start no later than 1/4 of an hour from now. Conditions met. Qi Yuan was taken aback. He glanced at the blood-red jade leaf, his mind racing. Could the girl who gave him the jade leaf be a descendant of the original inhabitants of the ancestral land? Was that why he met the conditions? However, it seemed that once activated, the lost glow stick couldn't be turned off. This meant that within the next quarter of an hour, he would begin the journey into the past. Not bad, Qi Yuan smiled, pleased with his fortune. This trip to the ancestral land had been well worth it. He looked at dragon subduing Arhat, tiger taming Arhat, and the 8 ordinary people who had accompanied him. This is an opportunity I can't waste, Qi Yuan muttered. Since they could break through in the ancient times, he would use the remaining evil god power to piece together powerful visualization methods and bestow them upon the 8 mortals. Then, they would all go to the ancient times to break through together. After all, the deities in his memories were too powerful to visualize without special means. Only by traveling to the ancient past could they be summoned. No need to waste the opportunity. Wait here, I'm going to visualize a god and come back, Qi Yuan said. Village Chief Yulu's eyes widened. Zhu Zhuangxi was overjoyed. Haha, my time has finally come. The villagers were ecstatic. The deities Qi Yuan visualized, who would they be given to? There was no need to guess. The ancient gods, however, were puzzled. Why is he visualizing a god now? They didn't understand. To visualize a god in the dangerous ancestral land seemed reckless. What was the point of visualizing an ordinary or even rare deity now? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The ancient gods present were full of doubt, while the 8 villagers were bursting with excitement. Especially Zhu Zhuangxi, who was grinning from ear to ear, as if Qi Yuan was passing through the tower. HMPH, don't be fooled by me acting timid along the way. After today, I, old Zhu, will hit back hard. Zhu Zhuangxi, a mere golden core level cultivator, boasted wildly, leaving the true gods present utterly confused. Is this guy out of his mind? A golden core cultivator talking about hitting back hard? Too funny. The true gods looked at these 8 people, feeling that their joy was a bit over the top. I wonder what level of visualization method the Divine Lord will conjure this time. Old Zhu can't be overshadowed by a dog his whole life. These 8 villagers were full of anticipation, especially considering the 18 arhats, legendary figures, all of whom, except for subduing dragon and taming tiger, had become true gods. How could these 8 not be envious? These 8 were the earliest followers of Qi Yuan, his true loyalists. Since the Divine Lord is going to visualize, shall we take a look inside the visualization realm? The younger twin sister suggested, curious about why Qi Yuan wanted to visualize. Yes, let's go take a look. Since they were bored anyway, they might as well enter the visualization realm and see. Hopefully, the visualization realm will flash with golden light, otherwise, it'll be a waste to enter. Divine Lord is mighty and extraordinary, a flash of golden light is common, Wansong Venerable flattered. The ancient gods joked as they entered the visualization realm. Then, the usually location too, the divine official, spoke, I hope that when you enter the visualization realm, your eyes don't get blinded by the brilliance. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan entered the chat group. Everyone, I'm going to visualize. Group leader, can you give me a buff? I'm a bit unsure if I can successfully visualize this time. Qi Yuan indeed felt a bit uncertain. After all, the highest level in this world seemed to be mythical. If he visualized something beyond that, could it even manifest? Or would it just be a myth? So, he sought Dong Zhonghei's help for a buff. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Dong Zhonghei laughed twice in the chat group. So, the day has finally come, Qi Yuan. You've finally run out of reserves. Dong Zhonghei was feeling triumphant. Recently, he had been humiliated in the group. Although he had managed to visualize a rare entity, the group no longer called him the young heavenly emperor, instead referring to him as Dong Wang Gong. I knew all along that Qi Yuan had exhausted his reserves. From now on, Qi Yuan probably won't be able to visualize anything, while I, Dong Zhonghei, still have a bright future. This time, my prediction won't be wrong. I had a hunch. Qi Yuan smiled as he read this. This was exactly what he wanted. Today, everything would go smoothly. Other group members chimed in as well. Dong Zhonghei, you're shameless. 20 legendaries are on the decline, but 2 rares have a bright future, right? I bet Qi Yuan will still manage to visualize an epic entity this time. Ignoring the chat, Qi Yuan entered the visualization realm. I don't have much evil god power left, the strongest being from 2/3 step gods. That should be enough to visualize 8 powerful ones, right? Qi Yuan muttered as he looked at the visualization mountain, making up his mind. Now manifest the majesty of 4 heads and 8 arms, wielding the grand creation of the 7 stars and 8 spirits. Standing 50 jong tall, with red hair, clad in crimson robes and a dark crown with golden armor. Leading an army of 360,000 divine soldiers, with a light swing of his axe, the demons are shattered and divine light shines forth. As Qi Yuan recalled, a terrifying deity with 4 heads and 8 arms appeared. Each head bore an expression of great fury, holding 8 objects, a halberd, a spear, a trident, a sword, an imperial bell, a seal, a fire gun, and a fire rope. The deity stood behind Qi Yuan, as majestic as a star. The entire sky seemed to dim in comparison to his brilliance. Qi Yuan's ears filled with the shouts of countless celestial soldiers. Tian Peng, 9 Origins Demon General. 300,000 soldiers, guard my 9 heavens. This time, Qi Yuan was visualizing the martial Tian Peng, the heavenly emperor of the North Pole, Supreme Law Lord, commander of the divine troops. The title was, Supreme Law Lord of the North Pole, Marshal of the Heavenly Armies of the Supreme Celestial Empire, one of the 4 great protectors under the Northern Star Emperor, and leader of the 4 saints of the North Pole. The star-like golden core shone upon Qi Yuan, and in the visualization mountain, the question of the heart asked once again. Qi Yuan's eyes were resolute, his mind filled with the image of that imposing deity. This deity exists. I have seen him, commanding the celestial river, leading 360,000 soldiers of the Thunder Department. The visualization realm fell silent, and the visualization mountain operated like the rules of heaven. Qi Yuan was filled with anticipation. This time, he was visualizing Marshal Tian Peng, a powerful deity in the mythological system with a high status. If he could manifest this deity, the results would be unimaginable. Boom! Suddenly, countless drums echoed through the visualization mountain. The sound seemed to come from ancient times, majestic and mighty, like tens of thousands of celestial soldiers beating their war drums. As the drums sounded, thunder roared in the sky above the visualization realm. Dragons and serpents soared towards the heavens, intertwining in the sky. Phoenixes flew, their clear cries echoing. A terrifying deity with 4 heads and 8 arms, a towering figure, stepped out of the visualization mountain. A loud voice resounded through the visualization realm. I am the Supreme Law Lord of the North Pole, Marshal of the Heavenly Armies of the Supreme Celestial Empire. With this proclamation, a visualization method condensed before Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan smiled. It worked. Meanwhile, in the various chat groups across the world, there was a moment of stunned silence. 10,000 drums sounding, thunder roaring, dragons and phoenixes appearing. This is a myth. A myth? How can this be? It's a myth. Who visualized a myth? No, even if it's a myth, it shouldn't have this overwhelming power. Which son of destiny is it? Impossible. This can't be Qi Yuan. Could this be the Divine Lord? As the myth emerged, nearly all ancient gods worldwide were awakened. Anyone paying attention to the chat groups knew that a mythical figure had been visualized. Supreme Law Lord of the North Pole, Marshal of the Heavenly Armies of the Supreme Celestial Empire, who is this? I've never heard of this title. Myths are rare, but why have I never heard of this deity? Many great venerables were shaken. Even some sons of destiny were bewildered. In the Ancient Gods Alliance, Venerable Huang Hun felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing the news. Could this be Qi Yuan? At the Changhua Palace, Great Venerable Changhua was resting when the news reached her. She snapped her eyes open. A myth, or even beyond a myth. This must be Qi Yuan. At the entrance to the ancestral land, the white-haired Lishan Great Venerable squinted, his heart trembling. Who is it? Who could it be? As the executor of the myth clan, he knew the reaction of the visualization realm when a myth was visualized. This time, the reaction was far more powerful than anything he had anticipated. It wasn't just that the visualization was a myth, it was that the visualization method had reached the highest level of myth. Who is it? Quickly, find out which son of destiny it is. Lishan Great Venerable was frantic. He immediately entered the visualization realm, hoping to see who it was. Though he knew it was unlikely, he had to try. But then, suddenly, in the quiet visualization realm, the drums thundered once more. Lishan Great Venerable's eyes widened. What? Another one? As thunder rolled and dragons and phoenixes appeared again, a terrifying figure emerged. With 4 heads and 4 arms, clad in golden armor, the massive figure seemed capable of crushing stars in its grip. A vast voice echoed through the visualization realm. I am the true Lord of the 9th Heaven, the commander of 30,000 soldiers. Lishan Great Venerable was stunned. How is this possible? Another myth. And it's another deity I've never heard of. Could this be Qi Yuan? Lishan Great Venerable remembered his disciple Venerable Bai Shi recommending Qi Yuan to him. He quickly inquired, Bai Shi, is Qi Yuan visualizing? Master, he is. Venerable Bai Shi was equally excited. 2 mythical beings, 2 unheard of mythical beings. Lishan Great Venerable trembled with excitement. But then, before he could fully process it, another thunderous voice rang out in the visualization realm. I am the Great Marshal of the North Pole, commander of the 3 caves and 5 thunders, ruler of the 8 heavens and 9 earths. Lishan Great Venerable was completely dumbfounded. 3 of them, his teeth chattered with shock, but before he could recover, yet another earth-shaking voice emerged. I am the Great Emperor of the North Pole, the 9 heavens demon-suppressing patriarch. I am the Eastern Ghost Emperor, Yulu, commander of 10,000 ghosts. I am the Eastern Ghost Emperor, Shintu, guardian of the Ghost Gate. I am the Wood Deity, Changwa of the Eastern Star, overseer of all creation. I am the Fire Deity, Yingwo of the Southern Star, giver of life and illumination. Lishan Great Venerable was utterly paralyzed by shock. The visualization realm remained silent for nearly 100 breaths before he finally snapped out of it. 8 myths. His eyes were filled with wild excitement. 8 mythical beings, each entirely unfamiliar. How could he not be shaken to his core? This was 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times more shocking than the 21 legends visualized last time. Those were myths, at the very least, they started at the mythical level. It was even possible that the myth-level Great Venerables were only at the level of legendary or even epic visualization methods. But the myth-level visualization methods were reserved for beings who had never been visualized before. The reaction in the visualization realm was far beyond that of ordinary myths. And they were all unheard of mythical beings. How could Lishan Great Venerable not be thrilled? Qi Yuan is terrifying. Lishan Great Venerable suddenly felt that their myth plan was a joke. Although the myth plan had gathered 5 Sons of Destiny, these 5 were still in training, hoping to eventually visualize 5 mythical beings. But now, in the blink of an eye, 8 myth-level visualization methods had been born. How could he not be astonished? He looked towards the ancestral land, his eyes filled with longing. When will Qi Yuan emerge? Why did he need to visualize? Could he have encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat? Lishan Great Venerable was as anxious as an ant on a hot griddle. The other 2 Great Venerables were just as agitated. They had come here initially just to enjoy the show, as Venerable Shenlei had asked them to look after his disciple. With nothing else to do, they had joined Lishan Great Venerable at the entrance to the ancestral land. Who would have thought that Qi Yuan would visualize 8 mythical beings? Damn it, if the entrance to the visualization realm weren't closed, I'd rush in there. Forget the Sons of Destiny, they're nothing compared to Qi Yuan. Lishan Great Venerable was filled with regret. Why did he leave Qi Yuan to that unreliable old man, Venerable Shenlei? Such a prodigy, such a peerless genius, how did he not recognize it? They waited anxiously outside the ancestral land, fearing something might go wrong. Suddenly, Lishan Great Venerable spoke, we must keep the news of Qi Yuan's 8 mythical visualization methods secret. Understood. The other Great Venerables immediately agreed. While all the ancient gods in the visualization realm knew that 8 mythical beings had been visualized, they had no idea who had done it. But Qi Yuan, such a terrifying genius, had to be protected at all costs. Lishan Great Venerable had already decided. As soon as Qi Yuan emerged from the ancestral land, he would personally escort him, even requesting a 6th-step Great Venerable to protect him. The myth plan had always been a long shot. But if they could harness the 8 mythical visualization methods Qi Yuan had created and use them on 8 Great Venerables, the myth plan might actually succeed. Meanwhile, in the ancestral tower, the younger twin sister's mouth hung open in disbelief. The other ancient gods were just as stunned, their shock lingering. Is this real? The younger twin sister murmured. Zhu Zhuangxi, hearing this, was overjoyed. Well, did the Divine Lord's visualization method flash with golden light? I can't be overshadowed by that big black dog. Judging by their expressions, it definitely flashed. Haha, Shi Zhongshan was also pleased. It looks like I'll finally be able to sit as an equal with my sworn brother. The other villagers were equally delighted. Suddenly, one of the ancient gods spoke with difficulty, the Divine Lord's visualization methods, they're not for you, are they? Who else? Zhu Zhuangxi boasted, I'm the Divine Lord's most loyal follower. What's wrong with rewarding me with a visualization method? The other ancient gods were once again left in disbelief. A mythical visualization method, given to 8 ordinary villagers. This was beyond wasteful. Previously, they had thought it was wasteful for ordinary villagers to drink the Limu Immortal liquid. Now, with 8 mythical visualization methods, it wasn't just wasteful, it was outrageous. The Divine Lord is truly terrifying. Even the elder twin sister couldn't help but speak. The other ancient gods were still reeling from the shock, unable to recover. Just then, Qi Yuan emerged from the chat group. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards him. Qi Yuan looked at Wangsong Venerable. It's a shame I didn't have more evil god power, otherwise, I could have conjured a visualization method for you to play with. Wangsong Venerable's white beard trembled with emotion, his eyes welling up with tears. The Divine Lord still remembers me, I am truly grateful. Meanwhile, the other ancient gods were stunned. Could the Divine Lord still visualize? The only reason he hadn't was because he lacked enough evil god power. This was simply unbelievable. Then Qi Yuan turned to the 8 villagers. You've all been with me from the beginning. It's been a while. These 8 visualization methods are my gift to you. Zhu Zhuangxi was overjoyed. Thank you, Divine Lord. The others also stepped forward to express their gratitude. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Zhuangxi asked, Divine Lord, after cultivating this visualization method, will I finally be able to defeat the big black dog? I don't want to be bullied by that dog anymore. The ancient gods watched Zhu Zhuangxi with a mix of frustration and amusement. A fool who considered a dog his greatest enemy was receiving a mythical visualization method. Their hearts were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If they could receive a mythical visualization method, they would even be willing to lower their cultivation to the purple mansion level and start over. As long as you work hard, you probably won't be bullied by the big black dog anymore, Qi Yuan replied cautiously. After all, the big black dog was exceptionally gifted, capable of summoning the shadow of a certain deity. That deity was even stronger than the one Qi Yuan intended for Zhu Zhuangxi. Zhu Zhuangxi was full of anticipation, and the other 7 villagers were just as eager. With a wave of Qi Yuan's hand, 8 visualization methods appeared. Seeing the purple glowing methods, the 8 ancient gods were filled with envy. The 8 villagers were also stunned. A mythical visualization method, I never thought I'd see one in my lifetime. 8 of them, sigh, sigh, sigh. The ancient gods were on the verge of tears. After all, such methods were being given to 8 ordinary villagers. With another wave of his hand, Qi Yuan distributed the visualization methods to each of the 8 villagers. Everyone's hands trembled as they received them, scarcely believing their eyes. Tears streamed down Zhu Zhuangxi's face as he clutched his method tightly. Divine Lord, could I be your illegitimate child? Otherwise, how could someone like him, Zhu Zhuangxi, be worthy of such a terrifying visualization method? He looked at Qi Yuan, becoming more convinced of the possibility. He and the Divine Lord were both so heroic and handsome. Qi Yuan glanced at Zhu Zhuangxi's chubby figure with disdain. If I had a son who looked like you, he wouldn't have been born. Stop babbling and start visualizing, I'm on a tight schedule. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take the method back and give it to Wangsong Venerable. Zhu Zhuangxi was startled. Divine Lord, I was just rambling. He quickly focused on the visualization method, as did the other 7 villagers, using their spiritual power to suppress their excitement and concentrate. The scene grew quiet as the 8 villagers immersed themselves in their visualization methods. Qi Yuan glanced at the remaining ancient gods and spoke softly, I'm taking my followers away for a while. Wait here. The true gods were puzzled. Where were they going? But considering Qi Yuan's power and mystery, they didn't dare question him. As you command, the younger twin sister replied earnestly. Stay where you are and don't move. If you disturb the puppet gods here, you'll all die. With those words, Qi Yuan looked at his followers. With a wave of his hand, the lost glow stick's light enveloped them all. In an instant, the 11 of them disappeared. The remaining ancient gods were astonished. They hadn't sensed how Qi Yuan had disappeared at all. But when they remembered that he had just visualized 8 mythical beings and treated the dangers of the ancestral land as nothing, everything seemed normal again. The Divine Lord is truly a god, how lucky I am to follow him. Wangsong Venerable's face was lit up with exaggerated joy. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Qi Yuan opened his eyes. He couldn't see anything, nor could he hear anything. He even felt as if his thoughts were frozen at that moment. In the flowing wind realm, his return to the past and his acquaintance with the canary had been instantaneous. But here, using the lost glow stick felt particularly lengthy. Perhaps it was because his thoughts had been frozen. After what seemed like an eternity, a sliver of light entered Qi Yuan's vision. He suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The blood-red stars hung eerily above. He glanced around but couldn't spot his stellar golden core. Have I traveled back in time? Qi Yuan wondered aloud. The others present also wore puzzled expressions. Where are we? This place feels strange. The trees here are quite dense. The villagers gradually awakened and looked around, their faces showing signs of surprise. Don't worry about where this is, Qi Yuan instructed. Focus on visualizing and then, breakthrough. Upon hearing his words, the villagers quickly immersed themselves once again, beginning to visualize their respective visualization methods. Zhu Zhuangxi's face was filled with excitement. Old Zhu is finally going to rise. The dragon-taming Arhat and the tiger-subduing Arhat were particularly astonished. They had noticed that the aura of this place could actually support their breakthrough to the true God realm. For a moment, they were puzzled, and many thoughts crossed their minds. However, they quickly remembered that it was their guardian deity who had brought them to this place. The guardian deity was all-powerful, capable of even visualizing mythical beings. So, this too, wasn't surprising. The villagers entered a state of meditation, their bodies floating in the air. Meanwhile, in the forest, a butterfly with black and red wings fluttered by. Qi Yuan reached out his hand, blocking the butterfly's path. In an instant, the butterfly passed through his palm. Curiosity sparkled in Qi Yuan's eyes. I can't affect this world, and this world can't affect me. So, how can one achieve a breakthrough here? Qi Yuan pondered, but then he realized that he was perhaps too weak to comprehend the principles of the lost glow stick, much like giving Immortal a profound cultivation technique they couldn't possibly understand. Breakthrough, Qi Yuan murmured softly. The wind howled, and the white deer drank by the lake. In the stillness, Qi Yuan broke through silently, without fanfare. His level increased to Divine Being level 90, and then further to True God level 1. Within Qi Yuan's body, a divine aperture began to form. A vast amount of experience surged through his body, forming aperture after aperture, 1, 2, 3, until, finally, it stopped at the 13th aperture. Qi Yuan squinted his eyes, True God level 13. He had leapt directly to True God level 13. So, this is what it's like to be a yin god. It's, okay, I guess. Qi Yuan felt no particular excitement, nor was he overly impressed. Now I guess, I've evolved from a fertilized egg to a slightly underdeveloped embryo. Qi Yuan's mindset was calm. He glanced back at the others, the dragon-taming Arhat and the tiger-subduing Arhat had already broken through to the true God realm. A powerful aura emanated from them. With just one divine aperture, Qi Yuan estimated they could fight a yin god with 5 apertures. That was already formidable. At this moment, the dragon-taming Arhat and the tiger-subduing Arhat were still in deep meditation, attempting to condense another aperture. Suddenly, Qi Yuan felt the world tremble violently. The ground cracked open, the lake seemed to spill over like a basin of water, and the white deer leapt in surprise, its body soaked. The blood-red stars in the sky seemed to draw closer, as if about to descend upon the earth. Qi Yuan even felt that if he climbed the mountain ahead and reached out, he could touch those terrifying stars. The villagers around him were still deep in visualization, unaffected by the scene before them. Is this, the Great Flood War? Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking towards the distant southwest. The tremor seemed to have originated from the heavenly pillar. The heavenly pillar, akin to the mythological Buzhou mountain, stood tall and indomitable. At this moment, the pillar trembled, as if it could collapse at any moment. Qi Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Hopefully, the heavenly pillar won't collapse before they've all broken through to true gods. That would be a joke. However, Qi Yuan estimated that the 8 villagers would likely need 6 hours to reach the peak of the Purple Mansion stage and then break through to true gods. Judging by the state of the pillar, it wouldn't collapse within a day or 2. His concern was unnecessary. Nonetheless, he said, you all stay here and cultivate well. All, go for a stroll. After issuing this instruction, Qi Yuan transformed into a stream of light and headed towards the heavenly pillar. The Great Flood War of ancient times, Qi Yuan wanted to witness it firsthand. After all, the powerful beings here couldn't harm him. He might as well treat it like watching a movie. The mountains sank, and in the sunken craters, red and yellow molten lava flowed. A giant, snow-white hand fell from an ancient battlefield and plunged into the lava, causing it to splash and erupt like a volcanic explosion. The entire land was scarred and ravaged. At the summit of the heavenly pillar, several terrifying figures stood tall. Each one was a mythical being who had taken 7 steps to ascend to the heavens. Among them was a woman clad in red robes, her eyebrows like emerald feathers, her skin as white as jade, and her figure as slender as a bamboo shoot. Around her waist was a shattered golden pendant. She looked delicate and fragile but was, in fact, the most powerful being in the mortal heart realm, the foodless Holy Mother. The attacks from the evil gods are becoming more frequent. Today alone, 327 true gods have fallen, Kang Zon Great Venerable said, gazing at the blood-red sun with deep worry in his eyes. The evil gods aim to sever the heavenly pillar, they want to cut off the very roots of our mortal heart realm. Another Great Venerable said solemnly. The 7 Great Venerables gathered at the heavenly pillar were the last remaining mythical beings of the mortal heart realm. All other myths had perished in the Great Flood War. At this moment, the 7 mythical beings were united at the heavenly pillar to protect it from collapsing. If they died, there would still be a glimmer of hope for the mortal heart realm. But if the heavenly pillar were severed, the mortal heart realm would become a rootless, drifting entity. Yet, they knew that they couldn't stop the evil gods from shattering the heavenly pillar. In 2 days, the beings above true gods will act. What do you all think? An elderly man asked in a hoarse voice. The others fell silent. Above true gods, even if the 7 of them joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against that being. I'll stop him, a cold voice declared. The other 6 mythical beings all turned to look at the foodless Holy Mother. Their eyes held admiration, sorrow, and helplessness. Foodless Holy Mother, how long can you hold off that being above true gods? Kang Zon Great Venerable asked. After the heavenly pillar is shattered, we'll need at least 20 breaths to extract the seed from the pillar. Within the heavenly pillar resided the heavenly Tao of the mortal heart realm. Contained within the heavenly Tao was the world seed of the mortal heart realm. Normally, these mythical beings couldn't enter the pillar to touch the world seed. Only when that being above true gods shattered the pillar would they have the opportunity to send the world seed away. As long as the seed was sent away, even if that being above true gods entered the pillar and devoured the heavenly Tao, they wouldn't obtain the complete Tao. There would still be a faint glimmer of hope for the mortal heart realm. 20 breaths. The foodless Holy Mother, clad in red, spoke coldly, her expression devoid of any emotion. Good. The other mythical beings nodded. The foodless Holy Mother was the most powerful being in the mortal heart realm, the best choice to hold off that being above true gods. After speaking, the foodless Holy Mother glanced at the blood-red stars in the sky, then vanished, her whereabouts unknown. At the summit of the heavenly pillar, the remaining 6 mythical beings murmured softly. This is all we can do, to leave a glimmer of hope for future generations. Let's hope they can seize it. Even in death, they wouldn't be able to stop the evil gods. At most, they could leave a faint hope for future generations. Whether that hope could be grasped was beyond their control. Their voices faded into the air. Meanwhile, at the foot of the heavenly pillar, Qi Yuan stood before a lake. In the distance, by the lake, there was a bamboo house, lush and green. In the courtyard stood a jade zither. A woman in red robes seemed to be gently plucking the zither strings. Her hair was unadorned, and she wore no makeup, yet her unique aura remained undiminished. The melodious, tranquil sound of the zither flowed like water, without any discernible rhythm. So this is the foodless Holy Mother. Qi Yuan muttered to himself, watching the foodless Holy Mother. He had thought that she didn't eat anything and would be malnourished. When the heavenly pillar breaks, she'll hold off the being above true gods and perish, with her divine energy transforming into countless treasures, giving mortals a chance to break through. Is this truly selfless, or is there some ulterior motive? Qi Yuan pondered as he watched her. At that moment, the zither strings under the foodless Holy Mother's hands snapped. The woman in red remained expressionless, but her eyes seemed to hold a trace of complex emotions. Since you're here, why not come in and sit? Her voice was as clear as a mountain spring. Qi Yuan was taken aback. He had heard the foodless Holy Mother's voice. Hearing it wasn't surprising since his ears could detect nearby sounds. But the fact that she could hear him, that was unexpected. Are you talking to me? Qi Yuan asked, unable to contain his curiosity. How can you hear me? Do you have some kind of super hearing? He was genuinely intrigued. The foodless Holy Mother murmured softly, but Qi Yuan could only catch fragments, like, and, some, world beyond. A repeating record? Qi Yuan asked, still puzzled as the foodless Holy Mother seemed to patiently repeat herself for his understanding. At the same time, he was amazed by her unusual abilities. After all, he shouldn't have been able to interact with this world. No one in this world should have been able to see or touch him. But here was an exception. In 2 days, the heavenly pillar will break. I can only hold out until that moment, the foodless Holy Mother said softly, her gaze fixed on where Qi Yuan stood, though all she could see was empty space. Qi Yuan's attention was immediately captured. He looked up at the towering heavenly pillar. Will it break in 2 days? That would be enough time. In 2 days, all his villagers would surely have broken through to become true gods. Sigh, it seems my timing was good. The pillar will break just as my goal is accomplished, Qi Yuan remarked. He was indeed curious about the foodless Holy Mother, this figure from ancient times. The foodless Holy Mother's face, as delicate as a peach blossom, softened into a faint smile, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. After my death, all my divine energy will turn into treasures, aiding everyone in breaking through. The foodless Holy Mother asked, reflecting on what Qi Yuan had said earlier. Yes, and I'd say you helped me quite a bit, Qi Yuan replied, glancing at her. The day the heavenly pillar broke was the day the foodless Holy Mother would fall. Although her body would perish, her divine energy would transform into countless treasures, helping many peak-level cultivators to break through. The initial growth of Qing Shui village was closely tied to these treasures. I've helped you, the foodless Holy Mother murmured, her gaze distant. Could you do me a favor? Oh, Qi Yuan was intrigued. The foodless Holy Mother seemed a bit odd, almost as if something was wrong with her mind. To her, Qi Yuan was just a strange, unknown entity. Why would she ask for his help? No one in this world has ever helped me before, the foodless Holy Mother said, looking towards where Qi Yuan was standing. Was this desperation? Qi Yuan could only think of it that way. If he were in such a desperate situation and encountered an unknown entity, he might also seek help. The unknown often equates to power. What kind of help? Qi Yuan asked. In 2 days, when the being above true gods makes his move, the heavenly pillar will shatter. After it breaks, I need to hold him off for 20 breaths. The other mythical beings will then use that time to enter the pillar and send the world seed out. Otherwise, if that being devours the entire heavenly Tao, this world will have no future. A being above true gods. Devouring the heavenly Tao, the world seed. Qi Yuan quickly understood the foodless Holy Mother's plan. That being above true gods had grand ambitions. If he devoured the heavenly Tao of this world, it would mean the end for Qing Shui village and possibly the entire game. This was different from his situation with the heavenly Tao of Wangyu continent, where he had become its master. In the mortal hard realm, the heavenly Tao would be forcibly devoured, leading to the extinction of its inhabitants. Moreover, it would mean the failure of Qi Yuan's mission in the game. I'll help, absolutely, Qi Yuan quickly agreed. I also want to see what a being above true gods looks like. But I should warn you, I might not be able to help much. Since he could return from the future, it meant that the foodless Holy Mother had indeed managed to hold off that being for 20 breaths. So, whether he was there or not, it might not make a difference. He was just going to observe, to get a glimpse of a so-called young god, a being that was likely the final boss of the game. It was important to understand the boss's strength in advance. He also wanted to see if his stellar golden core could take the boss down. It's a pity we can only hear each other's voices and not interact. Otherwise, I'd ask for your autograph to take back with me, Qi Yuan remarked, trying to touch the zither strings in the courtyard, but his hand passed right through them. Stay here for the next 2 days, the foodless Holy Mother suggested, turning her head to look out at the lake. All right, I'll stay, just in case that being above true gods shows up earlier, I wouldn't want to miss it, Qi Yuan agreed, looking at a reclining chair in the courtyard and pretending to lie down. Although he couldn't physically lie on it, he could at least fake it. You have 2 reclining chairs here. Do you often have guests? Qi Yuan asked casually. The foodless Holy Mother hesitated for a moment before replying, not often. Qi Yuan didn't press further. I'll take a nap, wake me when it's time. Of course, he wasn't really sleeping. He was just passing the time by continuing to compile the Qi Yuan Sutra. Now that he had reached True God level 13 in the game, he realized the sutra was only halfway through the nascent soul stage. He needed to speed things up. Otherwise, if he completed the game and the sutra was still stuck at the nascent soul stage, how would he advance to the infant spirit stage? After a few dozen breaths, the foodless Holy Mother glanced at the reclining chair and softly asked, "Are you on the chair?" There was no response. She stared at the chair, lost in thought. It's a shame, only 2 days remain. She lifted her head, gazing at the blood-red stars. The time left for her, and for the mortal heart realm, was running out. A light breeze blew through the courtyard, bringing a slight chill to the base of the heavenly pillar. Compared to the devastation all around, the heavenly pillar seemed like a serene haven. Yet, in truth, the fiercest and most brutal battles were taking place here. In the Great Flood War, every myth of the mortal heart realm would fall, none would survive. Suddenly, Qi Yuan seemed to be roused by a faint sound. He opened his eyes to find a pot of steaming fish soup in the courtyard. A look of surprise crossed his face. "Aren't you the foodless Holy Mother? Why are you cooking fish?" The foodless Holy Mother had many followers in Feiwang City, including Nangong Wuji. Once, when Qi Yuan hosted a feast and invited Nangong Wuji, the follower had declined, saying that the followers of the foodless Holy Mother did not consume grains. The Holy Mother herself was said to be even stricter, believing that all things were poisonous, and eating them brought great harm. Only by achieving self-realization could one find the true path. "You're awake." The foodless Holy Mother glanced at the reclining chair, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "I like eating fish." "Seems like records can't always be trusted," Qi Yuan remarked. "Would you like to try some?" "I made it myself," the foodless Holy Mother offered calmly. "No thanks, you're just teasing me. I can't eat anything from this world," Qi Yuan declined. "I regret that you can't join me in enjoying such a rare delicacy," the foodless Holy Mother's voice held a trace of melancholy. Qi Yuan didn't respond to that. It was normal for the foodless Holy Mother to be emotional, considering she only had 2 days left to live. "I'll watch you eat, since there's nothing else to do," Qi Yuan decided. After all, respect for the dying was important. He thought it might help her feel less lonely. The foodless Holy Mother paused for a moment, then smiled softly. She began eating slowly, savoring each bite, as if she were relishing the moment. "What's your current cultivation level?" she asked after the meal. "I have 2 levels, Foundation Establishment in the real world and True God level 13 in the game." 13 apertures, the foodless Holy Mother murmured. "Would you like me to take you on a tour of the mortal heart realm? It might help you advance your cultivation." "A tour?" Qi Yuan hesitated. His strength had always increased through combat, not sightseeing. How would touring help him break through? But then he considered that this was a dying person's request. Perhaps exploring the mortal heart realm would aid in his spiritual growth. After a moment of thought, he agreed, "All right. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The crimson light shone upon the snow-capped mountains, making them appear exceptionally enchanting. The North Sea was a deep blue, where the water met the sky, creating a tranquil horizon with gentle waves. In the endless forest, lakes interconnected, and within one of them, a dragon lay dormant for a day. Qi Yuan accompanied the foodless Holy Mother on a tour of the mortal heart realm. Standing under the sunlight, Qi Yuan gazed at the distant snow-covered peaks, thinking, "It seems like this really was just a sightseeing trip. My cultivation didn't improve, but my mind feels much more open." In the game, Qi Yuan had never stopped for even a moment, always taking things seriously. But now, for the first time, he was truly relaxing, experiencing a different kind of journey. "Honestly, this might be the first proper vacation I've ever taken in my life. Although we only skimmed the surface, it was quite meaningful," Qi Yuan said. A hint of a smile appeared in the beautiful eyes of the foodless Holy Mother. "It's not bad to have one last look at this land with you. You've already reached the peak of the Great Master level. What is the realm beyond true gods like?" Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask, filled with curiosity about the young god. Unfortunately, he had never encountered one before. The foodless Holy Mother was the most powerful being in the history of the mortal heart realm, and she was the closest to becoming a young god. The realm beyond true gods, the foodless Holy Mother fell silent. "I don't know either." Although she had reached the pinnacle of the Yin God stage, she had not fully grasped the Yang God's realm. Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. "I guess I'll have to see the final boss myself to understand just how powerful a Yang God really is." As soon as Qi Yuan finished speaking, a deafening sound erupted. Suddenly, his vision was filled with a blood-red light. He quickly looked up at the sky. From the crimson star that seemed to hover above the mortal heart realm, a massive hand emerged. This colossal hand was as large as a planet. With a slight push of the hand, the enormous heavenly pillar, stretching tens of thousands of miles high, collapsed like a fragile tower of blocks. "The heavenly pillar has fallen," Qi Yuan exclaimed, watching the pillar crumble as if witnessing the sunset. He hadn't expected to witness this historic moment. As the heavenly pillar fell, the mortal heart realm quaked, and blood-red rain filled the sky. It was as if the heavens themselves were weeping. "Go!" The foodless Holy Mother took a deep look at where Qi Yuan stood and shouted. Qi Yuan quickly followed. He knew the foodless Holy Mother was going to confront the young god, And he was about to witness the most devastating battle of the Great Flood War. All the myths of the mortal heart realm would meet their end today. Blood rain poured down as Qi Yuan followed the foodless Holy Mother to the top of the shattered heavenly pillar. Foodless Holy Mother, 20 breaths. Hold on. 6 of the myths communicated through divine transmission before their figures disappeared into the heavenly pillar. They had begun the process of condensing and sending out the world seed from within the pillar. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked up at the sky. He saw the place from which the terrifying giant hand had emerged had turned into a dense sea of blood. The blood sea churned, devoid of water, filled entirely with crimson light. The intense blood-red glow was so blinding that even a mere mortal glance at it could be fatal. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from the high heavens. Annihilate. The terrifying blood-colored figure was impossible to see clearly. It was as if the foodless Holy Mother was nothing more than an insignificant ant in the eyes of this figure, or perhaps she didn't even register at all. Qi Yuan also looked at the terrifying silhouette. Projection of the devouring form of the Blood Sun Saint, young god. This form can devour all things, swallowing stars whole. The figure stood high in the sky, descending at an unimaginable speed. It wouldn't take 20 breaths. In just one breath, the figure would reach the heavenly pillar. Who was that? The foodless Holy Mother gazed up at the terrifying figure in the sky. Her blood-red robes, under the crimson light, looked even more enchanting and alluring. Projection of the devouring form of the Blood Sun Saint, Qi Yuan, without any worry, relayed the information he had seen to the foodless Holy Mother. Devouring, huh? The foodless Holy Mother seemed to have received crucial information. Her red robes fluttered in the wind as she raised her head and screamed at the terrifying figure in the sky. Chaos without limits, the one and only. Her snow-white hand shimmered with endless light. The foodless Holy Mother charged toward the terrifying figure with the determination of a warrior heading to their death, without a trace of hesitation. Qi Yuan's voice echoed through the sky. The upper jaw has been injured. Divine energy is concentrated mostly in the head. Even though this was merely a projection of the young god's devouring form, it was enough to affect Qi Yuan. He could feel his body trembling, his divine apertures quaking, as if he were facing a mortal enemy. If even a projection of the young god was this terrifying, how powerful would the true form be? Qi Yuan could hardly imagine it. He kept observing every detail of the young god's projection, gathering useful information to share with the foodless Holy Mother. This was a battle they were destined to lose. In the sky, 2 streaks of blood-red light collided as the foodless Holy Mother burned all her divine energy to block the descending projection. A surprised voice rang out. How do you know who I am? How do you know about the wound on my upper jaw? The terrifying figure pondered, her gaze sweeping across the land as if trying to find someone. Wherever her gaze passed, mountains and earth turned to nothingness. For miles around, only the lonely heavenly pillar remained. But since Qi Yuan wasn't in this world, even such a terrifying attack couldn't harm him. The foodless Holy Mother's exquisite face was covered in blood, her powerful divine domain shattered. Blood-red energy like a dragon tore through her divine domain, ripping it apart. Wounded, the foodless Holy Mother shouted once more. Tell me about her eyes. The terrifying figure looked down, puzzled. Who are you talking to? Qi Yuan quickly observed the projection's eyes and relayed the information to the foodless Holy Mother. Chaos without limits, the one and only. The foodless Holy Mother attacked again. Although her attacks couldn't harm the projection of the young god, they slowed its descent. Wretched insect. The terrifying figure grew more agitated, seemingly more frustrated by the unseen presence than by the foodless Holy Mother. For the young god, the unknown and uncontrollable were the most infuriating. Who is it? The figure raged, but her fury couldn't reach Qi Yuan. All of it was unleashed upon the foodless Holy Mother. A barrage of terrifying attacks shattered the foodless Holy Mother's divine domain and tore her body apart. Her body was broken, her divine apertures shattered, blood dripped from her mouth. The 20 breaths seemed to stretch on endlessly, but they eventually passed. The foodless Holy Mother's bloodied face bore a smile. She seemed to glance at Qi Yuan, her voice tinged with both melancholy and relief. I kept my promise to guard the heavenly pillar. I finally found the end I always wondered about. This life is without regret. She gave Qi Yuan one last look, her gaze filled with complexity. Even after all the people Qi Yuan had encountered and all the emotions he had seen, he couldn't decipher what her look meant or the emotions behind it. The rest of the journey is up to you. With those final words, the foodless Holy Mother could hold on no longer. Her body shattered into countless fragments. Infinite divine energy, like countless stars, scattered in all directions. Qi Yuan reached out, trying to grasp a fragment. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch it. The terrifying figure roared in frustration. Who is it? But she was destined never to find Qi Yuan, the outsider. She wasted no time, crashing into the heavenly pillar with a thunderous roar. The entire mortal heart realm trembled violently. The 6 mythic figures reappeared, only to vanish within 3 breaths, as if they had never existed. As powerful as myths were, in this tragic story, they had only a brief moment on stage, barely a footnote in the grand narrative. It took a full 100 breaths for the area to finally calm down. Qi Yuan looked at the devastated land and muttered, I should have known it would end in tragedy. Maybe I shouldn't have watched. To be honest, Qi Yuan felt a twinge of regret, but also a sense of fulfillment. He took one last look at the terrifying figure within the heavenly pillar, then glanced at the glow of the lost glow stick. The time is almost up. It's time to go back. The foodless Holy Mother had long since perished. Qi Yuan had come to witness her end, nothing more. Near the entrance of the ancestral land, a burly man was humming a tune, looking smug. I think I must have had the biggest haul this time, right? This time, the burly man had stumbled upon several fortuitous encounters, opening 3 divine apertures in total. Such a harvest could easily be considered significant, even among those who had ventured into the ancestral land before. Are they still inside? If they knew how much I gained, they'd be so envious. The burly man thought to himself, waiting expectantly. However, a sense of unease grew as he noticed the somewhat hostile gazes from the 3 great venerables nearby. As time passed, about an hour later, more commotion came from within the ancestral land. The 3 great venerables perked up immediately, their spirits lifting as they eagerly looked toward the source of the disturbance. I hope it's Origin Heavenly Venerable. It better be him. Don't let it be, one of the great venerables began, casting a sidelong glance at the burly man. The burly man, too, was filled with anticipation. He didn't care who emerged as long as he could show off his accomplishments. Soon, the mist at the entrance of the ancestral land parted, and a group of 21 people appeared. These 21 individuals all wore expressions of joy and satisfaction. The burly man, who had been ready to boast, suddenly froze. Because, he realized he couldn't discern the strength of any of these 21 people. Even the ordinary villagers, who had previously been mere mortals, now seemed unfathomable to him. Those ancient gods whose cultivation levels had been lower than his own now felt completely out of reach. What had happened? Origin Heavenly Venerable, is that really you? You finally came out. The 3 great venerables immediately turned their attention to Qi Yuan, their gazes filled with genuine relief and excitement. Who are you? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. I am the master of the White Dawn Venerable and a friend of Thunderbolt Great Venerable. He asked me to look out for you, replied the Lishan Great Venerable quickly. Oh, I see. I didn't expect Old Man Thunderbolt to be so considerate. Qi Yuan nodded, thinking about whether Thunderbolt Great Venerable had finished off all the pigs back at the village. At that moment, the Lishan Great Venerable's eyes fell on Zhu Zhuangxi and the other villagers, his pupils narrowing in shock. Did you give them your divine visualization techniques? Yes, Qi Yuan answered nonchalantly. Did you give them, the ones you just visualized? Lishan Great Venerable's voice trembled slightly. Yeah, there were 8 villagers, and I visualized 8 techniques, so I gave them 1 each, Qi Yuan replied casually. Lishan Great Venerable felt a deep pang of sorrow. Those were divine visualization techniques at the mythic level, and they were just given away so easily. Zhu Zhuangxi, sensing his rising power, couldn't help but feel a bit cocky. What's the matter? Don't you think old Zhu is worthy of a divine visualization technique? Now that he had ascended to step 2 of the heaven-treading realm and had used the serum to awaken his divine domain seed, his power was growing every moment. He felt infinitely strong. He even believed that dealing with the great black dog would no longer require a finger, just a strand of hair would suffice. Even in front of Lishan Great Venerable, he felt no fear. Lishan Great Venerable looked at Zhu Zhuangxi, his thoughts racing. The techniques have already been used, there's no turning back. After a moment, Lishan Great Venerable noticed something unusual. His pupils contracted sharply. Divine domain seed, how is this possible? No, all of you, how did you all awaken divine domain seeds? Lishan Great Venerable was deeply shaken. The ancient gods before him seemed to have only recently awakened their divine domain seeds, which were still unstable, allowing a wisp of energy to leak out that he had detected. They were underdeveloped and took some oral fluid, so they grew stronger, Qi Yuan explained offhandedly. Oral fluid? Lishan Great Venerable was puzzled. The ancient god Wangsong spoke up. The Lord refers to the divine realm elixir. He, following the Lord this time, we really struck gold in the ancestral land. Upon hearing, divine realm elixir, the burly man's eyes turned red with envy. Opening 3 divine apertures was impressive, but it paled compared to awakening a divine domain seed. How had all these people awakened divine domain seeds? It wasn't fair. He was consumed with jealousy and resentment. Lishan Great Venerable was also stunned, but soon a smile appeared on his face. This meant that the ancient gods now had several more combatants who were comparable to Great Venerables. And among them, 8 had mythic-level divine visualization techniques. The future looked promising. We need to head back through the teleportation array. Farewell, everyone. Qi Yuan, uninterested in further conversation, casually waved his hand. Only then did Lishan Great Venerable remember his original purpose. He quickly called out, Origin Heavenly Venerable, please wait. We can't let him go back just yet. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Is there something you need? Qi Yuan looked at Lishan Great Venerable. With a wave of his hand, Lishan Great Venerable caused the burly man and the elder from the ancestral land to lose their 5 senses. He was about to do the same to the other ancient gods present when Qi Yuan spoke up, they are all my followers now. You can speak freely. After using the lost glowing stick, Qi Yuan had returned from the past to the present, and only a little over 2 hours had passed. Upon his return, the ancient gods had all decided to permanently become Qi Yuan's followers, like Wangsong ancient god, instead of maintaining their previous temporary allegiance. The main reason was that Qi Yuan's 8 mythic-level divine visualization techniques were too shocking. After some discussion, they decided to follow him for good. Lishan Great Venerable glanced at the ancient gods, his curiosity only lingering for a moment before he turned back to Qi Yuan. Origin Heavenly Venerable, you have visualized 8 mythic-level divine visualization techniques. This matter is of great importance. You must not reveal your identity, or the evil gods will surely send strong beings to assassinate you. Qi Yuan responded calmly. He was well aware of such dangers and didn't give them much thought. After all, in games, it's common for the villains to come one after another, trying to kill the hero. The Qing Shui village is located in the Fallen Zone. If you return now, you will face great danger. In the Fallen Zone, we ancient gods cannot help you. If the evil gods make a move against you, you will be fighting alone. Lishan Great Venerable tried to explain the gravity of the situation to Qi Yuan. Fighting alone, I'm used to that, but now, I'm not exactly alone, am I? I have so many villagers supporting me. Each of them has a bright future, Qi Yuan replied lightly. In the Moon continent, Qi Yuan had fought alone from the start. However, he had always had Jinli to chat with, and later on, Xiao Jia joined him in battle. He had blocked the abyss alone, which was true solitude. Playing a game where you have to face bosses solo is just part of the experience, after all. Lishan Great Venerable was silent for a moment, then continued, with your ability to visualize 8 mythic-level divine visualization techniques, your importance even surpasses that of the Chosen Ones. Have you heard of the mythic plan? No. During the Hongtang War, the foundation of the mortal heart realm was fully exposed. 2/3 of the ancient gods perished, and all the mythic beings fell. However, even in their deaths, they left behind a sliver of hope, a seed of the world, Lishan Great Venerable said, his voice full of sorrow. He had participated in the Hongtang War, a battle so brutal that true gods fell daily. For mortals, it wasn't even a fight, they were less than cannon fodder. Qi Yuan nodded. He had witnessed the Hongtang War firsthand a few hours earlier, seen the collapse of the celestial pillar, and watched as Wuxi Saint Mother single-handedly held off the projection of a young god, ultimately sacrificing herself. Even at its peak, the mortal heart realm could not stop the evil gods, let alone now. Our only hope is the mythic plan, which aims to create several mythic beings. These mythic beings would then tear open a path at the mortal heart realm's boundary, allowing the seed of hope to escape. Originally, the success rate of the mythic plan was less than 0.5%. But with your help, the success rate could jump to 30%. At that point, we old folks would sacrifice everything to ensure that you and some young people, along with the seed of hope, escape the mortal heart realm. Lishan Great Venerable didn't hide anything from Qi Yuan. The villagers and ancient gods behind Qi Yuan were deeply shaken and filled with sadness. The power of the mortal heart realm was still too weak compared to the evil gods. Qi Yuan listened calmly. Oh, I see. Li Shan Great Venerable was surprised by Qi Yuan's reaction. He had expected Qi Yuan to be more moved. I humbly ask that you join our mythic plan to ensure the future of the mortal heart realm. When the plan is enacted, you can leave the mortal heart realm and enjoy great freedom. Li Shan Great Venerable's offer was sincere, considering Qi Yuan's well-being at every turn. He even offered Qi Yuan a chance to leave the mortal heart realm, something that would tempt any other prodigy. Most would agree to join the mythic plan and escape with the hope of the world. But Qi Yuan was different. He flatly refused. Running away isn't my style. How am I supposed to level up if I don't complete my mission? Qi Yuan had worked hard to get into this game. Leaving it wasn't an option. His words left Li Shan Great Venerable speechless. The ancient gods behind Qi Yuan were also surprised and felt a deep respect. They realized that while Qi Yuan often seemed carefree and eccentric, he had great courage when it mattered most. I'm going to kill that young god above the celestial pillar. Qi Yuan's eyes burned with murderous intent. He had merely traveled back in time to watch a historical event, but that young god projection had insulted him, calling him a little bug, and trying to attack him. That was unacceptable. Qi Yuan had to settle this score, not just for himself but for Wu Shi Saint Mother, who had treated him kindly and even acted as his guide. He didn't need to say it out loud, but he had made up his mind to kill the Blood Sun Great Sage. His declaration stunned everyone. If anyone else had said this, they would have thought it was a joke. But coming from the origin Heavenly Venerable, a prodigy who had created countless miracles and visualized 8 mythic-level divine visualization techniques, it felt like a firm resolve, not just empty words. The villagers behind Qi Yuan quickly echoed his sentiment, full of determination. I, Old Zhu, am willing to be the vanguard and clear the way for the Lord. Old Julian will serve with all my might. I, Chen Shifan, am more than just a cook. Stone Mountain's life belongs to the Lord. Whatever he says, I'll do it. Wangsong Ancient God also felt moved and full of fighting spirit. I am a god born of a pine tree, with the strongest of pride. What's there to fear from a young god above? These followers spoke lightly, as if facing a true god was no big deal. Li Shan Great Venerable and the other 2 Great Venerables were astonished. They hadn't expected this response from Qi Yuan. They had considered the possibility of him refusing but never thought he would refuse in this way. Are you sure you want to choose this path? Li Shan Great Venerable's expression was deeply moved. There were ancient gods in the mortal heart realm who supported the mythic plan, and others who didn't. Some ancient gods, like Qi Yuan, chose to stay and fight to the end with the mortal heart realm. I'm not choosing this path, they're forcing me, Qi Yuan said, suddenly feeling very much in character, as if the evil gods were truly pushing him to this point. He felt like a mistreated son-in-law forced to stand up against his oppressors. Li Shan Great Venerable sighed. He knew he couldn't convince Qi Yuan. Please be careful when you return to Qingshui village. Stay low-key until these 8 have fully matured. Only then should you reveal your strength, Li Shan Great Venerable advised, remembering Thunderbolt Great Venerable's words about Qi Yuan's recklessness. Thank you for the advice, but don't worry. I'm very careful. I never do anything without a plan. I always take calculated steps, never rash ones. Even in critical situations, I proceed cautiously, with a detailed plan, Qi Yuan assured him. The villagers behind him wore strange expressions. Wangsong Ancient God also relaxed, feeling relieved. Following a careful and cautious guardian like this gave him hope for the future. Li Shan Great Venerable, however, was puzzled. Could Thunderbolt Great Venerable have been wrong about Qi Yuan? He certainly seemed prudent and cautious now. May you stay safe, Li Shan Great Venerable said, resigned. But then he remembered something and spoke with a heavy tone. Shenlei Great Venerable asked me to look after you. Look after me? Qi Yuan was surprised. This wasn't something to be said lightly. He's the one who told me you were going to the ancestral land. He entrusted me to bring you into the mythic plan so you could have a chance at survival, Li Shan Great Venerable explained. Where is that old man now? Qi Yuan quickly asked. He went after Zhang Feng, Li Shan Great Venerable replied with a sigh. He's badly injured and doesn't have much time left. Hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately understood everything. He frowned. Why are all the old fools in this world so stubborn? With a wave of his hand, all the villagers and ancient gods followed him. They all entered the teleportation array together. Qi Yuan remained silent, his gaze calm. Zhu Zhuangxi, however, was anxious. That old guy insulted me and then ran away, didn't he? He vividly remembered how Shenlei Great Venerable had humiliated him in the past. Time flew by quickly, and soon, Qi Yuan and his followers emerged from the teleportation array, landing in Qing village. As soon as Qi Yuan's feet touched the ground, he lightly tapped it, and a small, short girl spun up from the earth. The girl was none other than the current earth goddess, Shui, the maidservant. "Where is Shenlei Great Venerable?" Qi Yuan asked. Maidservant Shui quickly replied, "Shenlei Great Venerable left last night." She then relayed everything that had happened the previous day to Qi Yuan. "Before leaving, Shenlei Great Venerable asked me to give you this." Maidservant Shui handed a storage pouch to Qi Yuan. This storage pouch contained Shenlei Great Venerable's personal collection. Qi Yuan casually glanced at the pouch and took it. "Zhang Feng, he's in Kai country, right?" Zhang Feng was an ancient god of Kai country. When Qi Yuan had killed the true god in Feiwu City, Zhang Feng's brother-in-law had been among those he slew. Zhang Feng had betrayed the ancient gods and joined the evil gods, becoming the son-in-law of a great evil god. The destruction of the Zhang kingdom, where the heavenly treasure Venerable had lived, was partially Zhang Feng's doing. "It seems my plan needs to be expedited," Qi Yuan said, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. The twin sisters nearby, especially the younger one, looked worried. "My lord, if you go after the evil gods in Kai country now, it will certainly alert them." The other ancient gods shared her concern. Qing village had just gained significant resources from the ancestral land, so now was the time to stay low and consolidate their strength. Going after Zhang Feng so openly would likely expose them to the evil gods, who would then seek to destroy them. The elder twin sister spoke up, her voice firm. "My lord, there's no need for you to go personally. I will go to Kai country and bring Shenlei Great Venerable back." "Sister," the younger sister cried out, anxious. She understood her sister's intentions. She was willing to risk her life to prevent Qi Yuan from exposing himself to danger. The elder sister's plan was essentially a self-sacrifice to keep Qi Yuan safe. "My lord, let me go instead," the younger sister pleaded. Qi Yuan looked at the twin sisters and smiled. "Do you really think I'm a reckless fool who acts without thinking? The strongest enemy in this area is Zhang Feng, right? His divine power is valuable. It would be a waste if Shenlei Great Venerable took the kill. Today, I'm just adding an unforeseen task to my existing plan." The exchange of thoughts between the ancient gods and villagers took only an instant, but it was clear Qi Yuan hadn't convinced them. The looks on their faces screamed their concern, but they remained silent, respecting his authority. "Enough with the talk. I don't like long discussions. I'm the leader, and you will follow my orders. We're heading to Kai country to slay Zhang Feng." Qi Yuan issued his command, leaving no room for further argument. Seeing his determination, the ancient gods didn't protest any longer. "Let's go." A group of over 20 people turned into a stream of light, heading straight for Kai country. On the way, Wang Wenqi joined them, adding to the ranks. Her great-grandfather, Tianbao Venerable, had once been close friends with Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng had betrayed him, leading to his death. Wang Wenqi couldn't forget this grudge. The devastation of Zhang Kingdom was also tied to Zhang Feng's betrayal. She had to be part of this. This time, Qi Yuan and his group made no effort to conceal their approach. They flew directly toward Kai country, not fearing the alert of the evil gods. Along the way, numerous voices of alarm echoed. "Who dares to come to our?" The evil gods stationed in the cities sensed the ancient gods approaching and immediately unleashed powerful auras, trying to intercept them. However, Qi Yuan and his group continued their direct flight, disregarding any obstacles. In the past, they would have taken a more cautious approach, but now, they pressed forward without hesitation. As they charged ahead, 3 small evil gods had already been killed by the twin sisters. The evil gods were stationed in fortified cities, but they were no match for Qi Yuan's group. Each time an evil god appeared to block their path, the twin sisters quickly dispatched them with their divine powers. Qi Yuan frowned as they encountered yet another small-time obstacle. These little pests are really getting annoying. Indeed, this was the 4th such small fry they had to deal with. The twin sisters' divine domain enveloped the latest evil god, leaving him with no chance to fight back. He was quickly slain, his divine essence absorbed. The evil god's death was quick, but it slowed their progress somewhat. "Lord, we must strike quickly and then retreat. If we are surrounded by the evil god's army, we won't be able to escape," the elder sister warned, her expression grave. The others shared her concern. Every evil god's army had at least one great venerable, along with hundreds of other evil gods. If they were caught, escape would be nearly impossible. I understand. It's just that every time we get close to a city, some evil god blocks our way. It's really irritating. Qi Yuan felt the urge to shout aloud. The younger twin sister couldn't help but worry, and so did the other gods. Finally, Qi Yuan had an idea. He activated his divine power, sending out a transmission that echoed through the heavens. We're here to slay the traitor Zhang Feng. Any who stand in our way will be killed without mercy. Qi Yuan's voice reverberated across the land as they continued their charge toward Kai country. Perhaps his message had struck fear into the lesser evil gods because no more of them dared to block their path. The message continued to spread from Lin country to Zhang country and then to Kai country. Many new gods were shocked and looked up at the stream of light in the sky. Hidden ancient gods were equally astonished. Has a righteous god finally come to slay the traitor Zhang Feng? Ha ha ha, may the righteous god go in peace. Most of these hidden ancient gods assumed Qi Yuan was a powerful but desperate ancient god making a final stand. Zhang Feng's betrayal had led to Kai and Zhang countries falling under the rule of the evil gods, causing massive changes in the surrounding 5 nations. The hidden ancient gods loathed Zhang Feng, and all of them longed to see him dead. Suddenly, a message entered Qi Yuan's mind. Senior, be careful, the capital of Kai country is occupied by an evil god's army. The voice came and went quickly, clearly from an ancient god risking much to warn Qi Yuan before disappearing to avoid detection by the new gods. Qi Yuan's heart tightened. An evil god's army is stationed in Kai country. Could it be that Shenlei Great Venerable had already stormed Kai country, prompting the evil gods to reinforce it? The ancient gods following Qi Yuan also grew tense. The elder twin sister quickly suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should split up. My sister and I can go to Kai country, while you retreat." No need, Qi Yuan replied calmly. Zhang Feng, alive or dead, I must see him. Let's go. He was determined to confront Zhang Feng in Kai country. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the capital city of Kai country. Cough, cough. Zhang Feng coughed up blood, his face pale as a ghost. The burly man beside him, clad in iron armor with intricate patterns and densely carved depictions of various figures, looked at Zhang Feng with a furrowed brow. How bad are your injuries? The burly man was a captain from the nearby evil god's military camp, possessing the power of 3 steps to heaven. It will probably take decades of recuperation before I can take action again, Zhang Feng replied, his expression filled with sorrow. During this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve our lord. You were too careless to have been injured by an assassin. The assassin has been dealt with, but your injuries. The burly man frowned, his face clouded with uncertainty. The camp leader had always valued Zhang Feng, entrusting him with various difficult and dirty tasks. After all, Zhang Feng was an ancient god, so he was naturally used ruthlessly. Sigh, the assassin was also a 3-step ancient god. Because of my loyalty to the camp leader, I've made too many enemies among the ancient gods, often facing assassination attempts, Zhang Feng said helplessly. The burly man examined Zhang Feng's injuries and said, "You should rest and recover. I will report this matter truthfully to the camp leader." With that, the burly man left the palace with 3 new gods. As he squinted, seemingly deep in thought, one of the new gods couldn't help but snort, that Zhang Feng must be faking his injury. Yes, he's just trying to avoid doing the camp leader's bidding. His brother-in-law is dead, and instead of avenging him, he wants us to do it. The new gods all suspected Zhang Feng of deceit. He claims he was attacked by a 3-step ancient god, yet he can't even produce the assassin's corpse. Last night, after receiving news of Zhang Feng's injury, they had rushed to Kai country to support him, only to be turned away. They hadn't seen Zhang Feng until daylight. The burly man sighed as he glanced at his subordinates. His injuries don't seem fake. Whether he's faking or not, it seems we truly won't be able to rely on him for the next few decades. HMPH, this is our territory. With the camp leader in charge, where would a 3-step ancient god dare to act? An assassin, what a joke. These new gods were full of confidence. In the fallen zone, ancient gods were on the brink of extinction, fortunate enough not to be wiped out entirely. They rarely engaged in assassination attempts. Those who could flee had already fled. However, at that moment, a terrifying voice rang out like thunder. Execute the traitor Zhang Feng. Those who stand in our way shall be killed without mercy. The 4 new gods present were stunned. Was there really an assassin? Inside the palace, Zhang Feng also froze. There really was an assassin. How bold! The burly man roared. Who dares to act so brazenly in my presence? The burly man was furious. It seemed Zhang Feng truly had been attacked. Being ambushed before was one thing, but to have someone come openly after Zhang Feng while their camp was present was a direct affront to him. How could he not be angry? He soared into the sky. 7 new gods around him also took to the air. A powerful aura of evil godly energy spread, enveloping the entire capital of Kai country. All the ordinary citizens trembled in fear. At that moment, Qi Yuan and his group stopped above the capital city of Kai country. Qi Yuan looked at the burly man, squinting. Are you Zhang Feng? Beside him, Wang Wenqi quickly replied, My lord, that is not Zhang Feng. The burly man also scrutinized Qi Yuan, his eyes widening in surprise. I wondered who would dare come to the capital of Kai country with such boldness. 20 or more true gods. Indeed, the appearance of Qi Yuan and his group was imposing. More than 20 true gods, most of whom were at the level of 2 steps to heaven. In the surrounding countries, this would be considered a very strong force. However, the burly man was not afraid. This time, their camp had sent only elite troops to the capital of Kai country. 8 true gods, with 4 at 3 steps to heaven and 4 at 2 steps to heaven. Even though they were outnumbered, their strength far surpassed that of Qi Yuan's group. Moreover, he was a peak 3-step true god, on the verge of forming a divine domain. He alone could suppress these ancient gods. So many people, all potential trophies. The burly man said, his voice filled with excitement. You're not Zhang Feng, yet you dare block our way. Are you seeking death? Qi Yuan's voice was cold, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. At that moment, a regretful voice interrupted. Zhang Feng, pale and weak, rose into the air. Wenqi, I deeply regret what happened to your great-grandfather. Who could have known he would be so stubborn? If he had joined me in serving the new gods, he wouldn't have angered them, leading to such a tragedy. His death was unfortunate, but it was to avoid bringing disaster to the innocent people of the city. For the greater good, for the sake of the people, it's best not to resist the new gods. Wang Wenqi's eyes turned red with anger at Zhang Feng's words. Qi Yuan, growing impatient with Zhang Feng's hypocritical speech, cut to the chase. Why are you pretending to be injured? Do you think I'll spare you because of it? Qi Yuan's gaze was sharp, seeing through Zhang Feng's deception. Zhang Feng coughed again, spitting blood. The burly man, now suspicious, looked at Qi Yuan. It seems that the assassin who attacked Zhang Feng last night was one of your associates. We were mistaken about Zhang Feng. The other new gods also felt a pang of guilt for doubting Zhang Feng. An assassin? What happened to him? Qi Yuan asked, recalling Thunderbolt Great Venerable. He was naturally executed, the burly man boasted. And next, you will be too. Executed. Qi Yuan paused for a moment, then laughed. As if Zhang Feng could manage that. Even if Shenlei Great Venerable was injured, he was still a Great Venerable. There was no way someone like Zhang Feng could defeat him without killing him. If Shenlei Great Venerable had such a poor showing, Qi Yuan would tease him for 3 years. Qi Yuan was certain that Shenlei Great Venerable hadn't arrived yet, which made sense. If Shenlei Great Venerable was hunting Zhang Feng, he would be much more cautious, avoiding all major cities. Any delay along the way would be understandable. Feeling reassured, Qi Yuan relaxed. He eyed the evil gods before him with a greedy look. So much evil god power. He figured he could conjure up quite a few powerful deities with this. The burly man felt uncomfortable under Qi Yuan's gaze. I don't like the way you're looking at me. After all, he was supposed to be the hunter, while Qi Yuan and his group were the prey, his trophies. I don't care if you like it or not, Qi Yuan responded indifferently. Except for Zhang Feng, kill the rest. His command left both the ancient gods and the new gods momentarily stunned. Shouldn't the goal be to capture them alive? How do you capture someone dead? But since Qi Yuan had given the order, the ancient gods hesitated no further. They spread out, surrounding the 8 evil gods, including Zhang Feng. The burly man's smile faded. Am I still dreaming? A group of 2-step ancient gods dares surround us. He was utterly confused. These ancient gods must have lost their minds. But then he remembered they had come to assassinate Zhang Feng and had done so with such arrogance, making everything a bit more understandable. Attack. We have to find someone, and Thunderbolt Great Venerable is just too unreliable, Qi Yuan muttered, looking annoyed. As the other ancient gods followed his order, they unleashed their divine domain seedlings without hesitation, facing the powerful evil gods. Instantly, nearly 20 divine domain seedlings bloomed. The space above the capital city of Kai country froze. The smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared. Fear replaced the confidence on the burly man's face. Divine domain seedlings. How is this possible? They couldn't comprehend it. How could they encounter such powerful ancient gods, and not just one but several? In the presence of the divine domain seedlings, these evil gods, whether they were two-step or three-step, were completely immobilized. Their dozens of divine apertures became dull and sluggish. The difference between a venerable and a great venerable was the divine domain. The number of divine apertures determined the amount and flow of divine power. But when a great venerable's divine domain was unleashed, it could block the divine apertures of a venerable. At that moment, the three-step evil gods were as weak as dogs and chickens. I'll take care of the killing. It's been too long since I've beheaded anyone, and it's getting boring. Qi Yuan's voice broke the tension. Due to the limitations of this world, Qi Yuan had been stuck at the peak of the Purple Mansion for a long time. In previous battles with deities, it was always his followers doing the killing. He'd only been able to watch from the sidelines, feeling his hands itch with the desire to fight. The last time, when Shenlei Great Venerable had subdued an evil god for Qi Yuan to kill, Qi Yuan had failed, leaving him frustrated. Now, with so many heads ready to roll, he couldn't wait. Sword, come forth, Qi Yuan commanded, and a blood-red long sword materialized, darting through the air like a dragon. The sword entered the divine domain seedlings with ease. It flashed across the 8 powerful evil gods. One by one, the terrifying evil gods fell. Their heads rolled, and their bodies were smashed by Qi Yuan's sword. They were dead, thoroughly and completely. Now I can finally enjoy a feast without worry. Having slain the 8 evil gods, Qi Yuan absorbed a large amount of evil god power, and his experience surged. Finally, he turned his attention to Zhang Feng. At that moment, Zhang Feng lay there like a dead dog, unable to move under the pressure of the divine domain seedlings and the combined divine power of the other gods. Qi Yuan exhaled with satisfaction. It feels good to bully the weak. After being cautious and restrained for so long, he could finally unleash his full power. He looked at Zhang Feng, his gaze turning cold and sharp. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Zhang Feng, pinned down by the other gods, looked terrified. Have I offended you, my lord? He racked his brain but couldn't recall anything. But hearing Qi Yuan mention, a long time ago, could it be from 10,000 years ago? Yes, Qi Yuan replied. Before I kill you, I'm going to read your soul. Qi Yuan rarely used soul reading. He usually just killed his enemies outright. Zhang Feng's face twisted in fear. What have I done to offend you, my lord? Please, enlighten me so that I may die knowing why. Zhang Feng had always been a survivor, clinging to any chance of life. Tianbao Venerable was a respected elder, but I never had the chance to meet him. You were closest to him, so I want to see what he was really like. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to respond, Qi Yuan's divine sense violently pierced Zhang Feng's sea of consciousness, tearing through it. An endless stream of memories flooded into Qi Yuan's mind. In Zhang Feng's memories, Qi Yuan finally saw the kindly old man. He always wore simple linen robes and fished by the lakeside. With all the memories in hand, Qi Yuan looked at the now vacant-eyed Zhang Feng. Tianbao Venerable, I will remember you. This time, Qi Yuan had learned much about Tianbao Venerable and knew quite a bit about him. Qi Yuan always remembered those who had shown him kindness. Being remembered meant not being completely erased from existence. One day, when he reached the pinnacle of divinity, those who had passed might yet return. After speaking, Qi Yuan ended Zhang Feng's life with a single stroke of his sword. Wang Wenqi, who had been holding back her emotions, finally let a single tear fall. The elder twin sister spoke urgently, My lord, we must leave quickly. The evil god army will likely arrive soon. If they send a great venerable next time, we'll be in serious trouble. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. Then, he suddenly shouted, Good morning, people of Kai country's capital. We can't have a feast this time, but next time I come, I'll treat you all. Qi Yuan was disappointed that he couldn't feast in the home of the slain, but at least there would be another chance. The citizens of Kai country's capital were left bewildered, finding the whole situation incomprehensible. Let's go. Qi Yuan knew it was time to leave. While they were strong, they still had a significant gap to bridge if they were to face the full force of the evil god's army. If the evil god's army fought without fear of death, like mindless machines, they could indeed hold Qi Yuan's group at bay. In an instant, the group transformed into streams of light, fleeing rapidly. Killing and then running, it was thrilling. Qi Yuan was used to this feeling. The only downside was not being able to feast in the victim's home. But then, a deep, booming voice echoed through the air. Since you've come, why not stay a while? All the ancient gods' faces changed upon hearing this voice. A great venerable was making a move. In the distant north, a massive pillar of light shot towards them with terrifying speed. The light pillar was filled with a destructive aura, capable of dissolving everything in its path. This was clearly an all-out attack from a great venerable, delivered from thousands of miles away. The difference between a venerable and a great venerable was like the gap between a yin god and a purple mansion cultivator. Though they had consumed the divine domain elixir and could manifest divine domain seedlings, their seedlings were nothing compared to a great venerable's complete domain. Even from thousands of miles away, the full force strike of a great venerable felt like an unstoppable force of annihilation. The elder twin sister's expression was grave. We must all work together to help the Lord block this attack. She called out to the other 7 ancient gods. These 7 were all veteran ancient gods, incredibly powerful. If the 8 of them combined their strength, they might be able to block the attack. But even then, it would come at a great cost. If 2 of them survived, it would be considered lucky. Such was the difference between a great venerable and a regular venerable. No need for you to act. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuangxi stepped forward. Chen Shifan, Shi Chongshan, and Mu Tong also stepped forward. The elder twin sister was stunned. Weren't they only newly advanced to true gods? For them to block this attack was nothing short of suicide. Qi Yuan, however, nodded approvingly. Northern Polar 4 Saints, don't disappoint me. Indeed, these 4 were the ones who had practiced the Northern Polar 4 Saints' divine techniques. Zhu Zhuangxi was the martial Tianpeng, Shi Chongshan was the Xuantian Shangdi, also known as the true martial Great Emperor, Chen Shifan was the martial Tianyu, and Mu Tong was the martial Yisheng. Even if they've attained true godhood, the gap between them is still too vast. The elder twin sister's heart raced with anxiety. These 4 had only recently begun to grow in power after practicing the divine techniques of godhood. Dying here would be such a waste. But Qi Yuan's orders could not be questioned. All they could do was worry. The 4 villagers soared into the sky, meeting the massive light pillar head-on. They stared at the great venerable's full-force strike without a hint of fear. Today, I'll show you what real strength is. Zhu Zhuangxi roared. The other 3 echoed his battle cry. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. With their shouts, the 4 villagers underwent a dramatic transformation, and a divine aura filled the air. Terrifying shadows began to form behind them. Behind Zhu Zhuangxi, a fearsome god with 4 heads and 8 arms appeared, holding 8 different weapons and standing over 40 meters tall. The Milky Way flowed between his palms, and terrifying lightning danced through his hair like tiny serpents. The image of Tianpeng appeared. The other 3 villagers underwent similar transformations. Behind each of them, terrifying shadows of gods materialized. The shadows were like divine beings descending, impossible to look at directly. Even a glance filled one with awe. Then, the sound of the Milky Way surging filled the air. The clamor of golden armored soldiers echoed through the sky. The ancient gods couldn't help but stare at the shadows. It was as if they could see beyond the shadows, where legions of soldiers stood. Is this godhood? Why is it 1,000, 10,000 times more terrifying than I ever imagined? The ancient gods trembled in awe. A purple thunderbolt flashed, and the Milky Way surged. Countless sounds of armored soldiers on the march filled the air, and it seemed as if behind the shadows were endless legions of divine warriors, all clad in golden armor and wielding long spears and halberds. Every soldier was a god. These divine soldiers formed an army so vast it was impossible to count. The battle cries rang out. Tianpeng, Tianpeng, 9 Yuan spirit warriors. Heavenly armored warriors, defend the south and repel the evil. Heavenly generals, defend the north and strike the enemy. 300,000 soldiers, protect the 9 heavens. The ancient gods were stunned. Godhood, nonsense. Where in the world of Fancheng are there gods commanding 300,000 true gods? 300,000 true gods as soldiers. Not even the legends of the Hongtang War dared to exaggerate like this. I am the great marshal of the Northern Polar 4 Saints, Tianpeng. How dare you harm me? Zhu Zhuangxi shouted again. The terrifying shadow behind him opened its eyes. The other 3 marshals also opened their eyes. A powerful aura swept across everything. At that moment, words couldn't capture the scene. The shadows of the northern polar four saints reached out, grabbing the terrifying pillar of light that was meant to destroy everything. Ah! Zhu Zhuangxi shouted. The other three villagers also displayed a fierce determination. They used their godly bodies and divine domain seedlings to directly confront the great Venerable's full-force strike. Boom! The pillar of light shattered into nothingness. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The world trembled as the great Venerable's full-force attack was reduced to nothing. Zhu Zhuangxi patted his wide sleeves, a look of smug satisfaction in his eyes. Now, old Zhu should be able to easily beat that big black dog. Recently, he had been terribly bullied by that big black dog. Now, he could finally hold his head high. The other three remained solemn, the divine aura gradually fading from their eyes. The ancient gods present were still in shock, unable to recover from the awe-inspiring scene they had just witnessed. Shenlei, that was a great Venerable. A full-force attack from a great Venerable had been effortlessly neutralized. Everyone present was silent and astonished. Was this the power of a god? It was clear that it wasn't. Although they had never seen myth-level divine techniques before, they knew they couldn't be this exaggerated. That was a true full-force strike from a great Venerable. Even if these four were only at the first or second step of godhood and had awakened the seeds of divine domains, they shouldn't have been able to withstand it. The scene before them defied their understanding. No wonder the Origin Heavenly Venerable dared to come to Kai country. He must have already had a plan and was confident in his victory. In their hearts, the image of the Origin Heavenly Venerable became even more majestic. At that moment, a voice echoed, reaching the ears of all the ancient gods present. A qualified NPC can't just be shocked all the time, that's how you get left behind by the times. It's important to have a skill. Otherwise, you'll be out of a job before you're 35. Chef, musician, mourner, which one do you want to learn? I can teach you. These three are especially easy to find jobs in, so you won't have to worry about being left behind by the times. The ancient gods were stunned, and the shock in their hearts vanished instantly. The elder twin sister looked at Qi Yuan, a face full of helplessness. My lord, we should hurry and escape. If that great Venerable catches up, it will be a deadly battle. The other ancient gods quickly nodded in agreement. The full-force strike of the great Venerable had been blocked, but if the great Venerable chased them with hundreds of evil gods, they would still be in a dire situation. We can leave, but what about Thunderbolt Great Venerable? Qi Yuan thought for a moment, then decided there was no need to worry about Thunderbolt Great Venerable. As long as the old man wasn't too out of his mind, he would likely return after discovering what had happened in the capital of Kai country. Let's go. The group transformed into a stream of light, heading back to Qingshui village. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, an old man wearing a golden mask with strange patterns etched on it stood. Through the mask, his cold eyes were visible. My strike was blocked. He was somewhat surprised, perhaps even shocked. The opponents were merely venerables, yet the four of them had joined forces and blocked his attack. How could he not be surprised? Shall we pursue them? Asked a new god at the third step to heaven, his eyes anxious. After all, they couldn't just watch as those ancient gods escaped. Although they didn't understand how those ancient gods had managed to block a strike from the great Venerable, their camp had plenty of true gods. Under the command of the camp leader, they could easily annihilate those ancient gods. No, the camp leader replied, his voice firm. Something was strange about this situation. Each of those true gods had divine domain seeds, which was simply too unbelievable. True gods of that caliber would be nurtured carefully, so why would they suddenly appear in the fallen zone as assassins? There was something fishy going on, it might even be a trap aimed at him. His lieutenant was disappointed, feeling that he had missed out on a sure victory. If the great Venerable had made a move, he was confident he could have captured those 20 ancient gods. The camp leader looked at his lieutenant and narrowed his eyes. You take a few true gods and capture them. Huh, the lieutenant was stunned. Was he serious? Was he really sending him? On the wide road, divine beings occasionally flew by. At a roadside tavern, a sign was posted today. Buy 3 drinks, get 3 free. A burly figure stopped in front of the tavern, sniffing the air deeply. A rich, fragrant aroma filled his nose. A grand drink is in order before doing great deeds. The burly figure thought. Innkeeper, bring me 3 jars of your best wine. Coming right up, the burly figure sat down, his eyes flashing with hints of purple lightning. It seems fate is on my side. If I hadn't gotten lost, I might have run into that great Venerable. This burly figure was none other than Shenlei Great Venerable. Since leaving Qingshui village, he had been careful and discreet, hiding his identity while making his way to Kai country to catch Zhongfeng off guard. On his way, he encountered an ancient god from the Ancient Gods Alliance and stopped to gather information. However, that ancient god had misled him, sending him down the wrong path and wasting his time. But this detour allowed him to avoid the battle between the great venerables. Not long ago, as he was making his way to Kai country, he had seen the great venerables clashing in the sky from afar. In the past, he wouldn't have cared about such things. But now, heavily injured and needing to conceal his identity, he couldn't risk being detected by the great venerables. Fortunately, getting lost had delayed him just enough to miss the battle, which made him feel that fate was on his side. I wonder which two great venerables were fighting, Thunderbolt Great Venerable pondered. But he quickly dismissed the thought. As long as it didn't interfere with his mission, it didn't matter. The wine was brought to his table, and Thunderbolt Great Venerable poured himself a full bowl. As he drank, a sense of ease washed over him. But as the wine flowed, his thoughts grew more troubled. By now, that kid should have just left the ancestor land. I hope that old fox Li Shan managed to hold him back. Shenlei Great Venerable sighed, his mind wandering. On this mission to assassinate Zhongfeng, he had left all his belongings with Xiao Shui and was penniless. He had even discarded his communication jade slip, fearing that his old friends would persuade him to turn back. Now, as he drank the last of his 3 jars of wine, he called out, "Innkeeper, didn't you say buy 3, get 3 free?" Coming right up, the innkeeper quickly brought 3 more jars, a broad smile on his elderly face, as if something good had just happened. "Something good happening, innkeeper?" Shenlei Great Venerable asked, curious. Shenlei Great Venerable was tempted to say that once he had assassinated Zhongfeng, it would indeed be a double celebration. Most of the people in Fangxin realm detested the evil gods, and traitors like Zhongfeng were despised even more. "A great thing indeed," the innkeeper said, glancing at Shenlei Great Venerable. "You don't worship the new gods, do you?" "Not at all. How could this old man ever worship those bastards?" Shenlei Great Venerable replied heartily. The innkeeper visibly relaxed. Anyone who would call the new gods bastards was clearly not on their side. "The heavens in Kai country have changed." "What?" Shenlei Great Venerable paused, the bowl of wine hovering in the air. "Zhongfeng is dead." "What?" Thunderbolt Great Venerable was stunned. He had come to assassinate Zhongfeng, and now he was being told Zhongfeng was dead. Seeing the shock on Shenlei Great Venerable's face, the innkeeper explained, "Just recently, a voice echoed in the sky, declaring that Zhongfeng would be executed and that those who stood in the way would die. A group of ancient gods stormed Kai country and killed Zhongfeng. Afterward, they fled. The camp leader from the evil god's army struck back with full force, but those ancient gods blocked the attack. Now, those ancient gods have fled northward." The innkeeper pointed in a direction. "Those ancient gods came from that way and headed back that way after the kill." Shenlei Great Venerable was completely stunned. Who had stolen his kill? Was there really someone so bold in the fallen zone? Such a righteous god, this old man is impressed. Shenlei Great Venerable was dazed. The target he had come to kill had already been killed by someone else, leaving him feeling lost. Should he, maybe attack the evil god's camp instead? Shenlei Great Venerable couldn't help but admire the ancient god who had killed Zhongfeng, even though he had no sense of honor. It was supposed to be his kill. That righteous god is a true hero. Traveling 1,000 miles to kill one god and then disappearing without a trace, treating life and death as nothing. The innkeeper praised, clearly moved. Shenlei Great Venerable's expression turned blank. These words of praise should have been for him. But now, even the traitor had been stolen from him. Shenlei Great Venerable felt a deep regret, suddenly aimless. Should he maybe confront the evil god's camp? Great Venerable was conflicted, feeling that the ancient god who killed Zhongfeng had acted dishonorably. It was his kill to make. That righteous god is also quite the character. After killing Zhongfeng, he shouted to the city's people that next time, he'd treat them to a feast. "Haha, I wonder if this old man will ever get to eat at Zhongfeng's feast," the innkeeper said with a broad smile. Beside him, Thunderbolt Great Venerable was completely frozen. What? A feast? The words, feast, were from a distant memory, something he had barely heard of in his entire life. Since arriving in Qingshui village, the word, feast, had been the most frequent word he heard. Now, hearing it again, he was shocked. Could it be that the one who killed Zhongfeng was Qi Yuan? How could that be? Wasn't that kid only at the Purple Mansion stage? Hadn't he just entered the Ancestor Land? Even if he had broken through to become a true god, he couldn't have killed Zhongfeng so brazenly and blocked a strike from a great Venerable. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. But the way he acted really did sound like that kid. Suddenly, Shenlei Great Venerable remembered something. The direction the innkeeper had pointed wasn't that the direction of Lin country. Thinking this, he felt a surge of panic. Could it really have been that kid? His thoughts were a jumbled mess, and he wanted to take out his communication jade slip to confirm. But then he remembered he didn't have anything on him. So, he quickly entered his meditation space and asked in the group chat. Li Shan Great Venerable, are you there? I have a question. Oh, Shenlei Great Venerable, you're back. Shenlei Great Venerable, was that ancient god who visualized the 8 myths your disciple? Shenlei Great Venerable, where are you now? I've found the thunderwood you needed. Shenlei Great Venerable was dumbfounded by the sudden barrage of greetings. What did they mean by 8 myths? Who had visualized 8 myths? His disciple. He was utterly confused. Could it be? A terrifying thought crept into his mind. At that moment, Li Shan Great Venerable finally replied, Shenlei Great Venerable, you're still alive. That's great. You should return quickly. In the group chat, Li Shan Great Venerable didn't elaborate. He still needed to keep Shenlei Great Venerable and Qing Shui village's situation hidden from the evil gods. After all, those 8 mythical gods had not yet fully grown. If exposed, the evil gods' army might try to crush them in their infancy. Hearing Li Shan Great Venerable's words, Shenlei Great Venerable was filled with 1,000 questions. He wanted to ask more, but realizing there were other ancient gods in the chat, he held back his curiosity. Exiting the chat group, Shenlei Great Venerable furrowed his brow, still deep in thought. 8 myths, could it really be him? If it was, that would be incredibly shocking. Could that kid really be a genius? If it was him, it would make sense. Qi Yuan didn't want to see him die, so he had come and killed Zhongfeng himself. How is he bolder than I am? Shenlei Great Venerable slapped his thigh. This is too reckless. He was extremely worried. Qi Yuan was far too reckless. He had just visualized 8 myths and was already launching a full-scale attack. This must have caught the attention of the evil gods. This was bad news. In Feiwu City, several figures landed. Qi Yuan looked at the city's inhabitants still feasting and turned to the ancient gods around him. After working so hard, you must be tired. Go enjoy the feast and replenish your energy. The ancient gods exchanged glances. My lord, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with the evil gods? The younger twin sister blurted out, speaking her mind. Now, after a long march and the assassination of Zhongfeng, they were certainly impressive, but they must have caught the attention of the evil gods' camp. The evil gods' camp would surely begin increasing its forces to surround and kill them. After all, even without considering the mythical gods, the mere fact that there were over 20 gods with divine domain seeds was enough to make the evil gods take them seriously. You're right, Qi Yuan nodded earnestly. This made the ancient gods breathe a sigh of relief. Qi Yuan wasn't entirely unreliable. Now that Qing Shui village's strength has increased by at least tenfold, we can't just sit back and wait. We should take the initiative and fight to grow stronger. Qi Yuan said, his mind spinning with ideas. It seems it's time to put my brilliant mind to work and come up with a brand new battle plan. Qi Yuan's words left the ancient gods bewildered again. Shouldn't they be thinking about how to respond to the evil gods' attack? Should they flee, hide, or engage in guerrilla warfare? How had they ended up talking about taking the initiative to attack? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? My lord, isn't this a bit hasty? The elder twin sister couldn't help but ask. The elder twin sister's thoughts were shared by the other ancient gods. Now was the time to avoid battle if possible. The gains they had made in the ancestor land were already substantial. They needed to quickly use those resources to enhance their power. Especially the 8 true gods who had obtained the myth-level visualization techniques, they needed to be quickly pushed to the Great Venerable level. Only then would Qing Shui village's strength be truly formidable. Not hasty at all. Qi Yuan shook his head. I've had many enemies who dragged things out, taking decades to deal with a simple matter. In the end, I wiped them all out. Take the Black Mountain sect, for instance. Qi Yuan had suspected they wanted to invade Earth and dig up his ancestors' graves. But the Black Mountain sect had taken their time, never making a move, which had kept Qi Yuan up at night, leading him to come up with a plan to destroy them overnight by flying his spirit boat into their base. The same went for the Bright Palace. They had constantly targeted Qi Yuan, demanding that the Shang dynasty hand him over along with Kong Fuluo. What fools! If Qi Yuan had been in the Bright Palace's position, he wouldn't have set any deadlines, he would have destroyed Qi Yuan immediately. That way, he wouldn't have given Qi Yuan time to grow stronger. In Earth's history, if Qi Yuan had been a general of the Yuan dynasty, he would have taken his 10,000 soldiers and smashed the begging bowl of Zhu Yuanzhang. The longer we wait, the more variables will arise. So, we must act with lightning speed to eliminate the surrounding evil gods. Qi Yuan spoke with conviction, his logic sound. The ancient gods around him were dumbfounded. I have a new plan, and it's called 3 days, to slay 100 gods. Seeing that the others seemed moved by his words, Qi Yuan quickly seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Silence. All the ancient gods present were silent. The plan to destroy 100 gods in 3 days was simply too shocking. Previously, the evil gods' camps might have hesitated, perhaps observing the situation or coordinating with other camps before launching an attack on Qingshui village. But once Qi Yuan launched the destroy 100 gods in 3 days plan, it would undoubtedly drag the entire fallen zone into the flames of war. The great venerables of the evil gods' camps would no longer sit idly by. At that point, a true god war would break out. A relentless, ongoing god war. My lord, this will ignite a god war, one of the ancient gods said with difficulty. The ancient gods were certain that after the destroy 100 gods in 3 days plan, the evil gods' camp would unite within 2 days and march on Qingshui village. At that point, their power would be insufficient to counter the evil gods. A god war is great. Every day, we'd rake in vast amounts of evil gods' spiritual power, what a profit. Qi Yuan clapped his hands in approval. The other ancient gods exchanged looks. Sure, it'd be a huge profit, but they'd need to stay alive to enjoy it. Don't worry, my plan is foolproof. You just need to follow my instructions, and the evil gods will be defeated. Qi Yuan said confidently. The ancient gods hesitated, then Zhu Zhuangxi spoke up, what are you hesitating for? Acting like some timid false gods. I, old Zhu, am the first to support the Lord's plan. Shi Chongshan quickly added, I support it too. Whatever happens, happens. I don't believe the Lord would lead us to ruin, said Ji Yushen, the pine tree ancient god. With that, the remaining ancient gods finally voiced no objections. At this point, the elder twin sister lowered her head, please, Heavenly Venerable, reveal the plan so we can carry it out. Everyone else looked at Qi Yuan as well. Since they had chosen to serve him, they would follow his orders. Shao Qi, Qi Yuan called out. Within about 100 heartbeats, Qi rushed over, out of breath. Godfather, you're back. Qi glanced at Qi Yuan and the many ancient gods behind him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, though it quickly faded. Shao Qi, how many true gods are left in Lin country? Qi Yuan asked. There are 43 left, 5 of them at the 3rd step to heaven. The numbers at the 2nd and 1st steps are unclear, Qi answered earnestly. Is that all? Qi Yuan sounded disappointed. The number of evil gods in Lin country was underwhelming. The first step of the destroy 100 gods in 3 days plan, you 20 ancient gods with divine domain seeds, after you finish eating, head to each city in Lin country and kill all these evil gods for me. Instantly, Qi Yuan's meticulous plan was already a third complete. Quote. Quote. Silence. The ancient gods were at a loss for words. Even Ji Yushen, the pine tree ancient god's beard twitched slightly. This plan seemed rather haphazard. Qi Yuan seemed tired of talking and picked up the water on the table, taking a sip. The first day's plan is set. Now let's move on to the second day. Shao Qi, what's the nearest country to Lin country? How many evil gods are there? The nearest is Feng country, which has 72 evil gods, Qi answered seriously. As Qingshui village's chief strategist and head of logistics, she handled all the dirty and tedious work. She had already gathered this information for Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan frowned, it seems there are more evil gods in Feng country. Killing only 40 on the first day seems like a waste, and it might scare away the evil gods in Feng country. I think we should scrap the previous plan and start over. The ancient gods fell silent again. This all seemed rather childish. But at least the plan was being reworked. After all, the first day's plan didn't sound very reliable. I think the 3-day plan should be condensed into a 1-day plan. Now, you should immediately start by sweeping through Lin country and Feng country, slaughtering all these evil gods. Qi Yuan said passionately. The citizens in front of him each possessed divine domain seeds. When facing anyone below the level of Great Venerable, they could basically achieve instant kills. Given that, it made sense to act quickly and wipe out all those evil gods. If they moved too slowly, following a 3-day plan, the evil gods might catch wind and flee. So, Qi Yuan decided to shorten the timeline. Qi Yuan felt a surge of pride, knowing he was indeed brilliant, considering variables on the battlefield, including the possibility of the evil gods fleeing. When it came to wisdom, only Daji Zhenjin in Kanglin realm might surpass him. Can you do it? Qi Yuan asked directly, looking at the 20 or so ancient gods. The ancient gods were bewildered for a moment. We can, the elder twin sister responded. If we have a map, we can sweep through these evil gods within a day. But only for 1 day. By tomorrow, the entire northwest of Lin country would likely be in chaos. Shaoqi, where are the maps? Qi Yuan asked his chief strategist. Wait a moment, Godfather. Qi vanished in a flash and quickly returned with a stack of maps, distributing them to the ancient gods. Qi Yuan smiled. With the plan set, half the job is done. The rest is up to you. Qi Yuan looked expectantly at the ancient gods. The ancient gods had mixed feelings. Some were excited. As ancient gods, they were used to retreating. Taking the initiative like this was something they'd never even considered before. Although this might lead to being surrounded by armies later, in the early stages, it was going to be incredibly satisfying and cathartic. To increase the efficiency of this plan, I'll give you some fish bombs. Qi Yuan said as he distributed some Taiyan thunder pearls to the group. The ancient gods accepted the fish bombs. Thank you, Heavenly Venerable. Alright, everyone, go enjoy the feast. In half an hour, we'll head out to kill our enemies. Qi Yuan was filled with heroism. Under his leadership and planning, everything in Fengxin realm was moving in a positive direction. So, all the ancient gods dispersed to join the feast. Zhu Zhuangxi found the big black dog and promptly sat on it, making the dog howl in fury. Zhu Zhuangxi was no longer the same Zhu Zhuangxi as before, and the big black dog was no match for him now. Meanwhile, the elder twin sister and younger twin sister sat together, eating and communicating via telepathy. Sis, why does today's plan sound so unreliable? The younger twin sister asked, surprised. She had executed plans before. Those plans were always detailed, with every step meticulously outlined, including contingencies for emergencies. But today's plan seemed extremely rough. In fact, Origin Heavenly Venerable seemed to be making it up as he went along, as if he was doing it on a whim. But even though the plan seems unreliable, I feel like we have a great chance of succeeding. Whereas before, despite the detailed plans, I was always nervous about failure, the younger twin sister confided. The elder twin sister smiled. That's because Heavenly Venerable isn't relying on plans, he's relying on overwhelming force. As long as we're strong enough, who needs a meticulous plan? We can just steamroll through everything. Slaughtering 100 gods in 1 day follows the same logic. We don't need a plan, we just need to crush them and kill these evil gods. Honestly, the elder twin sister agreed with Qi Yuan's philosophy. Speed was crucial. Striking quickly, not giving the enemy time to react, was the key to achieving greater results. Right, that makes sense, the younger twin sister understood, but then she looked worried. But what happens after we complete this plan? Her concern was valid. Don't worry, the Lord definitely has a plan. He may seem casual, but how many fools have ever reached the realm of true gods? And this time in the ancestor land, the Lord probably gained more than we've seen, the elder twin sister explained. This was one reason she agreed to carry out the plan. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan looked at Zhu Zhuangxi and casually said, if you keep bullying the big black dog like this, aren't you worried that one day it might turn the tables on you? Zhu Zhuangxi immediately put on a respectful expression, then I, old Zhu, should bully it as much as possible while I still can. If I don't bully it now, I might not get the chance once it turns the tables. Qi Yuan chuckled, you're still the same as ever. Nowadays, Zhu Zhuangxi followed the path of Tianpeng Marshal. Qi Yuan noticed that this visualization method involved borrowing power, and while borrowing the power of these gods, their emotions would be amplified, leading them to say things they normally wouldn't. Of course, this influence was temporary. They were still themselves. What was most intriguing was that when Qi Yuan was visualizing in the mountain, he had conducted a small experiment. Among the Beidou Four Saints, Tianyu Marshal was actually the deputy marshal. During visualization, Qi Yuan used his stellar gold elixir to forget the concept of deputy and visualized him as the main marshal. And the Tianyu Marshal in the visualization method turned out to be the main marshal. That was interesting. These gods might differ significantly across various versions, including their identities, status, and power. But the visualization always followed Qi Yuan's memory. At that time, Qi Yuan had a sudden idea: what if he made something up from scratch? Unfortunately, it didn't work. So, visualization wasn't pure imagination, it needed a foundation in reality. Qi Yuan looked at Zhu Zhuangxi. You don't need to join today's one-day plan. I have another task for you. Zhu Zhuangxi was thrilled. The Lord was giving him special treatment. Lord, please feel free to give old Zhu any orders. Zhu Zhuangxi said excitedly. He smugly looked at Shi Chongshan and the big black dog on the ground, as if to say, see. This is what it means to be the favorite. Half a day later, in one of the ancient gods' alliance's strongholds, rain continuously fell as a man in white hurried in, his face full of anxiety. Pushing open the door, he entered the hall, bringing a blast of cold air. The three venerables inside looked at him with mixed emotions. What's going on? Asked Venerable Wanshan, frowning. Lord, those ancient gods have killed another new god. Today, all the evil gods in the 3 cities nearby were slaughtered. The man in white reported urgently. This should have been good news, but his face was full of worry. Who are these ancient gods, and why are they so strong? Venerable Wanshan asked. Venerable Wenyang shook his head, sighing, while it's satisfying to see them slaughtering evil gods, their actions will drag Feng country into war. It won't be long before the evil gods' camp retaliates, sweeping through Feng country. Our hard-earned stronghold may be collateral damage, and the people of Feng country will likely suffer a bloody massacre. Why be so pessimistic, Venerable Wenyang? Even if they didn't step up to kill the evil gods, do you think the evil gods would have spared us? Dusk Venerable finally spoke up. No matter what, I respect them for daring to kill evil gods. Venerable Wanshan agreed with Venerable Wenyang. What a pity. With such strength, why didn't they lie low, as we in the Ancient Gods Alliance do, planning carefully and thinking of the bigger picture? Sure, they've killed some evil gods, but they're just small fry. This doesn't solve the fundamental problem of the fallen zone. There are 3 evil god camps around us. Once their great venerables make a move, they'll have no place to bury themselves. Dusk Venerable was infuriated by this. Someone else was out there killing evil gods, and they were sitting here making sarcastic remarks. Killing small fry. You've been in the Ancient Gods Alliance for centuries, always talking about the bigger picture, and what have you accomplished? You haven't even killed a small fry. If the evil god camp makes a move, the Ancient Gods Alliance can go to their aid, giving them a hand. Dusk Venerable declared. Venerable Wanshan laughed. Dusk Venerable, you're being impulsive. Their actions have already exposed them. The evil gods camp won't let them go. Once they act, those ancient gods will be dead. There's no need for us to sacrifice our own people for the sake of some dead men. I've just received word that these ancient gods claim to be from Qingshui village, under someone called the Origin Heavenly Venerable. Why haven't I heard of this village? Did they grow strong through some stroke of luck? Sigh, they were too reckless. If they gained such fortune, they should have hidden away. Their impulsiveness is a death sentence. Those fortunes would have been better off in the hands of the Ancient Gods Alliance, where they could be put to better use. They're wasting the treasures of Fengxin realm, and in the end, all they've done is kill some small fry. HMPH. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Dusk Venerable could no longer hold back. If you won't help, I will. Dusk Venerable had met Origin Heavenly Venerable before. At the time, Origin Heavenly Venerable had invited him to become one of his people, but Dusk Venerable had declined. Now, it seemed that had been a mistake. The Ancient Gods Alliance was full of people who were just occupying their positions without doing anything. Did these people even hear themselves? Spouting grand ideals, always talking about the greater good and weighing the benefits, yet mocking the ancient gods who dared to challenge the evil gods. Dusk Venerable swept out of the room. Venerable Wanshan and Venerable Wenyang were taken aback. They were furious at Dusk Venerable's words. A bunch of short-sighted brutes, only knowing how to fight and kill. Why bother with Dusk Venerable? When the God War breaks out, those are the first people who'll die. Venerable Wanshan took a deep breath, looking as if he were carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. It's all for the realm, for its survival. Dusk Venerable is just a second step Venerable. If he leaves the Ancient Gods Alliance, he's nothing. Venerable Wenyang said. But then, in the next breath, his expression changed. That Dusk Venerable has gone too far. He's calling for support for Qing Shui Village. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the communication area of the Ancient God Alliance. The Dusk Venerable expressed his frustration and said, right now, the top generals under the Origin Heavenly Venerable are sweeping through Feng and Lin countries. This will definitely draw the attention of the evil god camps. I am willing to go to Lin country to assist the Origin Heavenly Venerable. Who will join me? So it was the Origin Heavenly Venerable behind today's grand show. I'll go too. Who is this Origin Heavenly Venerable? This action seems unwise. They're just showing off. Once the evil god camps mobilize, they'll all die. Supporting them now is just throwing our lives away. They eliminated the evil gods, and you call that showing off? We've been hiding like turtles, so what kind of show are we putting on? We in the Ancient God Alliance can't eradicate the evil gods in Lin and Feng countries. Why didn't we do it? We endured for the sake of the bigger picture. Is that also wrong? If all the ancient gods in the Ancient God Alliance go to assist the Origin Heavenly Venerable, even the evil god camps would have a hard time dealing with us. We should be developing quietly. Starting a war lightly will drag the Ancient God Alliance and the entire Fengxin realm into a disaster. We keep retreating, and retreating. What, should we wait until the evil gods are at our door before we start resisting? The group was filled with debate, with different ancient gods expressing their opinions. After half an hour of heated discussion, under a locust tree, the Dusk Venerable sighed deeply. Surrounding him were nearly 20 ancient gods. These 20 or so ancient gods had voluntarily left the Ancient God Alliance, intending to go to Qing Shui Village to support the Origin Heavenly Venerable. At this moment, these ancient gods were full of righteous zeal, ready to face death. Dusk Venerable, we should get going, said the Fire Lotus Venerable, her voice gentle like a southern maiden. We've waited long enough. Those who were meant to come have arrived. The others have made their own choices. There's no need to wait any longer, another ancient god said, with a tone of resignation. The Ancient God Alliance had over 300 ancient gods, yet only about 20 had come. Not even a tenth, but this was to be expected. Going to support Qing Shui Village meant facing the evil god camps, assault. With their current strength, they had little hope of withstanding an attack from the evil god camps. At this point, the Fire Lotus Venerable asked the Dusk Venerable, you are most familiar with the Origin Heavenly Venerable. Do you know why Qing Shui Village suddenly gained so much power and why they suddenly attacked the evil gods in Feng and Lin countries? As soon as she asked, the other ancient gods also looked at the Dusk Venerable. They were all very curious about this. Qing Shui Village was a previously unknown place, and suddenly it had produced several true gods who dared to challenge the surrounding evil gods. It was astonishing and hard to comprehend. Even the evil gods probably hadn't anticipated this. The Dusk Venerable frowned and pondered before saying, the Origin Heavenly Venerable once visualized 21 legendary level visualization techniques. Facing these ancient gods who were willing to go to Qing Shui Village, the Dusk Venerable decided to trust them. What? That peerless genius was him. The usually calm Fire Lotus Venerable showed a look of shock. Back then, the story of an ancient god who had visualized 21 legendary level visualization techniques had shocked the entire Fengxin realm. Almost all the ancient gods in the Ancient God Alliance had heard of it. They had assumed it was a peerless prodigy from the southern region. They never expected it to be someone from the Fallen Zone. If that's the case, it makes sense, the ancient gods murmured among themselves. At this moment, one ancient god suddenly had a thought. Could the 8 mythological beings who appeared in the visualization land recently also be his work? The ancient god said, his voice trembling. Visualizing 21 legendary techniques was already extremely rare. 8 mythological beings. That was unheard of. The odds that these were the same person were low, but it was possible. I don't know, the Dusk Venerable shook his head. If it is him, then I think those old fellows in the Alliance were right. We should develop quietly and accumulate strength, one of the ancient gods couldn't help but say. They call it quiet development, but what have they developed? They're just being cowards. The ancient gods debated heatedly. The Dusk Venerable's eyes grew firm. If he really visualized 8 mythological beings, then we must protect him at all costs. The other ancient gods nodded in agreement. The evil god camps were indeed powerful, but that didn't mean Qingshui village was already doomed. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The Shenlei Venerable had already returned to Feiwu City and even visited Qingshui village. Now, he was gritting his teeth, glaring at the big black dog beside him. Couldn't you have stopped the origin Heavenly Venerable? The big black dog trembled, feeling deeply wronged. Today was a particularly bad day for it. Its sworn brother, Shi Chongshan, didn't even bring it tea or water. Zhu Zhuangxi even went as far as to sit right on it. And now, even the Thunder God Venerable was picking on it. How could a dog stop the origin Heavenly Venerable? Should it just bark endlessly? It didn't want to end up on the dinner table. Sigh, where in the world is Qi Yuan? The Shenlei Venerable felt a deep sense of desolation. Originally, he had been moved by Qi Yuan's actions when he led a group to kill Zhang Feng. He had planned to come back and advise Qi Yuan to lay low and move the gods elsewhere. But before he could even try, Feiwu City and Qingshui village were already empty. When he asked around, he learned that Qi Yuan had initiated a one-day plan to kill 100 gods. Now, all the ancient gods of Qingshui village had set out to hunt evil gods. Such a high-profile move would surely drag the entire Feng and Lin countries into a crisis. I don't know where Godfather went, Qi said calmly, seemingly not surprised by Qi Yuan's actions. The Thunder God Venerable couldn't help but feel like roaring at the sky. Then, he quickly activated his communication jade slip. In the southern region, within a cave, the Shenlei Venerable's projection appeared. He looked at the Lishan Venerable in front of him and immediately shot out a thunderbolt. Lishan Venerable was startled, but with a wave of his hand, he dispersed the thunderbolt and demanded, "Shenlei Venerable, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Shenlei Venerable was furious. "You knew Qi Yuan visualized 8 mythological beings, so why didn't you keep him in the southern region? Those are 8 mythological beings. How many more can the visualization mountain even support?" The foundation of the visualization mountain was the heavenly pillar. He refused to join the mythological plan. He said he was determined to kill the young god. Given his courage and ambition, I couldn't force him. Such ancient gods are the ones I most admire. Lishan Venerable murmured. When Qi Yuan had boldly declared his intention to kill the young god, it had left Lishan Venerable in awe. Shenlei Venerable, hearing this, was infuriated. "So you just let him go back without advising him to be cautious? I told you before, he's even more reckless than I am." Lishan Venerable felt a sense of unease. "You mean he didn't stay low and sent people to rescue you? That only shows how highly he regards you. It's not a big deal, just advise him to be cautious in the future." Lishan Venerable had heard Qi Yuan's sincere words. Qi Yuan had said he would develop slowly, build up strength, and only act when he was fully prepared. Not only did he send people to rescue me, but he also took 20 or so ancient gods to Kai country and killed Zhang Feng. Shenlei Venerable spoke with a mix of emotion and helplessness. Lishan Venerable was surprised. This origin Heavenly Venerable was incredibly bold. Sigh, I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person. But it's all right, you're close to the North Sea Divine Eye. If you take him there, he should be safe. The North Sea Divine Eye was a special place, even the evil god camps couldn't easily invade it. Afterward, just keep an eye on him and advise him not to be reckless. Lishan Venerable thought the situation was serious but not catastrophic, certainly not as exaggerated as the Shenlei Venerable was making it out to be. The Shenlei Venerable was known for his brashness, lacking the demeanor expected of a great venerable. Advise him, I just got back and heard that he's leading those ancient gods to sweep through Feng and Lin countries, planning to kill 100 evil gods in one day. Shenlei Venerable said through gritted teeth. What? Lishan Venerable was utterly stunned. Hadn't he just parted with Qi Yuan less than a day ago? He had just been talking about quiet development, and as soon as he returned to Qingshui village, he started a god war. This was way too fast. Was he out of his mind? This is bad. Once the evil god camps make a move, they'll have no way out, Lishan Venerable said worriedly. I must go to Qingshui village immediately. Lishan Venerable quickly made up his mind to head to Qingshui village. He couldn't let Qi Yuan continue acting recklessly. Hopefully, he could reach Qingshui village in time. Take him to the North Sea Divine Eye as soon as possible. You must keep Qi Yuan safe. HMPH, as if I needed you to say that. Couldn't you have given him better advice? Shenlei Venerable said, still displeased. Yi City, located in the Fallen Zone, this city had no ancient gods, only new gods. However, this new god had been in seclusion, never attempting to assimilate the city's residents. So the people here lived in constant fear but managed to survive. At this moment, on a small hill in the city, two figures stood. One was burly and imposing, clearly not someone to mess with. The other was tall and handsome, his expression distant as if lost in thought. This person was Qi Yuan, who looked at the small hill and the pavilion on it with a sigh. Who would have thought we'd come to Shaozhong Mountain? Lord, have you been here before? Zhu Zhuangxi asked, surprised. Qi Yuan's origins had always been a mystery. The villagers of Qing village and other ancient gods had often speculated about Qi Yuan's identity in ancient times. Yes, I once traveled the world with an extraordinary woman. She said this was her birthplace. It used to be a bamboo forest, but now they've built a pavilion. Qi Yuan sighed, feeling the passage of time. Long ago, the foodless mother had brought Qi Yuan to Shaozhong Mountain. She had taken a bamboo stalk, made it into a fishing rod, and fished with Qi Yuan. The foodless mother had once murmured that she wished she had been born a few tens of thousands of years later. If it's a place you've been to, why not revisit it? Zhu Zhuangxi suggested tactfully. He had followed Qi Yuan out to do great things. But he wasn't in a hurry. Yes, it's a tea house now. Let's have a look around, Qi Yuan said casually. There seems to be a treasure inside. We can grab it on the way. Though it was called a tea house, it was far from ordinary. There were performances of singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments, all under one roof. Before they even entered, a voluptuous woman greeted them with a wide smile. Are you here to listen to music or watch dancing? Would you like a private room? The woman asked, her eyes lingering on Zhu Zhuangxi with a knowing smile. A private room, Qi Yuan replied. Very well. The woman smiled so broadly her chest almost shook with laughter. As they entered the pavilion, a sweet fragrance filled the air. In the center of the pavilion, 17 graceful young women danced. They wore gauzy robes, their slender waists swaying, their lotus-like steps light and graceful, each smile full of allure. Zhu Zhuangxi couldn't take his eyes off them. The other patrons also clapped softly, admiring the girls' enchanting dance. It was hard to imagine such decadence in the fallen zone. Perhaps knowing that the future was bleak, these cultivators were indulging in every pleasure. Madame Lu led the way, her gaze tinged with curiosity. She couldn't gauge the strength of these two guests. But the burly one, no matter how well he hid it, she could sense that he was at least at the peak of the purple mansion level, maybe even an ancient god. What were they doing in Yi City? Madame Lu couldn't figure it out, but she dared not ask. How many ancient gods still served the Fengxin realm? Most were now lackeys. They couldn't expose themselves, as they were all members of the foodless sect. Would you like any of the girls to play the zither or sing? Madame Lu asked with a smile. With a wave of her hand, images of over a dozen young women appeared in the air. Each one was stunning, with charming expressions, not just enhanced by beauty filters. Alongside each girl floated a brief description. Some specialized in playing the zither, others in playing the flute, while some excelled in both dance and song. Qi Yuan scanned the images but didn't find what he was looking for. He asked, who can play the suona? Madame Lu was momentarily taken aback. You have a unique taste. It wasn't uncommon for customers here to have peculiar preferences. But asking for a suona was indeed unusual, if not rare. It was like hiring two comedians to perform at a funeral. Whenever the suona plays, I feel like killing. I'm about to kill someone, so I need someone who can play it, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. The smile on Madame Lu's face froze. Killing, she knew that something big was about to happen. These two guests were clearly not ordinary people. There's a new god overseeing this area. You might want to think twice before doing anything, Madame Lu hinted cautiously. Who can play the suona? Qi Yuan ignored her warning and repeated his question. Xiaoxing studied the suona for a while, Madame Lu replied, seeing no other option. Then let's have her. Qi Yuan sat by the window, where he could see the graceful dancers below. Please wait a moment. Madame Lu left the room and went to another chamber. Xiaoxing, there are two guests in room 17. Pay close attention and see if you can find out their identities, Madame Lu instructed. As a follower of the foodless sect, she was especially interested in mysterious figures like Qi Yuan and Zhu Zhuangxi. Try to find out who they intend to kill, Madame Lu added. But most importantly, prioritize your safety. Xiaoxing, dressed in a light yellow gown, nodded. Understood, Madame Lu. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Sigh, we've been rooted here for over 100 years, yet the information we've been able to gather and send out has been very limited, Madame Lu said, disappointment clear in her voice. They had established themselves in the fallen zone to gather and relay intelligence to the ancient gods. Unfortunately, after so many years, the amount of valuable information they had managed to transmit was minimal. Worse, many of their sisters had died in the process. At times, Madame Lu questioned whether their efforts were worth the sacrifices. Madame Lu, no matter the outcome, as long as we do our part, that's all that matters. Our job is to pass on information, it's up to those powerful beings to slay the evil gods. Xiao Xing said with determination. Madame Lu gave a resigned smile. It's just that after being in the fallen zone for centuries, not only has the situation not improved, but it has also worsened. I can't help but feel disheartened. The two exchanged words for a while longer. After Madame Lu gave her final instructions, Xiao Xing took her Suona and headed to the private room where Qi Yuan was waiting. Xiao Xing approached with a curious expression. After all, it was nearly unheard of for someone to request Suona music in a place like this. Are you sure you want to hear the Suona? Xiao Xing asked cautiously. Yes, Qi Yuan replied, glancing at Xiao Xing before directing his gaze toward the main hall, where an evil god was hiding his aura, seemingly plotting something. This evil god was in possession of a treasure infused with the divine power of the foodless mother. The mournful and bleak sound of the Suona began to fill the room. Zhu Zhuangxi glanced at the evil god hidden in the hall and sent a transmission to Qi Yuan, "My lord, should we take action?" Qi Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Xing's delicate face. Why involve these innocent NPCs? Qi Yuan said. When he had entered the pavilion, his stellar gold core had been subtly influencing everyone. Aside from Madame Lu and Xiao Xing, no one else even realized Qi Yuan was there. Zhu Zhuangxi looked ashamed. I was too hasty. It's fine, we have plenty of opportunities. Let's enjoy the Suona performance first, then we can get to work, Qi Yuan replied. Inside the pavilion, Qi Yuan leisurely drank tea while listening to the Suona. Xiao Xing seemed to get into the rhythm, not only playing the Suona but also dancing gracefully as she played, her movements enchanting and full of life. The melancholy notes of the Suona seemed to blend seamlessly with her graceful dance, echoing the sorrowful backdrop of the Fangxin realm. Meanwhile, on a mountain outside Huayi City, a man wearing a golden silk mask showed a look of surprise. That group actually made a move against the evil gods of Feng and Lin countries, killing dozens of new gods. The man was genuinely shocked upon hearing this. He had previously clashed with that group, and although he had held back to conserve his strength and avoid any unexpected incidents, he hadn't expected that group to be so audacious as to slaughter the new gods of Feng and Lin countries. This was clearly provoking their camp to take action. Commander, Feng and Lin countries are in crisis. Should we send troops to assist? His subordinate asked cautiously. Send troops? Would they even make it in time? The masked man shook his head. The subordinate nodded but then hesitantly added, the Twilight Venerable just sent word, asking us to be the first to attack those rogue ancient gods since we're the closest. The masked man shook his head again. No need, I won't act until our coalition is fully assembled. Otherwise, it'll just be my men dying, and everyone else sharing the credit. There's no point in that. Besides, those ancient gods are like fish in a barrel, they won't escape. There's no rush. The masked man was confident in his position. In his view, the Fangxin realm was inevitably destined to fall under the dominion of the new gods. No matter how much the enemy struggled, it was merely a last gasp before the end. The outcome was already determined, and his priority was to preserve his forces and maximize his gains. Let them live one more day, the masked man said with a relaxed tone. Understood. By the way, how is the investigation into the foodless sect going? The masked man asked. The fallen zone was known to harbor many followers of the foodless mother in hiding. So far, the Red Leaf Pavilion is the most suspicious. We've already sent a true god to investigate, the subordinate responded. Why bother investigating? Just destroy them outright. This is the Fangxin realm, the lives of these people are nothing but expendable, the masked man said coldly. Understood. The subordinate quickly complied. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was still enjoying the Suona performance, savoring the tea and watching the girls dance, feeling rather pleased. No wonder so many people love going to such places. It's truly refined, Qi Yuan mused. However, just as he was lost in thought, the door to the room burst open. Madame Lu rushed in, her face full of urgency and an apologetic expression. Esteemed guests, an emergency has arisen at Red Leaf Pavilion, and I must take Xiaoxing away. Madame Lu said hastily. She had just received news that an evil god was planning to attack Red Leaf Pavilion. She needed to get the followers of the foodless sect out of there immediately, or they would be killed, and it would be a gruesome death. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan waved his hand, and Madame Lu's body froze in place. Good times always end too quickly. Xiaoxing, don't worry. Finish the Suona piece, and the spell on her will be lifted. Without the Suona music, Qi Yuan felt it would detract from the significance of the task he was about to undertake. Xiaoxing, though terrified, continued playing the Suona as instructed. Let's go, time to get to work, Qi Yuan said, standing up. He and Zhu Zhuangxi then vanished in a flash of light. In the air, faint whispers could be heard. My lord, I think we forgot to pay. Do you have any money? No, don't worry, we were just here to have a chat with the young ladies, not to indulge in anything. No payment needed, and no need to worry about getting into trouble. If the authorities ask, just say we were here to collect old phones. As the Suona music continued, Xiaoxing looked at Madame Lu with growing concern. Madame Lu, what's wrong? She tried many ways to free her, but none worked. It must have been a true god who cast this spell, Madame Lu said in a panic. The power restraining her was definitely from a true god. As a mere cultivator at the Purple Mansion level, she had no way of breaking free. She hadn't realized the two guests were actually true gods. But what had brought them to Red Leaf Pavilion? Were they here for good or ill? Madame Lu had no way of knowing. Sigh, Xiaoxing, perhaps you should just leave me. If we don't leave now, we won't make it out in time. Madame Lu urged. The Suona piece would take at least 100 breaths to finish, and anything could happen in that time. No, Madame Lu, you've been like a mother to me. I can't leave you behind. That guest said the spell would lift once the song was done. It won't be long now, Xiaoxing said as she continued playing the Suona, staying calm. But suddenly, a terrifying sound of thunder erupted. Boom, the earth trembled, endless purple light flashed continuously. The entire Red Leaf City and the surrounding land for thousands of miles seemed to be bathed in a purple glow. The world was awash in purple. Xiaoxing's light yellow gown was also tinged with purple, and her face showed a mixture of shock and confusion. The ground shook violently, and the wine bottles and teacups on the table shattered into pieces. The sudden clap of thunder lit up the world in brilliant colors. What happened? What's going on? Is it a battle between true gods? The cultivators in Red Leaf Pavilion rushed outside. The cultivators of Yi City also looked toward the source of the sound. Xiaoxing continued to play the Suona, but she opened the window and looked into the distance. Her eyes widened in shock. What's going on? What happened? Madame Lu asked anxiously from behind. It's Wuchang Mountain, it's gone. Xiaoxing's eyes were wide, filled with disbelief. What? Wuchang Mountain is gone? That's impossible. Madame Lu was equally shocked. Wuchang Mountain housed an evil god camp, with a great Venerable overseeing it, along with hundreds of evil gods. And now, that entire camp had been wiped out by a single thunderbolt. Could it have been the work of a supreme power? Madame Lu was in a panic, desperate for the spell binding her to break so she could see Wuchang Mountain for herself. It must have been a Venerable of at least the 5th or 6th step, one who specializes in thunder magic. Only someone like that could have wiped out Wuchang Mountain in a single blow. Madame Lu was filled with emotion, her eyes moist with tears. After so many years, she had finally witnessed a righteous master taking action against the evil gods. How could she not be moved? Who could it be? Madame Lu wondered aloud. Xiaoxing was equally moved. She played the Suona, tears streaming down her face, laughing and crying at the same time. But just then, a lazy voice echoed through Yi City. Where do you think you're going, little evil god? In the sky, a handsome young man in a green robe with long hair cascading like a waterfall and a blood-red sword on his back appeared. The purple light had not yet dissipated, casting a violet hue over his robes, making him look even more dignified, like a young celestial emperor. An evil god's body was frozen in midair, trapped within Zhu Zhuangxi's embryonic divine domain. The evil god's divine apertures were blocked, making it impossible to channel his divine power. He looked at Qi Yuan with terror in his eyes. Monster! Monster! What did you do to the camp? How did you destroy it? The evil god screamed in fear, trembling, utterly unable to comprehend. That was Wuchang Mountain, home to an army of true gods. A venerable, over 60 third-step gods, and more than 300 true gods. All of them were obliterated in an instant by that terrifying thunderbolt. Not a single true god had escaped, not even the Venerable. He had survived only because he was investigating the foodless sect and was not at the camp during the attack. He couldn't understand any of this. Qi Yuan looked at the evil god, a smile forming on his handsome face, making him appear even more eerie under the purple light. I'm just here to fish. Knowing that slaughtering the evil gods of Feng and Lin countries would provoke a response from the evil god camps, Qi Yuan had a simple solution: wipe out the camps before they could retaliate. So, Qi Yuan had brought Zhu Zhuangxi to Huayi City and used a Taiyan Thunder Pearl to destroy the evil god camp. In the ancestral land, Qi Yuan had obtained a bottle of Taiyan Thunder Pearls. These were used for fishing. There were 8 pearls, each capable of killing a venerable level fish. This time, Qi Yuan had used one on Wuchang Mountain, limiting its range to ensure the camp was completely obliterated. Not a single evil god had escaped. And you, a stray fish, must die too, Qi Yuan said softly as his sword flashed out, instantly cutting down the evil god trapped in the embryonic divine domain. All the cultivators in Huayi City who witnessed this were stunned, their hearts filled with shock, fear, or excitement. Xiaoxing was frozen in place, staring at the magnificent figure in the sky, her eyes reddening. It was him, the guest. He destroyed Wuchang Mountain. She remembered what Madame Lu had said, that the guest wanted to kill someone and needed to hear the Suona first. The people he killed were the hundreds of evil gods from Wuchang Mountain. And the Suona they listened to was the one she played. Her heart was filled with a mix of excitement and complex emotions. If she had known, she would have played even harder, putting her all into it. Only then would she have been worthy of the guest's righteous slaughter of the evil gods. People of Huayi City, hello. I was just here to fish. Keep eating your meals and flirting with your girls. Don't mind me. Next time I come by, I'll treat you all to a feast. Qi Yuan's voice echoed throughout Huayi City. After speaking, he and Zhu Zhuangxi vanished in a flash of light. There were other evil god camps nearby, and Qi Yuan needed to hurry before they learned of what had happened here and scattered. Otherwise, he would lose a lot of profit. The figures in the sky disappeared, but the purple light still bathed the city. Everyone who heard the voice was left in awe, their hearts filled with a sense of wonder that would linger for a lifetime. Qing Shui Village. Night had fallen. Shenlei Venerable looked at the few ancient gods before him, seething with anger. You've got some nerve, wiping out the evil gods of Feng and Lin countries. The ancient gods who had carried out the one-day plan to slaughter 100 gods had just returned. The thunder god Venerable was furious, scolding them as soon as they met. It was as if he were blaming them for not stopping Qi Yuan. The younger twin sister, known for her fiery temper, wasn't one to back down. Why don't you go talk to the Lord when he gets back? Convincing Qi Yuan, they knew they couldn't do it. Shenlei Venerable was furious. Where's Qi Yuan? Why isn't he back yet? He was really worried. At dusk, the Dusk Venerable had arrived with a group of true gods to offer support, but they hadn't even seen Qi Yuan. Shenlei Venerable and the others had spent half an hour discussing their plan. They had decided to hold off the evil god camps at all costs, allowing Qi Yuan and the 8 gods who had mastered myth-level divine visualization techniques to escape to the North Sea Divine Eye. They were ready to sacrifice themselves, just waiting for Qi Yuan to return. But while the other ancient gods had come back, Qi Yuan was still missing. Shenlei Venerable couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't worry, the Lord is wise. He won't put himself in danger, the ancient god of Wangsong reassured him. He had unwavering faith in Qi Yuan. If he doesn't come back soon, the next to arrive in Flying Dance City will be the evil god camp. Shenlei Venerable said, exasperated. Qi Yuan was too unreliable, making him worry constantly. He had thought he was reckless, but compared to Qi Yuan, he was nothing. Qi Yuan was the epitome of recklessness. Just after returning from the ancestral land, he had gone to hunt down Zhang Feng. After killing Zhang Feng, he had a meal and then set off on a 1,000-mile journey to slaughter over 100 true gods in Feng and Lin countries. Now, if someone told Shenlei Venerable that Qi Yuan was off attacking an evil god camp, he would believe it. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In Flying Dance City, Shenlei Venerable was nearly jumping with anxiety. He desperately wanted to find Qi Yuan and send him to the North Sea Divine Eye. The Dusk Venerable stood nearby, his expression pensive. The Origin Venerable has always been unconventional. Nothing he does surprises me anymore. At the 100 Flowers Festival, the Dusk Venerable had already witnessed Qi Yuan's unique approach. This distinctiveness, along with his willingness to challenge the evil gods and take the lead in battle, had earned the Dusk Venerable's respect. The Fire Lotus Venerable was equally curious. I, too, would like to meet this extraordinary person. Who was this Qi Yuan, who had managed to visualize 21 legendary beings and 8 mythological figures? Such a legendary ancient god could arguably stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest in the Fengsin realm, like the Foodless Mother. The Fire Lotus Venerable, herself an ancient spirit, had never met the Foodless Mother, but she had heard of her deeds and deeply revered her. In a way, the Fire Lotus Venerable considered herself half a follower of the Foodless sect. "Hey, old man Shenlei, you're back." Suddenly, a voice called out from the sky. 2 figures appeared before the gathered group. All eyes turned to Qi Yuan, their gazes filled with surprise and respect. This was the legendary prodigy. "You brat, do you even realize how much trouble you've caused?" Shenlei Venerable scolded Qi Yuan angrily. "Get ready to head to the North Sea Divine Eye." The North Sea Divine Eye? What for? Qi Yuan looked puzzled. "Old man Shenlei, stop making such a fuss. Just tell me what's going on." "What do you think, you idiot? It's to escape, of course. Look at the mess you've made." Shenlei Venerable was almost furious enough to explode. "You sent your men to wipe out the evil gods of Feng and Lin countries. Sure, it was satisfying, but what happens next?" Shenlei Venerable pointed to the Twilight Venerable and the others. "These people have left the Ancient God Alliance to come to Qingshui village to support you, risking their lives in the process." Only then did Qi Yuan turn his attention to the Twilight Venerable and the others. Qi, who was beside him, quietly introduced them. After hearing Qi's introductions, Qi Yuan's expression softened. These ancient gods had left the safety of the Ancient God Alliance and journeyed all the way to Qingshui village. He couldn't help but feel grateful for their support. Qi Yuan had never been one to withhold his gratitude from his friends. "Would you like to become my followers?" he asked the Dusk Venerable and the others. His question left the ancient gods from the Ancient God Alliance momentarily stunned. They had come to Qingshui village ready to sacrifice themselves, and now the Origin Venerable was asking if they wanted to become his followers. It was puzzling. Shenlei Venerable glared at Qi Yuan. "Why are you still obsessing over followers at a time like this? Get to the North Sea Divine Eye, or you'll be dead meat when the evil god camps come after you." The other ancient gods agreed. The priority now was to leave and head for the North Sea Divine Eye. Qi Yuan, however, shook his head. "The evil god camps won't be coming." "What?" Shenlei Venerable was confused. "Just now, Zhu Zhuangqi and I took a little stroll and blew up 4 nearby evil god camps," Qi Yuan said casually, pulling out a bottle filled with what looked like firecrackers. "These firecrackers are pretty high quality, and they have a limited range. Unfortunately, there were only 8 big ones, and I used 4 of them. From now on, I'll only be able to blow up smaller targets," he lamented. Taiyan Thunder Pearls. Shenlei Venerable's eyes widened. As a master of thunder techniques, Shenlei Venerable knew exactly what he was looking at. Those little beads were Taiyan Thunder Pearls. Even the fist-sized ones emitted an aura that made even Shenlei Venerable feel threatened. The other ancient gods were equally shocked, their divine energy instinctively circulating to protect their bodies. "I used 4 of the big ones to blow up 4 evil god camps," Qi Yuan said, putting the Taiyan Thunder Pearls away. "So, it's unlikely that any more evil god camps will be coming after us. Everyone can just relax and enjoy the feast." Qi Yuan's tone was lazy and relaxed. Since killing the evil gods of Feng and Lin countries would attract the attention of the evil god camps, the solution was simple: eliminate the camps before they could react. With no camps left, Qingshui village could rest easy. Shenlei Venerable was speechless. The ancient gods from the Ancient God Alliance were equally at a loss for words. Qi Yuan never ceased to break their expectations. Shenlei Venerable took a deep breath, grumbling under his breath. "Whoever calls me reckless after this, I'll be having words with them." Reckless. Compared to Qi Yuan, he was nothing. Qi Yuan was the real deal when it came to boldness. Next to the Origin Venerable, Shenlei Venerable felt like a cautious coward. "So why would we go to the North Sea Divine Eye?" Qi Yuan asked again, looking around at everyone as he extended his invitation. "Do you want to become my followers? I have some small rewards for you." The Dusk Venerable sighed. Qi Yuan really was persistent about making others his followers. The first time they met, Qi Yuan had made the same offer. The Fire Lotus Venerable looked surprised but remained silent. The other ancient gods were similarly puzzled, not understanding what Qi Yuan meant. Those who had followed Qi Yuan out of the ancestral land, however, looked at him expectantly. My lord, do we get small rewards too? The ancient god of Wangsong looked at them and couldn't help but say, the Lord already gave you divine domain elixir. What more do you want? The Dusk Venerable and the other ancient gods were shocked. The reward was divine domain elixir. The divine domain elixir could help condense the embryonic form of a divine domain, a priceless treasure for a venerable. Their breaths grew heavy with anticipation. We came here ready to die, so becoming followers is no big deal. And with divine domain elixir on the table, it's hardly a loss, the Dusk Venerable said with a cheerful smile. In any other situation, he wouldn't have agreed to become a follower, even with the lure of divine domain elixir. But now, their fates were intertwined, and there was no need to be so particular. Besides, they were likely all going to die anyway. The Origin Venerable's actions had earned their admiration. Then I'll pledge my loyalty to the Origin Venerable, the Fire Lotus Venerable said gently. The other ancient gods followed suit. Some were hesitant, but ultimately, they agreed to pledge their loyalty to the Origin Venerable. In the Fengsin realm, such pledges, even if only verbal, carried weight. Shenlei Venerable looked at Qi Yuan and snorted. I'm not interested in your divine domain elixir, so I won't be your follower. As a venerable, Shenlei Venerable wouldn't lower himself just for divine domain elixir. Qi Yuan seemed a bit disappointed. What a shame, I had prepared a special gift for you, old man Shenlei, but since you don't want to be my follower, I'll have to reconsider. What kind of gift would I care about? Shenlei Venerable said dismissively, but then he looked at Qi Yuan again and said, fine. You've asked me 3 or 4 times to join Qingshui village. Since you're being so persistent, and I'm feeling generous, I'll reluctantly agree to become your follower. Don't go thinking I'm doing this for your lousy gift. Shenlei Venerable seemed proud but eventually agreed to become Qi Yuan's follower. This is a day full of good news, Qi Yuan said, clearly pleased. Qingshui village had many venerables, but only one venerable of the highest rank, Changhua, who was in the North Sea Divine Eye. Now, they had gained another in Shenlei Venerable. Enough with the celebrations. If you keep smiling like that, you'll jinx yourself. Shenlei Venerable said, still irritated. You've done a fine job blowing up 4 evil god camps, but now the real fight is coming. The new gods won't be able to delay the inevitable any longer. In the Fengsin realm, the power of the new gods far surpassed that of the ancient gods. If a divine war on the scale of the Hongtang War were to break out, the ancient gods of the Fengsin realm would have been wiped out long ago. The only reason so many ancient gods still remained was that the new gods had yet to purge them. The reason for this was simple. A young god was lying dormant in the heavenly pillar, consuming the Fengsin realm's heavenly Tao. This had caused a deficiency in the heavenly Tao, which affected everyone in the realm. This manifested as hunger even in cultivators of the nascent soul in true god realms. With the young god devouring the heavenly Tao, it wouldn't be long before the Fengsin realm's heavenly Tao was completely consumed. When that happened, the life and death of all ancient gods would be at the young god's mercy. This was why the new gods weren't eager to engage in battle with the ancient gods. They only had to wait a few decades or a century for the young god to finish consuming the heavenly Tao. All the ancient gods would die eventually. But Qi Yuan had slaughtered the 100 evil gods of Feng and Lin countries and then obliterated 4 evil god camps. The other regions in the northern Fallen Zone might ignore what happened here, dismissing it as a joke. However, the military leader of Qingheng continent wouldn't sit idly by. The leaders of the 4 camps were among his most trusted generals. With them wiped out by Qi Yuan, he would be forced to act. It won't be more than 10 days before the generals of the Qingheng continent army come for you. What then? I reckon at least 10 venerables will be coming. Even if you escape to the North Sea Divine Eye, it won't do you any good, Shenlei Venerable said, resigned to whatever would happen. Qi Yuan just smiled. In games, when you beat the small enemies, the big ones come after you. In my game, I beat the small ones and then go after the big ones. He wasn't going to sit around waiting for the enemy to attack. His style was to strike first. If you say so, I'll be watching, Shenlei Venerable muttered. Qi Yuan's confidence surged. I've found a glitch in the game. I'm about to steamroll the Fengsin realm. Before, creating powerful beings had many limitations. Now, those limitations were nearly gone. It was all about mass production. This game was simpler than Lufeng Realm, just pump out soldiers and steamroll everything. Of course, there was still the issue of the powerful Yang God. The Venerables of Qingheng continent are small fry. They're just experience bags. Nothing to worry about. Now that you've all become my followers, let's start by gathering some basic information so I can give you your rewards. Chi, come here, Qi Yuan said, shifting topics quickly from the crisis to rewards. Chi appeared, exasperated. Yes, Dad, how's the basic information form coming along? Qi Yuan asked. Before heading off with Zhu Zhuangxi to blow up the camps, Qi Yuan had carefully considered how to develop his forces. One crucial aspect was helping his followers, especially the Venerables, find a suitable path. What Qi Yuan needed most now was high-level combat power. For example, even with the myth-level divine visualization technique of the celestial marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Zhuangxi's strength was still far behind that of the Venerable Changhua, who had the legendary level visualization of the 100 Flowers Immortal. Of course, in terms of potential, Tianpeng Marshal's was higher. The paths of the Venerables were set. Unlike regular followers, they couldn't just pick and choose any divine visualization technique. Only those that aligned with their path as true gods would be useful. It was like Changhua Venerable in the 100 Flowers Immortal. Qi Yuan's idea was to have his true god followers write down the paths they were pursuing and the divine roles they aspired to. Then he could match each of them with a suitable divine visualization technique, speeding up their progress. Here's the form. Chi waved her hand, and a stack of papers with a distinctly modern feel appeared, filled with questions. Qi Yuan glanced at the form, grabbed it, and then distributed it to everyone. Fill out the form. I'm going to eat. When I'm done, hand them in. And don't just make stuff up. With that, Qi Yuan left the group and headed to the feast. The ancient gods looked at each other, unsure of what to make of this. Shenlei Venerable also held a form, frowning. What's all this? Is that brat going to pocket our divine domain elixir? The Dusk Venerable looked at the form, puzzled. Age, name, personality, skills, cultivation techniques, desired divine role. The form was full of odd questions, leaving the Twilight Venerable both amused and confused. If the Dusk Venerable had lived on Blue Star, he would have realized that the form was eerily similar to a job application. Dusk Venerable, what is the Origin Venerable up to? Fire Lotus Venerable asked. The other ancient gods were equally puzzled. What was the point of filling this out? No idea, the Dusk Venerable shook his head. But then a terrifying thought crossed his mind, which he quickly dismissed. Impossible. Could the Lord be planning to create custom divine visualization techniques for us? The ancient god of Wangsong said, his voice trembling. The other ancient gods turned to look at him. The thought had crossed their minds as well, but it seemed too far-fetched. The Lord knows many ancient gods we've never even heard of, but how could he create custom techniques for each of us? I think he'll probably use these forms to select a few suitable candidates, the younger twin sister analyzed. Her explanation seemed more reasonable, and most of the ancient gods agreed. The ancient god of Wangsong looked at one of the ancient gods, Li Xiao, aren't you planning to focus on the path of the body? Li Xiao looked confused. I'm cultivating wood techniques. The path of the body is just something I mentioned casually. Well, you can't take the same path as me. I'm focusing on wood techniques. The ancient god of Wangsong was getting anxious. After all, only one powerful ancient god might emerge on a given path. A venerable level divine visualization technique would be crucial for them. If they followed the same path, only one might receive Qi Yuan's blessing. Li Xiao glanced at the ancient god of Wangsong with disdain. Why are you getting worked up over something that hasn't even happened yet? It's embarrassing to have you as a neighbor. The two began arguing, lightening the mood considerably. The previously tense atmosphere became much more relaxed. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Night had fallen, and a blood-red glow hung high in the sky, making the world seem eerily sinister and terrifying. Shenlei Venerable handed his form to Qi Yuan, his expression complicated. Are you planning to visualize more divine techniques for these ancient gods? Qi Yuan took the form and nodded. Yes, there might be a problem with that. Oh, Qi Yuan was surprised. What problem? There originally wouldn't be any problem, but since you showed up, it's become an issue. Because you're too good at visualizing. Shenlei Venerable sighed, exasperated. The visualization realm is actually dependent on the heaven pillar. After the pillar broke, the world changed. Not only can the Purple Mansion no longer ascend to true God, but even the visualization realm is now restricted. Before, there were so few myth-level visualizations that no one noticed this limit. Shenlei Venerable's point was that Qi Yuan was overloading the system. For instance, if the visualization realm could support the visualization of 100 divine techniques, the people of Fengxin realm might only create 50, so no one noticed the limit. But Qi Yuan alone had visualized 50, and he wasn't stopping. So now the limit was becoming apparent. Currently, the visualization realm can probably only support 5 more myth-level divine techniques, Shenlei Venerable continued. You should save some for the myth plan, for them. Shenlei Venerable was aware of the myth plan. He neither supported nor opposed it, but now, the chosen ones in the plan had only visualized 2 myth-level techniques. There's such a restriction, Qi Yuan wasn't too concerned. This restriction was similar to how the Purple Mansion couldn't ascend to true God. He could simply use the lost starlight rod to take the Venerables and his followers back to the past. On a previous trip to the past, Qi Yuan had experimented with visualizing and found that he could still enter the visualization realm. This meant he could take all his villagers and ancient gods back to the past to visualize and ascend to true God. The past, before the heaven pillar broke, likely wouldn't have these restrictions. Shenlei Venerable looked at Qi Yuan with a complicated expression. So, even if you've seen true gods from beyond the Fengxin realm, no matter how many or how powerful they can't save the Fengxin realm. I don't need a grand gift or a powerful divine technique. Shenlei Venerable's voice was filled with a sense of melancholy and endless uncertainty. To him, Qi Yuan's very existence in the Fengxin realm was a mistake. A prodigy of Qi Yuan's caliber could have reached unimaginable heights in another world, but here, he was trapped in the Fengxin realm with no hope. You're underestimating me, old man Shenlei, Qi Yuan said confidently. This game is full of restrictions, designed to keep players from winning too easily. But I know how to break the rules. These limitations can't stop me. Just watch, I'll go full throttle and steamroll the Fengxin realm. The limitations Shenlei Venerable mentioned didn't worry Qi Yuan. The only drawback was that the lost starlight rod had only 2 uses left, so he had to plan carefully. He couldn't just visualize whenever he wanted. Shenlei Venerable's beard bristled. You get a little praise, and suddenly you think you're invincible. Steamroll the Fengxin realm. Forget the Yang God in the heaven pillar. How do you plan to deal with the myth-level evil gods? I just got word that the vanguard under the evil god general of Qingheng continent is gathering at Sunset Slope. The evil gods' forces are stronger than we thought, 34 venerables and over 1,000 ordinary evil gods. This time, their goal isn't just us, they plan to sweep through the entire Qingheng continent and wipe out every ancient god. As Shenlei Venerable spoke, his worry deepened. They had initially expected 10 venerables at most, but there were 34. The evil god general was determined to purge the entire Qingheng continent. Sunset Slope, what a poetic name, Qi Yuan said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. 34 venerables and over 1,000 evil gods, what a feast. It was like the heavens had answered his prayers. He had been worrying about how to gather enough evil god energy to return to the past, and now so many had gathered. Shenlei Venerable stared at Qi Yuan. Have you lost your mind? This many evil gods could sweep through the entire Qingheng continent, crushing all resistance. Even if the ancient gods from the southern lands came to help, they would be too late. The evil gods wouldn't let them in. You should just go to bed, Shenlei Venerable suggested, seeing no point in discussing the impending threat. To him, it felt like talking to a brick wall. Then he remembered something and asked, aren't you supposed to be asleep by now? Why are you still awake? Ever since arriving in Qingshui village, Shenlei Venerable had noticed how odd Qi Yuan was. Not only was his behavior strange, but he also slept at night, hanging from a tree, which was downright eerie. Aren't you curious why I'm so confident, even in the face of the evil god alliance? Qi Yuan asked, suddenly serious. Shenlei Venerable was silent for a moment, surprised to see Qi Yuan so solemn. A bit curious, yes. I've got a secret to tell you, but you can't tell anyone else, Qi Yuan whispered conspiratorially. Shenlei Venerable felt his heart race. The Origin Venerable clearly had many secrets, and not small ones. Otherwise, how could anyone visualize 8 myth-level divine techniques with no known origin? And now, this secret was about to be revealed to him. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I swear, I won't tell a soul. He watched Qi Yuan expectantly, his curiosity piqued. Actually, I've cultivated a very powerful golden core, Qi Yuan said calmly, though he was bursting with pride inside. Finally, he had the chance to show off his stellar golden core again. Shenlei Venerable was puzzled. A powerful golden core? What nonsense. A golden core, no matter how powerful, was still just a golden core. To him, a true god, a golden core was nothing more than a trifle. No matter how powerful it was, what did it matter? My golden core is a star. Look up, see that star? That's my golden core. Qi Yuan pointed to the star in the sky, outwardly composed but inwardly smug. Shenlei Venerable couldn't hold back. Are you messing with me? Old man, you're short-sighted, Qi Yuan sighed. They say that once people reach middle age, they can't accept new things. Qi Yuan had once read that people have a kind of nostalgic attachment. What they encounter in their youth becomes legendary in their minds, and as they age, they resist new things. This is what you call something new. Even if it's new, there's no way a golden core could be a star. Shenlei Venerable was almost ready to curse Qi Yuan out. Was he being toyed with? You don't believe me? Who in their right mind would believe that? Well, I'm about to form another golden core. Keep your eyes wide open, and soon you'll see another small sun in the sky. Qi Yuan's solar true fire continued to burn, devouring a second star. It would likely succeed today. That's why Qi Yuan hadn't gone to sleep. He was waiting to witness the birth of his second golden core. You're full of it. If I'd been half as good at lying when I was young, I'd have had no trouble finding a wife, Shenlei Venerable said dismissively, staring at the star Qi Yuan had pointed to. If that's really your golden core, I'll eat every pile of dung in the Fengsin realm. But just as he finished speaking, a flash of light streaked across the night sky. It wasn't particularly bright, lasting only a moment before vanishing. Compared to the spectacle in the Kanglin realm, it was almost insignificant, mainly because the Fengsin realm was so far away. But next to the small sun Shenlei Venerable had been staring at, another large sun suddenly appeared. Shenlei's eyes widened in shock. He stared blankly at the new sun, his body trembling. You were serious. Feels great. Qi Yuan was elated. He had finally formed his second golden core. See that? My second golden core. Didn't lie, did I? Shenlei Venerable's mind was in turmoil. He finally managed to squeeze out a few words. You're ruthless. You'll accomplish great things. To make me eat dung, you actually formed a star golden core. Don't try to trick me into eating and drinking, Qi Yuan said casually. Shenlei Venerable stared at Qi Yuan, his gaze vacant, his thoughts racing. Save the Fengsin realm. He almost wanted to kneel and cling to Qi Yuan's leg. Don't worry, I'm going to clear this game soon. I've been racking my brain, but I've come up with a detailed plan. This year, I'll beat this game for sure. In the Ancient God Alliance, the atmosphere was tense. The Wan Mountain Venerable's expression was particularly grim. The Origin Venerable is truly detestable. Not only did he stir up trouble, but he also wiped out the new god camps. He's too bold. Now that the new god's army is mobilizing to sweep through Qingheng continent, where are we supposed to go? The Venerable Wenyang's voice was filled with regret and uncertainty about the future. That Origin Venerable is nothing but trouble. His reckless actions have sparked a war. I'm not worried about our safety, but about the billions of innocent people in Qingheng continent. They did nothing to deserve this. And now, they'll face the new gods, cleansing, their lives destroyed. Many of the ancient gods present began to condemn Qi Yuan, as if he were guilty of the gravest sins. Only a few of the native ancient gods found this hard to swallow. But this was understandable. The Ancient God Alliance had been formed with the help of many foreign ancient gods who had fled here. In the past, when Feiwang City was in crisis, members of the Ancient God Alliance had tried to persuade the ancient god Yuan and Qi Yuan of Qingshui village to join them. Most of the foreign ancient gods had joined for similar reasons, self-preservation. So, it was no surprise that they lacked backbone. The ancient gods argued for over an hour, but no consensus was reached. The meeting ended in discord. The Wan Mountain Venerable walked alongside the Venerable Wenyang. Venerable Wenyang looked worried. Wan Mountain, is your contact reliable? Wan Mountain Venerable thumped his chest. I've been in contact with the ancient god function for 50 years. He's always been loyal to the new gods. This time, he sent me a message. If we head to Sunset Slope, we can join the new gods. But since we're latecomers, we'll need to prove our loyalty by serving them. I'd be more worried if they didn't give us something to do, Venerable Wenyang replied, relieved. I've already contacted dozens of comrades. Today, we'll head to Sunset Slope to welcome the new god army. Sigh, for the sake of the Fengsin realm's survival, we'll have to bear the shame of being called traitors, one mountain venerable said, his voice filled with melancholy, as if he had no other choice. That vile origin venerable, he's nothing but trouble, acting so arrogantly just because he found some Taiyan thunder orbs. He forced us to leave here and become lackeys for the new gods. Sigh, Venerable Wenyang lamented. Leaving the ancient god alliance, where they could do as they pleased, to become subservient to the new gods was a bitter pill to swallow. If we weren't unsure how many Taiyan thunder orbs he has left, I would have killed them all before going to Sunset Slope and presented their heads to the new gods. One mountain venerable growled. By the way, did you notice that a new star appeared in the sky last night? It was strange. Maybe another true god broke through to the level above true god. Too bad the Fengsin realm remains sealed off. Sunset Slope, located in the heart of Qingheng continent. Once, an evil god camp had been stationed here. In the past 2 days, evil gods had been gathering here. Now, the small Sunset Slope was filled with over 1,000 evil gods. At the forefront stood the Three Flames Venerable. Clad in red armor that covered his entire body, leaving only his piercing eyes visible, he stood atop a high platform, surrounded by over 30 venerables. In just 2 days, countless venerables and respectables had arrived, and the evil god army was fully assembled. At this moment, with over 1,000 respectables gathered, even without a word spoken, anyone could feel the immense pressure and the impending storm. The ancient god Function, clad in light armor, stepped forward, his face lit with joy. Three Flames Venerable, one mountain venerable of the ancient god alliance has brought 97 ancient gods to pledge their loyalty. They await your command. Though Function Venerable's expression was serious, he was inwardly delighted. The battle hadn't even begun, and nearly 100 ancient gods had already sworn loyalty. The credit for this would be immense. Three Flames Venerable's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Excellent, very well done. Function Venerable quickly added, it's all thanks to your overwhelming reputation, Three Flames Venerable. These ancient gods didn't dare oppose you. Three Flames Venerable's laughter grew louder. Nearby, one mountain venerable, Venerable Wenyang, and a group of true gods from the ancient god alliance kept their heads bowed, their expressions respectful. We're willing to serve as vanguard, paving the way for Three Flames Venerable. One mountain venerable pledged his loyalty. Venerable Wenyang added, I've heard that Three Flames Venerable has a flame divine bird as a mount. I'm skilled in caring for birds and would be honored to serve as your bird keeper. The other ancient gods scrambled to flatter him, looking ridiculous. The new god venerables around them burst into laughter, watching them like they were clowns. One mountain venerable saw their mockery but dared not resent the new gods. Instead, his hatred for Qi Yuan grew even deeper. To him, all of this was Qi Yuan's fault. Haha, the backbone of the Fengsin realm was broken in the War of Hongtang long ago. Now, it's all just a bunch of jumping clowns. If they stay out of trouble, we'll leave them be. But dare to attack a military camp? The Origin Venerable is the toughest bone in the Fengsin realm. Such a person is admirable, worth 100 of you. Three Flames Venerable looked at the ancient gods of the Alliance, his tone dripping with scorn. Too bad he offended the general. Only death will satisfy that crime. Three Flames Venerable's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Meanwhile, over 1,000 miles away, Qi Yuan lay in a tree, with the Thunder God Venerable standing nearby. Several ancient gods stood around them, looking worried. Qi Yuan lazily asked, are they all gathered yet? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. They've all gathered. Shenlei Venerable stood at the mountaintop, his voice trembling slightly. The other 3 ancient gods nearby, who were originally from the Ancient God Alliance and familiar with the area around Sunset Slope, were called here by Shenlei Venerable to guide the way. They were filled with confusion, not understanding why they had to watch for so long. Fire Lotus Venerable looked at Qi Yuan, who was lying on a tree, and inexplicably felt a sense of admiration. Facing the massive army of evil gods at Sunset Slope, she couldn't be as calm and leisurely as Qi Yuan. At that moment, Qi Yuan stood up, a faint smile on his lips. Since everyone's here, it's time for them to lie down together. Qi Yuan's words were mysterious. Shenlei Venerable's breathing quickened as he stared at Sunset Slope. Fire Lotus Venerable and the other ancient gods were puzzled, unsure of what Qi Yuan meant. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked up at the sky. Appear, my son. Enjoy my warmth, white moonlight. As he finished speaking, time seemed to stand still. The entire world, bathed in a layer of faint red light from the blood-colored stars, suddenly underwent a slight change. All the venerables and ancient gods experienced a brief moment of bewilderment. Why has the sunlight changed color? Everyone had the same thought. In Sunset Slope, 3 flames Venerable and the other venerables and evil gods were momentarily stunned. Venerable Wan Mountain quickly said, "The heavens change color, a great omen. This foretells that 3 flames Venerable will surely sweep across Qingheng continent." 3 flames Venerable forced a smile. A good omen, indeed. The other new gods also smiled. Some ancient gods secretly despised Venerable Wan Mountain, thinking he had no spine. To speak such nonsense to flatter him, if they had known, they would have flattered him first. At that moment, a Venerable noticed something unusual. "Look at the sky, it seems a star is falling." The true gods at Sunset Slope all looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with stars, and among them, a sun was moving rapidly, seemingly heading somewhere. The sun's speed increased, and its light grew brighter. Could it be falling into the Fengsin realm? A Venerable muttered. The hearts of all the true gods sank. Judging by the situation, it was indeed about to fall into the Fengsin realm. No matter, even if it falls into the Fengsin realm, it has nothing to do with us, 3 flames Venerable said, his expression complicated. This level of battle was not something a Venerable like him could intervene in. After all, there was a great saint of blood sun lurking in the heaven pillar. How could a mere star, even if it were the reflection of a sun god, be a threat to such a powerful being? Venerable Wan Mountain took the opportunity to flatter him. The stars fall because of the Venerable's might. 3 flames Venerable chuckled. I'm merely a 5th step Venerable. I don't deserve such flattery. This was no ordinary star, it was a star that could shine on its own. There were 2 kinds of stars in the heavens, those that emitted light and those that did not. The ones that emitted light represented Yang gods, while those that did not represented ordinary peak Yin gods. Not all Yin gods could have their reflections in the heavens, the right to have a star was a privilege granted by the Yang god they served. The reflection of these stars in the heavens borrowed the light of their Yang god's sun. The general of Qingheng continent, who was 3 flames Venerable's superior, had such a star in the heavens. 3 flames Venerable extinguished these thoughts and looked up at the sky. Boom! In a fraction of a second, the entire Fengsin realm suddenly shone with intense light. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment. A shadow of the sun hung in the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up. It's really falling into the Fengsin realm. Which sun god has intervened? Is this a warning? A Venerable pondered. HMPH, a mere sun god from beyond our realm, crossing countless spaces to meddle in the Fengsin realm's affairs, this is courting death. A myth-level god snorted. All the true gods looked up at the sky, their expressions varying. The projection of a sun falling was indeed a terrifying event. All the true gods sensed a dangerous aura, but they chose to remain silent. If a sun god was willing to intervene, then naturally, the target must be Blood Sun Great Saint in the heaven pillar. But in the next moment, everyone's expressions changed. What's happening? It's heading toward the northern lands. This isn't good, the target isn't Blood Sun Great Saint. All the Venerables and true gods felt a surge of anxiety. The sun fell faster and faster, bringing with it an aura of annihilation. The Venerables in the northern lands had no time to act, they couldn't stop the terrifying sun projection together. 3 flames Venerable's smile froze. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. This is extremely wrong. All the Venerables and true gods were stunned. This sun seemed to be coming straight at them. Did they name Sunset Slope wrong? Before they could react, the enormous sun projection crashed into Sunset Slope. An ancient voice echoed in their ears. The great sun shines bright, illuminating the world. I don the black robe and command the 9 laws. The sun projection swelled and exploded. Endless heat and light concentrated on the small area of Sunset Slope. What kind of power could be unleashed by focusing the energy of a sun in such a small space? It was unimaginable. Over 1,000 true gods didn't have time to react before they were engulfed by the scorching heat and the overwhelming aura. In the terrifying flames, every true god was completely incinerated. On the mountain peak, Shenlei Venerable looked at Sunset Slope, now resembling a small sun. Fire Lotus Venerable was stunned, the extreme light illuminating her face, making her look even more flushed. Her expression froze, and she turned to look at Qi Yuan, her phoenix eyes filled with shock and complexity. The other ancient gods also turned to Qi Yuan. Master, was that sun yours? Qi Yuan shrugged, his expression wistful. It was too far away, so the power wasn't that great. This time, he had summoned his second stellar golden core, which had just been condensed. Perhaps because it was too far away, Qi Yuan felt the power was just average. The people around him fell silent. Not that powerful. It was too powerful. Over 30 venerables and 1,000 yin gods were obliterated by the sun projection, leaving nothing behind. Qi Yuan looked at the distant sunset slope, the light fading, like a dying star. In that single strike, over 1,000 powerful beings had perished. Under the terrifying sun, life seemed fragile. In the face of nature's might, humans appeared incredibly weak. Qi Yuan was suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow. Some people die and are heavier than Mount Tai, some people live, but they're already dead. White moonlight, though you've died, you've left me with an ocean of experience and countless evil god energies. Your death is heavier than Mount Tai. Don't worry about me, I won't be sad. I'll turn my grief into an appetite and enjoy a good feast. White moonlight, may you rest in peace. After all, the white moonlight had fallen, so Qi Yuan felt it necessary to say a few words, lest others think he was heartless, only here to reap the benefits. Shenlei Venerable was bewildered by Qi Yuan's words. Fire Lotus Venerable's admiration for Qi Yuan vanished. The heroic image she had built in her mind crumbled. Let's go back, and have a feast. The sun fell and landed on Sunset Slope. On Sunset Slope, over 30 venerables and 1,000 true gods perished. To outsiders, their deaths were just a number. But to them, it was an unbearable pain. Of course, they couldn't feel that pain now. In Qingheng continent, the evil god general's eyes were deep, his gaze seeming to pierce through space and time, falling on Sunset Slope. Sunset Slope had been flattened by the sun projection, and the entire army had been annihilated in a single blow. Is there an outside sun god interfering? The evil god general muttered, his eyes flickering. Should we report this to Blood Sun Great Saint? A voice sounded in his ear. It was another general. Now, the 5 generals of the northern lands had gathered. This was the strongest force of the evil gods in the Fengxin realm. 5 generals, all at the myth level. Each had their own myths. The Great Saint is at a critical moment and cannot be disturbed, General Riong said. Blood Sun Great Saint was at a crucial point in devouring the world's heavenly Tao within the Heaven Pillar. The generals speculated that the outside sun god's intervention was meant to stop the Great Saint from devouring the heavenly Tao. This was an innate world, coveted by even sun gods. What do you think of this sun projection? One general asked. General Riong's eyes flashed with killing intent. It seems that the 8 myths in the visualization realm weren't a coincidence. An outside sun god has planted a pawn in the Fengxin realm. The other generals were weighed down by this revelation. Fortunately, this strike didn't fall directly on them. Instead, it fell on Sunset Slope, which was fortunate. Qing Shui Village. Origin Venerable, is it? General Riong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You intend to strike at the sun god's pawn? Another general asked. General Riong shook his head. Of course, he wouldn't. What if the same thing happened again? I will report this situation to the master and let him decide. General Riong replied. As long as the master acted to seal the Fengxin realm again, preventing the sun god's pawn from borrowing external power, he could crush the Origin Venerable of Qing Shui Village with a flick of his wrist. In the southern lands, dozens of venerables gathered, their expressions serious. What do you all make of today's events? An elder asked, his voice hoarse. This is an unprecedented change in the Fengxin realm, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we seize it, it could bring the Fengxin realm back from the brink. A venerable said excitedly. A sun god, a glimmer of hope. If he's willing to help us, we might stand a chance against the evil gods. But how do we know he isn't just another evil god? An elder questioned. The excited venerables fell silent. Right, an innate world, drawing the covetous eyes of sun gods. This new arrival, who's to say he isn't just another evil god, another who seeks to devour the heavenly Tao of the Fengxin realm? The myth plan must continue. We can't pin our hopes on anyone else. And besides, it seems this young god hasn't personally intervened. He probably doesn't want to offend the 2 young gods. An elder spoke, setting the tone for the discussion. Such a powerful being might help them complete the myth plan, but he couldn't possibly stand against the 2 young gods eyeing the Fengxin realm. Why would young gods fight to the death? Ling Zhang Venerable, what's your opinion? The elder turned to a headless ancient god. The other ancient gods also looked at Ling Zhang Venerable. Ling Zhang Venerable sat quietly, exuding a powerful aura of battle. All eyes were on Ling Zhang Venerable, their gazes filled with respect. This was a ruthless warrior who had survived the Battle of Hongtang and had a deep relationship with the foodless Holy Mother. His opinion was highly valued by the ancient gods. He was one of the pillars of the southern lands. I will go to the northern lands. Ling Zhong Venerable's words were brief. The gathered venerables fell silent. A powerful ancient god like Ling Zhong Venerable entering the fallen northern lands had a high probability of never returning. Ling Zhong Venerable was willing to risk his life for a sliver of hope for the Fengsin realm. Meanwhile, in Feiwang City, Qi Yuan, having finished his feast, stretched lazily. Victory in war hinges on speed. The three-step plan to eradicate the evil gods is halfway done. Now for the remaining half. Without a plan, one might be like a headless fly. Qi Yuan always preferred to plan his actions. Now, clearing the Fengsin realm was proceeding according to his carefully laid plan. Is everyone here? Qi Yuan asked again. Shenlei Venerable's heart skipped a beat. The last time he heard this question, Origin Venerable had summoned a sun projection and wiped out the evil gods at Sunset Slope. Now, hearing it again, he almost had a stress reaction. The other ancient gods looked at Qi Yuan expectantly. Was it time for him to distribute divine essence elixirs and other benefits? They had been looking forward to these rewards for a long time. Today was truly a day of double blessings. First, the evil god army at Sunset Slope was wiped out by the sun projection. Now, Origin Venerable seemed ready to distribute rewards. Venerable Wanghan looked at Fire Lotus Venerable, noticing her strange expression. Fire Lotus Venerable, you don't seem very happy. Fire Lotus Venerable had been out of sorts since returning with Origin Venerable, her eyes vacant and pupils dilated. Even now, as Qi Yuan gathered them to distribute rewards, she still wore that blank expression, not showing any joy. This puzzled Wanghan Venerable. What had happened when she went out with Origin Venerable to make her like this? And nothing. Fire Lotus Venerable snapped out of her daze. I think the Venerable is about to give us divine essence elixirs. I never thought I'd have the chance to awaken a divine seed, Wanghan Venerable said with a smile. Even though it won't change the overall situation, it'll help us kill a few more evil gods, it's worth it. Most of the ancient gods shared Wanghan Venerable's thoughts. Fire Lotus Venerable, however, seemed not to hear him. She looked at Qi Yuan in the distance and murmured, perhaps our Fengsin realm really has hope after all. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. What? Venerable Wanghan was a bit confused. Do you really think that with the divine essence elixir, we can defeat the evil gods? You overestimate us. Venerable Wanghan laughed. Fire Lotus Venerable gave Wanghan Venerable a look. Who said it was for you? Even if the 20-odd ancient gods present all advanced to venerable level, it still wouldn't change the overall situation in the Fengsin realm. This time, I'll take you all to a place. When we get there, don't act rashly. Follow my instructions. Qi Yuan addressed the gathered ancient gods and villagers. This time, after annihilating 2 evil god camps and the evil gods at Sunset Slope, Qi Yuan had accumulated a significant amount of evil god energy. Since Shenlei Venerable mentioned saving some slots for the myth plan, Qi Yuan decided not to take more than his share and instead use the lost glow rod to travel back to the past to visualize. Back then, the heaven pillar hadn't collapsed, and visualization wouldn't be restricted. Upon hearing this, the ancient gods were stunned. It wasn't the distribution of divine essence elixir. The expectation in their eyes visibly faded. However, no one dared to question Qi Yuan. Shenlei Venerable looked at the ancient gods and couldn't help but say, a bunch of unambitious people, what's a divine essence elixir worth? Venerable Wanghan wanted to retort, thinking that Shenlei Venerable didn't need the divine essence elixir, but as ordinary venerables, they did. However, fearing Shenlei Venerable's power, Wanghan Venerable kept silent. Don't worry, this time's reward won't be less than the divine essence elixir. Qi Yuan reassured them. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Qi Yuan took out the lost glow rod. The gathered ancient gods and villagers looked at the lost glow rod with curiosity, their faces filled with wonder. The lost glow rod emitted a glow that enveloped everyone. Time and space began to shift. The scene before them suddenly changed. Where is this? How strange, why can't I touch the flowers and trees here? Wait, is that the heaven pillar? The ancient gods and villagers looked at the towering mountain in front of them with astonishment in their eyes. That mountain was none other than the heaven pillar. Wasn't the heaven pillar already collapsed? How could it suddenly reappear? Everything before them was beyond their expectations. Qi Yuan calmly addressed the villagers and ancient gods. Don't worry, We've just traveled back to the past. Time travel was something Qi Yuan often did and had become accustomed to, but the villagers and ancient gods were taken aback. Back to the past. Unbelievable. The stronger they were, the more they realized their own insignificance. In the myriad worlds, even shadow gods, Pekian gods with a star, were just tiny specks of dust. To mortals, true gods might seem omnipotent, but in reality, there were many things they couldn't do. Traveling through time was a profound ability beyond the reach of shadow gods. In the eyes of these ancient gods, even young gods would struggle with it. Now, Qi Yuan had taken them back in time. How could they not be shocked? I obtained this treasure from the Ancient One's ancestral land, allowing us to return to the past. However, we can only observe, we can't interact with or perceive the past, Qi Yuan explained, not hiding the existence of the lost glow rod. The villagers and ancient gods looked at the lost glow rod with awe. They had heard of the Ancient One's ancestral land, known to be full of dangers, but they hadn't expected it to contain such a powerful artifact. The only downside was that they couldn't interact with the past, making many tasks impossible. The heaven pillar hasn't collapsed yet, so take this opportunity to train well. It might greatly improve your strength, Qi Yuan suggested. So, they were to train in the past. Was this the reward? The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only Shenlei Venerable seemed to understand something. He transmitted to Qi Yuan, "You're not planning to visualize a god from your Washa dragon group, are you?" "Correct," Qi Yuan replied. "It's true." Shenlei Venerable was astonished. "I missed it last time, but this time, I want to witness it myself." Qi Yuan chuckled. He entered the visualization realm. This time, he was directly in the visualization realm, without any chat group distractions. Qi Yuan looked at the towering mountain before him, intrigued. It seems the heaven pillar and the visualization realm are connected to the Ancient One's ancestral land. Otherwise, many things would be unexplainable, he murmured. Setting aside all other thoughts, Qi Yuan began to visualize. This time, he had brought thousands of villagers and 30 ancient gods. For the villagers, except for a few who were familiar to Qi Yuan, he planned to customize visualizations for them. The rest would be visualized as heavenly soldiers, 36 heavenly marshals, 72 earth fiends, 60 Jazi gods, 24 cloud and rain guardians, and 36 thunder generals, among others. Qi Yuan had countless gods in his memory, including gods from the heavenly court, as well as ancestors from the Hongwang era, and primordial deities. He never lacked material for visualizations. Let's start by visualizing something powerful for old man Shenlei. Who knows when he might suddenly kick the bucket? Qi Yuan pondered over which deity to visualize for Shenlei Venerable. There were many gods associated with thunder, 5 thunder emperors, 5 thunder kings. Among them, Qi Yuan had the most vivid memory of Lei Junzi and Judian Yingyuan Lei Shengpu Hua Tianzun. The former, in Qi Yuan's memory, ultimately achieved bodily sanctification and was incredibly powerful. The latter was the supreme commander of the Thunder Department, revered as Lei Zhu. He was one of the incarnations of Nanji Chengsheng Gadi, one of the 6 royals, and held an incredibly high status. The 6 royals were the Jade Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor, Zui Emperor, Qinghua Emperor, Chengsheng Emperor, and Haotu Huang Diji. The incarnation of such a powerful figure was a tier above the likes of Tianpeng Marshal. Judian Yingyuan Lei Shengpu Hua Tianzun it is. Qi Yuan decided. This deity was most suitable for Shenlei Venerable's path. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and began to visualize the terrifying deity. In his understanding, such a deity far surpassed sun gods and couldn't even be described as merely mythical. Judian Yingyuan Palace, Supreme Jade Purity King. Shaping and perfecting the 10 directions, teaching the Tao and spreading it through 9 phoenixes. As Qi Yuan chanted softly, in the visualization realm, there were no shadowy figures beside him. However, above the sky, terrifying dark clouds began to gather, as if brewing a world-shaking thunderstorm. The air was still. The visualization realm fell into a dead silence. Qi Yuan looked at the visualization mountain and saw it transforming into thunder. What was once a mountain had become a manifestation of thunder. Condense. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed in Qi Yuan's mind. Qi Yuan was taken aback. Why wasn't the visualization mountain asking the 2 questions anymore? It directly condensed the visualization. This unexpected development caught Qi Yuan off guard. Originally, when Qi Yuan summoned the sun projection to kill the evil gods at Sunset Slope, he did it partly to kill enemies and partly to capture a trace of the Great Forgetting Heart Sutra's essence. After all, when returning to the past, he wouldn't be able to use the stellar golden core to illuminate himself and pass the 2 questions. But who would have thought that by merely visualizing this deity, the visualization mountain would be assimilated? Or perhaps, subdued. Without even asking the 2 questions, it directly condensed. So hasty. Qi Yuan had imagined that a shadow of the deity would appear, but there was no such thing. There was no commotion, just a regular, ordinary visualization method. In the visualization realm, Shenlei Venerable was puzzled. Earlier, Qi Yuan had said he would help him visualize a god. Although he had outwardly expressed indifference, he was actually looking forward to it. He didn't have high demands, not a myth or even a legend, just an epic would suffice. But Qi Yuan had been in there for quite a while, and no golden light had appeared in the visualization realm. Could it be just an ordinary one? Shenlei Venerable pouted. If Qi Yuan really gave him an ordinary visualization method, he was considering how to give him the cold shoulder without angering him. After all, he was a venerable and needed to maintain some dignity. If he had to grovel, it should at least be done in private. This kid better not be messing with me. Though I said I didn't care about the reward, I was just being polite. Shenlei Venerable muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Because, in front of him, the visualization mountain had cracked. The visualization mountain had split open. What was going on? Thunder God Venerable was shocked. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan was also surprised. This visualization mountain isn't very sturdy. It cracked just from visualizing one of the 6 royals' incarnations. Qi Yuan found it absurd. If he remembered correctly, the visualization mountain was still intact when he was in Qingshui village. Now, after visualizing just one of the 6 royals' incarnations, it had broken. Wasn't the heaven pillar supposed to make it more durable? Maybe, I should test it again. Perhaps the visualization mountain is just being playful and wants to crack. At the heaven pillar, a woman in a red dress stood with a cold expression. The breeze played with her hair, making her look particularly lonely. Just then, a resigned voice spoke. Foodless Holy Mother, leave the heaven pillar. The collapse of the heaven pillar is inevitable. Why do you persist? This is draining your divine domain. Venerable Ling Zhang appeared, his headless form adding to the eerie atmosphere. I made a promise to him that I would guard the heaven pillar. The day it collapses will be the day I fall. Foodless Holy Mother looked at the heaven pillar, her eyes tinged with a hint of youthfulness. But the aura she exuded was that of a mythical being. Venerable Ling Zhang looked at Foodless Holy Mother's stubborn expression and sighed. Why tie your life to the heaven pillar? You are the world's favored one. One day, you might have a chance to reach beyond true godhood. Foodless Holy Mother smiled sadly. There's no chance. Why are you so stubborn? Venerable Ling Zhang lamented. The heaven pillar is teetering. It won't be long before it collapses. Foodless Holy Mother looked at Venerable Ling Zhang, her expression calm but her voice resolute. You should leave. There's no need to persuade me. Why risk your life for someone who may not even exist? The world favors you, the hardships of your youth were just tests from the world. The one who helped you wasn't someone else, it was the world, and it was you. I even asked the Fengsen elder, and he said, the person you've been looking for doesn't exist. It's just a figment of your imagination from your youth. Venerable Ling Zhang tried to convince her. No, Foodless Holy Mother's voice became sharp. A promise I made will be fulfilled. Her gaze deepened. She was always one to keep her promises. No matter the cost, she would fulfill them, even if it meant her life. She looked at Venerable Ling Zhang. You should leave. If you take one more step towards the heaven pillar and cause it to waver, I won't spare you. Venerable Ling Zhang sighed. You're making enemies of the other myths. The heaven pillar doesn't belong to you. Occupying it for 100 years is fine, but for 1,000 or 10,000 years. That's going too far. Let them become enemies. As long as I'm strong enough, who dares to oppose me? Foodless Holy Mother's gaze was filled with the aura of a ruler. Seeing this, Venerable Ling Zhang said no more and disappeared. The towering heaven pillar was left with only Foodless Holy Mother standing alone. Suddenly, the heaven pillar shook violently, and Foodless Holy Mother's face turned pale as if the pillar was about to collapse. But amidst her pale complexion, she forced a smile. I knew it. It's not just my imagination. Meanwhile, in the visualization realm, just as Qi Yuan was about to visualize another deity, a familiar female voice echoed in his mind. If you continue visualizing now, the heaven pillar will collapse. Foodless Holy Mother. Qi Yuan was startled. It was Foodless Holy Mother's voice. Hearing her voice again, Qi Yuan felt a mix of emotions. He had witnessed Foodless Holy Mother's fall, and seeing her again stirred deep feelings within him. I'm at the Heaven Pillar. Come find me. Foodless Holy Mother's voice trembled slightly. Qi Yuan, recalling the matter of the Heaven Pillar, decided to go meet Foodless Holy Mother. What if he really caused the pillar to collapse? Qi Yuan exited the visualization realm. On the Heaven Pillar, Foodless Holy Mother seemed to hear something. Her face turned pale, but then the pallor faded, replaced by a radiant smile. Because a familiar voice reached her ears. Could it be that I haven't revealed my identity this time? Qi Yuan looked at Foodless Holy Mother, curious. Because this time, if he met Foodless Holy Mother, why hadn't she recognized him in their last encounter? Or were timelines parallel? What identity? Foodless Holy Mother asked, intrigued. Qi Yuan began to study Foodless Holy Mother. Compared to their first meeting, she seemed a bit younger, but her power was still that of a myth. I mean, if I told you we've met in the future, would you believe me? Qi Yuan said casually. By the way, where's my recliner? Get me one. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Foodless Holy Mother gazed at the spot where Qi Yuan stood. To her, it appeared empty, as if there was nothing there. It all felt like an illusion, not something real. We met in the future. The Foodless Holy Mother murmured without any emotion. Met once. Yeah, Qi Yuan didn't elaborate. That was the first time he had met the Foodless Holy Mother, witnessing her death. He couldn't very well say that after their first meeting, she died, that would be too insensitive. The Foodless Holy Mother looked at Qi Yuan and suddenly smiled, a bright and radiant smile. So that's how it is. It seemed as if a doubt in her mind had been resolved, or perhaps everything had been confirmed. Weren't you said to be someone who doesn't smile? Qi Yuan remarked casually. After their previous meeting, Qi Yuan had encountered several followers of the Foodless Holy Mother and learned more about her. According to them, the Foodless Holy Mother was not only the strongest in the Fengsin realm with astonishing battle prowess, but she also rarely smiled and was highly committed to keeping her word. Who says anyone is born not to smile? The Foodless Holy Mother countered. Do I need to smile at everyone I see? The upper part of her body was covered in a pink round-necked short jacket, and her lower body was wrapped in a vibrant red skirt embroidered with flowers. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her face, once again adorned with a radiant smile, seemed to brighten the dark night. Records are always misleading, Qi Yuan thought to himself. The records described the Foodless Holy Mother as stern and aloof, untouched by the world. Those were likely embellishments by later generations. Looking at the Foodless Holy Mother before him, Qi Yuan felt she was hiding something, as if she held some secret. Everyone has a curious nature. Aren't you worried that I might be lying to you? After all, saying I've met you in the future is something no sane person would believe, Qi Yuan continued. Moreover, in the future, when the Foodless Holy Mother met him, she didn't show any signs of recognition, which made Qi Yuan curious. Could it be that the Foodless Holy Mother he met later wasn't the same as the one before him now? Or did she lose her memory? Belief makes it real, disbelief makes it unreal. Whether I believe you or not is not important, the Foodless Holy Mother replied, her voice like the gentle sound of a mountain stream. Your outlook is a bit high level for me. I'm just a regular person, full of curiosity, Qi Yuan remarked, not wanting to dwell on the topic. After all, he and the Foodless Holy Mother were mere acquaintances. She was destined to fade away into the annals of history, and he couldn't change history, nor did he have the power to. However, something came to his mind, and he asked, have the evil gods appeared in the Fengsin realm yet? The Foodless Holy Mother's gaze suddenly turned icy. Even though they were not in the same time and space, Qi Yuan could feel a chilling cold, like the sharp edge of a drawn ice sword. Yes, they are a great threat to the Fengsin realm. Among them are one or two sun gods. Qi Yuan relayed information from the future to the Foodless Holy Mother, thinking it might help the Fengsin realm prepare and perhaps slightly alter its fate. However, even with preparation, the hard reality might not change. The gap in raw power isn't something that can be overcome by merely being prepared. I see, the Foodless Holy Mother's expression didn't change much, as if she had merely heard about some insignificant insects. This puzzled Qi Yuan, and he couldn't help but ask, you don't think I'm lying to you, do you? If the Foodless Holy Mother thought he was lying, her reaction made sense, she probably thought he was just a fraud. How much of what you've told me is true, and how much is false? The foodless Holy Mother looked in the direction where Qi Yuan's eyes would be, as if trying to see into his soul. So, you really don't believe me? Qi Yuan shrugged, not bothering to explain further. There was no need to make others believe him, as he and the foodless Holy Mother were just acquaintances. Qi Yuan set aside those thoughts and got straight to the point. You mentioned earlier that the heaven pillar might break. What do you mean by that? Qi Yuan asked. Could visualization really break the heaven pillar? Wasn't the heaven pillar supposed to be broken by a sun god? The visualization mountain is a projection of the heaven pillar, and the two are deeply connected. The heaven pillar is not stable, and if you forcefully visualize again, it might break under the strain, the foodless Holy Mother explained. Qi Yuan frowned. Is that even possible? He had never heard of such a thing. He looked up at the towering heaven pillar and muttered, is this pillar so fragile? Just visualizing Lei Zhu is too much for it. If he continued to visualize and caused the heaven pillar to break, what would happen? The idea intrigued Qi Yuan. If that happened, wouldn't he be altering history? The heaven pillar wouldn't have been broken by a sun god. If the heaven pillar breaks, the Fengxin realm will fall into endless calamity. The foodless Holy Mother seemed to hear Qi Yuan's thoughts and gently explained the consequences of the heaven pillar's collapse. How can the heaven pillar be repaired? Qi Yuan asked, looking at the foodless Holy Mother. He still wanted to visualize others. The heaven pillar couldn't really break. It's quite simple, the foodless Holy Mother replied. You just need to eat. Huh, Qi Yuan was confused. When I reached the Venerable level, I became one with the heaven pillar, and now we are inseparable. I am the heaven pillar, and the heaven pillar is me, the foodless Holy Mother said calmly. This surprised Qi Yuan, and he felt a bit guilty. Does that mean I just broke one of your bones? If his visualization had caused the visualization mountain to crack, and that reflected on the foodless Holy Mother, it meant she was injured. The foodless Holy Mother gave Qi Yuan a sidelong glance. Repairing the heaven pillar isn't difficult. I just need to eat something, and it will become stable again. Is it that simple? Qi Yuan was surprised and found it hard to believe. Let me treat you to a meal. Of course, he couldn't really treat the foodless Holy Mother to a meal in the past, but he could return to Qingshui village, and when they had a feast, he could set up a place for her spirit and offer her food. Naturally, he wouldn't say this out loud. That would be too insensitive and might earn him a beating. The foodless Holy Mother looked at Qi Yuan, as if recalling something. It's been a long time since I've eaten anything. Qi Yuan nodded. The foodless Holy Mother indeed didn't eat. Her philosophy was that people are born pure and perfect, and eating or drinking anything would taint that purity. All things are poison. Well, then eat something. Qi Yuan encouraged her. Only by eating could the foodless Holy Mother repair the heaven pillar. The foodless Holy Mother remained unmoved. Qi Yuan grew anxious. Do you have anorexia? Something like that. Aren't you a cultivator? How could you develop anorexia? At worst, you could just cut open your stomach and stuff the food in. Qi Yuan suggested, trying to come up with a solution. The woman in the red dress looked at Qi Yuan coldly, her hand pulling back a corner of her pink jacket, revealing snow-white skin. Her waist was slender and elegant. She glared at Qi Yuan. You want to cut me open? Just kidding, Qi Yuan laughed heartily. He wasn't that crazy. Do you want to eat something? Qi Yuan asked again. Then, he added, a person in the Liu family, 1,000 miles away, died today. Do you want to go to the funeral feast? He was making it up, but surely, someone 1,000 miles away had died. In this world, people die every moment. Hearing about a feast, the frost on the foodless Holy Mother's face melted away. You cook for me. You're making things hard for me. Qi Yuan sighed. I only know how to make 2 dishes, ice stir-fried with cold water and boiled ice cubes. He couldn't cook anything. Being in the past, he couldn't touch anything, so how could he cook? But I can guide you through it, Qi Yuan offered. He was great at being a commander. The foodless Holy Mother had finally agreed to eat, so he naturally wanted to oblige. Would you prefer spicy fish or steamed fish? Qi Yuan asked. The foodless Holy Mother paused, a bit lost in thought. I like spicy food. Spicy fish it is. Qi Yuan was excited. He finally got the foodless Holy Mother to agree to eat. However, he thought of something and asked quietly, how much do you need to eat to fully repair the heaven pillar? Maybe, until you leave. The foodless Holy Mother didn't give a direct answer. How do you know I'm leaving? Qi Yuan looked at the foodless Holy Mother's eyes, trying to discern something. Are you planning to stay? The foodless Holy Mother's eyes sparkled with amusement. Quote. No, The lost glow stick had a time limit. At most, he could stay in the past for 4 days. Looking at the radiant smile in the red-dressed woman's eyes, Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask, have we met before? He had only one use left of the lost glow stick. Had he met the foodless Holy Mother during that last use? No, the red-dressed woman shook her head. When will you teach me to make spicy fish? Right now, immediately. Qi Yuan was eager, but I need to enter the visualization realm a day before I leave to finish my visualizations. All right, the foodless Holy Mother nodded. Do you have pots, pans, and utensils? What about seasonings? Qi Yuan glanced at the foodless Holy Mother's bamboo hut. It was empty, devoid of anything useful. No, the foodless Holy Mother shook her head. Could you make some? Qi Yuan suggested. As a venerable, she could easily conjure those items, or even an entire dish of spicy fish. The foodless Holy Mother ignored Qi Yuan's words and began walking away, her steps light. We'll buy them at the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, Qi Yuan could only follow her. Buy a lot. I'm worried you might break the spatula with your strength. Qi Yuan followed closely behind the foodless Holy Mother, leaving the area. Looking ahead, the lake was clear, with green aquatic plants and fish swimming around, creating ripples. Qi Yuan and the foodless Holy Mother walked on the surface of the lake. There are plenty of fish in this lake. We could have a banquet with 100 fish dishes. Outside the heaven pillar, Venerable Ling Zhang, who had left earlier, returned once more. His headless figure was even more eerie in the dark night. Before him stood the towering mountain that reached into the clouds. Venerable Ling Zhang spoke heavily, the heaven pillar is unstable, and the foodless Holy Mother is injured. Elder Fangxin, standing beside Venerable Ling Zhang, wore a worried expression. Now that the evil gods have invaded, the heaven pillar is crucial. It cannot be lost. Behind them, a few true gods followed, looking curiously at the heaven pillar. These young true gods were quite curious about the foodless Holy Mother, a mythical figure. Now that they had the chance to meet her, they were understandably nervous. Is it true that the foodless Holy Mother is cold and never smiles? One of the ancient gods asked curiously. With the name, foodless, the foodless Holy Mother's path is difficult to comprehend, another replied. It's not just difficult to comprehend, it's downright baffling. I heard that when the foodless Holy Mother was young, a myth admired her talent and offered her divine domain elixir. She refused because she wouldn't consume anything. As one of the venerables mentioned this, his eyes were filled with disbelief. That was divine domain elixir, a treasure that could awaken the seed of a divine domain. Yet the foodless Holy Mother had refused it, simply because she didn't eat anything. Elder Fangxin's face showed a look of recollection. The myth you're talking about is me. To this day, he couldn't understand why the foodless Holy Mother refused. The divine domain elixir was a pure and clean treasure, a primordial object, and consuming it wouldn't have affected the foodless Holy Mother's path. Yet she still refused. Venerable Ling Zhang spoke up, I've known her for 1,000 years. She doesn't consume any earthly food, in fact, she seems to have some aversion to it. Remember, in the presence of the foodless Holy Mother, do not mention food or drink, or else, suffer the consequences. The venerables behind him were startled and began to fearfully hide their pills, elixirs, and wines in their storage pouches. They didn't want to accidentally offend the unpredictable and powerful figure. Why did the foodless Holy Mother leave the heaven pillar? It's strange, since she became one with it, she hasn't left in thousands of years, Elder Fangxin noted, looking at the heaven pillar with a puzzled expression. The heaven pillar was always in a state of disrepair, on the verge of collapse. So, the foodless Holy Mother had always stayed there, guarding it. Hey, there's someone, a true god suddenly exclaimed. The group looked up to see a stream of light slowly passing through the sky. In the light was a woman in a red dress, her skin as white as snow, her face extraordinarily beautiful, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her lovely face was adorned with a shallow dimpled smile, as if she had stepped out of a painting. However, this ethereal beauty was holding 3 pots and several spatulas, with pots, pans, and a cleaver hanging from her waist. Is that the foodless Holy Mother? An ancient god blinked in disbelief. This didn't match their expectations. Wasn't the foodless Holy Mother supposed to be untouched by worldly matters? Wasn't she said to rarely smile? Why was she laughing to herself, holding pots and pans, with a cleaver hanging from her waist? Elder Fangxin was also taken aback, almost thinking he had mistaken her for someone else. Venerable Ling Zhang, fortunate to have no head, would have had an expressive face otherwise. Foodless, what are you doing? Venerable Ling Zhang voiced his question. The foodless Holy Mother noticed the group, her smile still lingering. She cast a sidelong glance at her companion and then looked at the group with deep eyes. Why have you returned? That look was familiar. Venerable Ling Zhang let out a sigh of relief. This was the foodless Holy Mother he knew. What happened earlier must have been a hallucination. Still, he couldn't help but notice the items hanging from her waist. The heaven pillar was shaking, so Elder Fangson and I came to check. Is your body all right? Venerable Ling Zhang asked. Fine, the foodless Holy Mother replied curtly. Elder Fangson then asked, will you join us in the Hongtang battle against the evil gods in 6 months? The heaven pillar's instability had made Elder Fangson worry that the foodless Holy Mother might be injured, affecting her participation in the battle. I will. The foodless Holy Mother's response was brief. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Elder Fangson let out a sigh of relief upon hearing her answer. However, he still looked at the foodless Holy Mother and asked, Foodless, your complexion doesn't look too good. Do you need me to take a look? Meanwhile, Qi Yuan whispered in the foodless Holy Mother's ear, tell him you can eat 7 fish in one sitting and that you're in perfect health. Right now, Qi Yuan's priority was to quickly feed the foodless Holy Mother so that her health would improve. Once she was better, the heaven pillar would be restored, and he could resume his visualizations. I can eat 7 fish in one sitting. I'm in excellent health. No need for concern. You all may leave now, the woman in the red dress said in a stiff tone, clearly indicating that she was dismissing them. Elder Fangson found her response peculiar. For some reason, he felt that something was off about the foodless Holy Mother today. The battle at the Dragon Ascension Ground is crucial. Please ensure you do not miss it. The fate of the Fangson realm hangs in the balance. Elder Fangson reiterated. Understood, the foodless Holy Mother replied before her figure vanished into the heaven pillar, leaving behind a group of astonished ancient gods. Was that really the foodless Holy Mother? Strange, it seemed like she was talking to someone. You felt that too? The venerables and gods began to discuss among themselves. Elder Fangson frowned. I had the same feeling, but I couldn't detect anyone. Elder Fangson was a mythical figure, and in the Fangson realm, there was no one who could hide in front of him. His strength was evident. Beside him, Venerable Ling Zhang seemed to have thought of something, causing him to pause. Could it be? He felt uneasy, as if something was amiss. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan followed the foodless Holy Mother back to the bamboo house. Qi Yuan sighed, my reputation is ruined. I've ended up being a thief for a day. If I had stolen something more prestigious, like immortal pills, celestial garments, or divine armor, it would have been better. But what did I end up stealing? Pots and pans. When they had arrived in the nearby village, all the shops were closed, and no one was around. Faced with this, the foodless Holy Mother simply took the pots and pans she needed. It was quite bold. They worship me, and I protect them. Consider these items tributes. The foodless Holy Mother didn't bother arguing with Qi Yuan. Alright, that's not important. Let's get started on the spicy fish. Qi Yuan was eager. Once the foodless Holy Mother was in better health, he could resume his visualizations. He was also curious, how could eating some food restore the heaven pillar? Why didn't she eat regularly? Now, he might finally find out what was going on. Alright, finally, I get to be the commander in the kitchen. Qi Yuan was excited. Soon enough, under Qi Yuan's direction, the foodless Holy Mother caught 7 fish. She cleaned them, removed their guts, and scaled them. Qi Yuan sat nearby, enthusiastically giving instructions. We probably didn't need the knife. It's just going to collect dust. Scale them more carefully. There's still half a scale left. When it comes to cooking, presentation, aroma, and taste all matter. Your fish pieces are uneven, your knife skills need work. There aren't enough chili peppers, add some more. Sigh, you're the worst cooking student I've ever had. Qi Yuan took on the role of a strict teacher, offering relentless guidance. The foodless Holy Mother, under his direction, struggled to prepare a plate of spicy fish like an ordinary mortal woman. Not bad for a first attempt, it's already quite good, Qi Yuan praised, looking at the burnt fish. After all the criticism, it was time for some compliments. A combination of criticism and praise was the way to go. Go ahead and eat it, and see if your health improves, Qi Yuan urged. He was curious to see if eating food would indeed restore the heaven pillar, and how that worked. The foodless Holy Mother frowned, clearly hesitant. Don't judge the dish by its looks, it actually tastes quite good, Qi Yuan encouraged. After all, for a cultivator, no matter how bad the fish might taste, they could still eat it. The dish had been made under his guidance, so it couldn't be that bad. The foodless Holy Mother picked up a piece of fish with her long, slender fingers, holding it near her lips. Her brow furrowed deeply, and her eyes showed clear signs of reluctance. "Don't worry, it's not poisoned. You won't get sick," Qi Yuan reassured her. The foodless Holy Mother gave Qi Yuan a deep look before resolutely shoving the fish into her mouth. Her face suddenly turned pale, as if she had suffered a serious injury. Qi Yuan was taken aback. Was it really that bad? Is it really that awful? Maybe we should make another batch with a different pan, Qi Yuan suggested, worried as he tried to reach out and pat her on the back. But his hand passed through her, unable to make contact. After all, they were in different times and couldn't touch each other. "I'm fine," the foodless Holy Mother's body trembled slightly, her brow furrowing even more. She slowly chewed and swallowed the fish, as if she were swallowing poison, perhaps even worse than poison. Qi Yuan's expression changed. He now believed it. The foodless Holy Mother did have anorexia, and it wasn't just any kind of anorexia. Just eating a piece of fish could make her like this. He couldn't understand it. He stared at the foodless Holy Mother, concerned. "Are you okay?" At this point, the foodless Holy Mother, dressed in a red dress, was lying on the bamboo mat, her eyes closed, and her forehead covered in sweat. But she seemed cold, her body occasionally shivering slightly. This sudden change left Qi Yuan completely baffled. She was a myth, after all. Could a piece of fish really do this to her? He had witnessed the foodless Holy Mother's battle with a sun god's avatar, where she was severely wounded yet didn't tremble. During the Hongtang War, he had seen the foodless Holy Mother eat fish. At that time, she had been calm. What was going on? "Are you okay? Can you use your powers to vomit it out?" Qi Yuan looked at the foodless Holy Mother lying on the ground, but his eyes couldn't discern any useful information. They were separated by time, so he couldn't help her. The foodless Holy Mother seemed to be asleep and didn't respond to Qi Yuan. After about 100 breaths, a faint voice came from her. "I'm fine. Perhaps if I sleep for a while, everything will be fine, and the heaven pillar will be fully restored." Qi Yuan watched the foodless Holy Mother, feeling helpless. "What's going on? Did you always react like this to eating? Why did you eat this time?" Qi Yuan was utterly confused. After about 10 more breaths, the foodless Holy Mother's weak voice replied, "I don't know, we'll see tomorrow." Hearing this, Qi Yuan didn't say anything more, sparing her from responding. He stood silently by her side, his mind replaying scenes, trying to figure something out. The foodless Holy Mother's philosophy held that everything in the world was impure, and consuming it was harmful. Could it be that her constitution was so unique that she couldn't eat anything? But how could anyone not eat anything? Could it be something innate? Suddenly, Qi Yuan remembered what Chi had mentioned before, that the foodless Holy Mother might have an innate immaculate body. This type of physique was pure and flawless, like glazed porcelain, and eating anything from the mortal world would taint it. The foodless Holy Mother's reaction was even more severe than he had imagined. Could it be that her constitution was even more sensitive than an innate immaculate body? How could this issue be resolved? Solving the foodless Holy Mother's problem was crucial for repairing the heaven pillar. After a long time, a weak voice broke the silence. "Are you still here?" "Yeah, the fish. I want to drink." "No. Please, don't eat any more." Qi Yuan quickly interjected. "There's no soup with the fish, and you're not thinking clearly." If she kept eating, he was worried she might die right in front of him. The foodless Holy Mother didn't say anything more and lay quietly on the ground, not making any further attempts to get up and eat. The room fell silent, with not even the sound of her breathing. After some time, Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the plate of fish. Open black lens bracket, a simple spicy fish dish, seemingly tainted by worldly impurities. Close black lens bracket. Impurities. Qi Yuan's mind raced. Is it because of this impurity? He quickly shifted his gaze to other objects. His eyes had the ability to perceive hidden information, but he could only examine the same item once a day, with the information refreshing the next day. So, he immediately started examining other items. In his mind, the word, impurities, echoed. He had discovered before that when he focused on something specific, he might get the result he wanted. Open black lens bracket, the foodless Holy Mother's red dress is made from 10,000-year silk, untouched by dust. Close black lens bracket. Comma. Open black lens bracket, this is a simple bamboo mat, also tainted by worldly impurities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is an ordinary fish, weighing 3 catties and 2 tails. Close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan continued to scan through all the objects, especially the thousands of fish in the lake. He looked at every single one, trying to find useful information. Suddenly, Qi Yuan's gaze froze. Open black lens bracket. This is a simple fish, tainted by worldly impurities. To cleanse it, one needs the blood of the flawless glazed body. Close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan was stunned. The blood of the flawless glazed body? Wasn't that his own body type? In the flowing wind realm, Bai Zi had given him the great sun golden lotus, which he used to form the flawless glazed body. This body was crucial in allowing him to devour stars and form his golden core. It had greatly enhanced his strength. However, compared to the stellar golden core, the flawless glazed body was less impressive. That's why when he bragged about his powers, he mostly talked about his golden core, rarely mentioning the flawless glazed body. He hadn't expected the blood of the flawless glazed body to have such a use. Qi Yuan's body contained the blood of the flawless glazed body. However, this blood wasn't abundant. If he bled, it would weaken him. After all, it was the flawless glazed body that enabled him to devour stars and sustain his golden core. Without it, he would have been destroyed by his power. Now, if he drew out the blood of the flawless glazed body, it would cost him. Playing this game is asking for my blood, huh? Qi Yuan couldn't help but grumble. But, my blood can't even cross into the past. Even if he wanted to give his blood, it wouldn't work. Let's try. At this point, he had no other options. The foodless Holy Mother was still half asleep. The heaven pillar was not yet repaired. He still had many gods to summon. The game wasn't over yet. Sigh, playing this game isn't just draining my energy, it's also making me bleed. If the rewards for completing it aren't good, I'm not letting this slide. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he focused on his finger. As he concentrated, his finger became transparent, clear as crystal. A few drops of pure, transparent blood oozed from his finger, dripping down. His body wavered, and his face paled slightly. Above his stellar golden core, the terrifying flames burned. Qi Yuan's consciousness blurred for a moment, feeling as if the endless flames were scorching his body. This game is taking my blood and my life. Qi Yuan muttered. He watched intently as the blood fell toward the fish. Qi Yuan was tense. If it didn't work, he'd have to somehow recover that blood. In the next moment, Qi Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The transparent blood seemed to cross time itself, landing on the fish and dissolving into it, disappearing completely. The fish looked the same as before, but the blood was gone. Next to him, the foodless Holy Mother seemed to sense something, her delicate nose twitching. I'm so hungry. She opened her eyes, and her once pale face had regained some color, with a healthy flush appearing. Qi Yuan noticed a suppressed hunger in her eyes. Why don't you try eating the fish again? Qi Yuan suggested cautiously. At this moment, the foodless Holy Mother was like a savior. Her health was crucial for the Heaven Pillar's restoration, and that, in turn, was essential for Qi Yuan to summon more powerful gods. The foodless Holy Mother looked at the fish with a puzzled expression. She picked up the chopsticks and took another bite of the fish. She chewed slowly, savoring each bite. Her pace quickened as she ate, losing all semblance of the dignified lady she usually was. Seeing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but smile. If she could eat, that was a good sign. He was just worried she couldn't. Take your time. If you're still hungry, we can cook more fish, Qi Yuan said. The foodless Holy Mother paused, her chopsticks halting. She looked at the spot where Qi Yuan was supposed to be, her eyes deep and filled with longing. How did you do that? Secret, Qi Yuan chuckled, keeping the truth to himself. For some reason, he felt a chilling sensation as he looked into her eyes, as if she were a predator eyeing her prey. The foodless Holy Mother stared at where Qi Yuan was, trying to see his eyes, to find the answers in them. But she saw nothing and heard nothing. Are you afraid of me? The foodless Holy Mother asked out of nowhere. No, Qi Yuan smiled. The moment of unease had passed quickly. Shouldn't it be me who's afraid of you, Qi Yuan? The foodless Holy Mother said as she continued eating, her voice soft. I can't see you or sense you, yet I can hear your voice. If I were an ordinary person, I might think I was haunted. But now, even though I've reached the pinnacle of this world, I still can't perceive you. Isn't that terrifying? The foodless Holy Mother's smile was bright, with a hint of helplessness. When you put it that way, it is kind of scary, Qi Yuan admitted. If he were in her position, he would be wary of someone he couldn't perceive. The foodless Holy Mother said no more, continuing to eat her fish slowly and methodically. The night was quiet, the stars twinkling, and a cool breeze blew through the heaven pillar, bringing a chill to the air. Qi Yuan sat by her side, gazing at the starry sky. In the future, there will be 2 stars up there that belong to me. He couldn't help but boast again. Then he shifted gears. What kind of constitution do you have that makes it so you can't eat anything? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.